Chapter 164. Rog didn't take Max back to Dr. Connor's laboratory, but took him to the forest where he practiced Mokutan before. Dr. Connors couldn't help him with the experiments he wanted to do, and some of them were not suitable for children. After teleporting to the forest he didn't know the name of, he threw Max, who had no resistance, on the ground. Then he used the auxiliary skills he got when he exchanged Sage Mode. Inherent Enchantment, Shikatsu Forest. In an instant, the forest in front of him was replaced by Shikatsu Forest, and the natural energy in the air became rich. Although Electric Man Max had used up all the electricity in his body, he did not pass out because of this. He didn't know if it was because of his intuition, but when he saw the forest in front of him was replaced by Shikatsu Forest, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous signal in his heart. Although I don't have any personal grudges with you, you should know very well that sometimes the world is so unreasonable. If there is a next life, try not to meet me. Rog looked down at Max, who was lying on the ground, and said silently. Then he came to the front of Max. In the next week, Rog came here every day to cast Inherent Enchantment, Shikatsu Forest, and at the same time to do what he wanted to do with Max. To be precise, he was studying the secrets of Max's energized body. It's not only the well-known ninja with multiple genders who has the spirit of scientific research. Rog also has a strong spirit of scientific research sometimes. And by studying Max, he can also help him further develop his own lightning ninjutsu. Time flies, and it was December in a blink of an eye. As early as a few months ago, Max was personally sent to death by Rog. Because of Max's selfless dedication, he successfully developed several new lightning ninjutsu, and his understanding and mastery of lightning release, chakra mode, has also been further improved. In these few months, the world was very peaceful. Except for a terrorist called Mandolin that occupied the headlines for several months, everything was quite good. As soon as Mandolin appeared, he gave the US government a few tight slaps in the face. Attacking an overseas base of the United States, launching a terrorist attack within the United States, and openly releasing a provocative video. Because of Mandolin's strong appearance, the small commotion caused by the rhinoceros and the Electric Man in New York instantly died down. All the news channels focused their attention on Mandolin, the superstar among the terrorists. Live broadcast has been interrupted due to a cyber attack. An American airline has been hijacked. The entire country is on high alert. Where is Mandolin? Search the entire world. The president responds to the threat of Mandolin and vows to eliminate the terrorists. He could see news reports related to Mandolin if he turned on any channel. The United States government spent a lot of manpower and material resources to search for Mandolin all over the world for a few months, but they found nothing. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. received an order to search for Mandolin, but they also found nothing. However, whether they really found nothing, or whether S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't put in the effort to search at all, only King Fokker would know. So far, the only clear information was that Mandolin was related to the Tenring gang that kidnapped Tani. However, Mandolin obviously had no intention of hiding this, because at the end of the provocative video he arrogantly displayed the Tenring gang's logo. My cabinet is actively responding to the Mandolin terrorist incident and will use new manpower and material resources to fight back. He is Colonel James Rhodes. The American people will soon be familiar with this Iron Patriot. It was unknown whether it was for the purpose of easing public opinion, or if he really put his hopes on Colonel Rhodes. The current president, Ellis, pulled out the repainted war machine and renamed it Iron Patriot. However, his approach did not receive the support of the people. Instead, he received a lot of ridicule from the media. It's still the same battle suit, but painted red, white, and blue. He also renamed it Iron Patriot to avoid being recognized if the paint is too thin. Is this how President Ellis responded? He took out the old war machine and repainted it. This is too smart. At this time, Rog was bored watching the news in his office, and at the same time, he was thinking about whether to go to Los Angeles. If he remembered correctly, Tani had a fight with the real Mandolin, and in the end, there was a fireworks show with a full Iron Man suit. Just as he was thinking about whether to go to Los Angeles, he suddenly saw the live broadcast of Tani declaring war on Mandolin. I have a small greeting to give to this Mandolin. I just thought of the words. My name is Tony Stark. You are not terrible, because you are just a coward. I'm ready, you wait to die, man. I will kill you with my own hands. This is not about politics. I want to take revenge on you for a personal grudge. This has nothing to do with the Department of Defense. It's a personal grudge between you and me. Let's have a fair fight. This is my address, 10880 Marbury Port, 90265. I will open the door to welcome you. After that, Tony picked up the mobile phone of the man in front of him and threw it hard at the stone pillar next to him. After throwing the man's mobile phone, Tony also said to the man, "Sue me," and then boarded his Audi R8 and left the hospital. He's very angry. Although he only watched the live news, Rog could already guess why Tony was so angry. For Tony, there are not many friends who can get his approval. And his driver and bodyguard, Happy, happens to be one of them. Sure enough, after a casual search on the internet, he found the news that Happy was injured in a terrorist attack. Rog picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Erica's internal number. "Erica, help me book a first-class ticket to Los Angeles, the sooner the better. If there is no flight, a private jet will also do." Although Mandolin belonged to Tony's exclusive dungeon, he should not mind having one more person when clearing the dungeon. More than an hour later, when Rog arrived at JFK Airport alone, he received a call from Tony. To be precise, it was a call from Little Pepper. "Rog, are you free now? We need your help." As soon as Little Pepper's voice sounded, Tony's voice followed. "Hey, buddy, it's nothing, just a small terrorist, I can handle it myself." Before Rog had time to speak, there was a serious quarrel on the other side of the phone. After waiting silently for a few minutes, Tony's voice sounded again. "Well, buddy, I need your help. You should know my address. I'll wait for you at home. I'll be there in 5 hours. Chapter 165. After more than 5 hours of flight, Rog successfully flew from New York to Los Angeles. Then, he came to Tony's seaside mansion located at 10880 Marbury Harbor. Or rather, the seaside ruins. Fire trucks, police cars, news interview vehicles, all kinds of vehicles were densely packed on the road in front of Tony's mansion, making the originally wide road impenetrable. "Sir, you can't go in." Rog squeezed through the crowd of onlookers and was stopped by the police in front of the cordon. "You'll let me in." He raised his sunglasses slightly and exchanged glances with the police officer. Then, the police officer took the initiative to let him in. This is just a simple use of the Sharingan's hypnotic ability. It's not even a genjutsu. Ignoring the busy investigators and firefighters, Rog went directly to Pepper, who was standing on the edge of the ruins. At this moment, Little Chili Pepper's eyes were staring blankly into the distance, her hands holding onto a battle helmet with obvious cracks. "Sorry, Pepper, I'm late." Pepper is just a nickname. Although Rog has a good relationship with her, he has never called her by a nickname. Rog, Tony, he. Upon hearing Rog's voice, Little Chili Pepper finally returned to her senses and turned to look at him. Her eyes immediately showed signs of tears. "Tony is still alive, you don't have to be too sad." Although Rog didn't see the scene at the time, he was sure that Tony was not dead. Because he saw a faint red signal light shining in the cracked helmet in Pepper's hand. "Put on the helmet and you'll know. Tony should have left you a message." It was only then that Pepper noticed the signal light and quickly put on the helmet. A minute later, Pepper took off the helmet, and there was no longer any sadness on her face. "Let's go find Tony now." After knowing that Tony was okay, Pepper also calmed down and changed back to the powerful president of Stark Industries. "Don't worry now, Tony can protect himself, he's Iron Man. And if you want to solve the mandolin problem, you don't have to go so far." After that, Rog pointed to Maya Hansen not far away. Tony was now taken to some corner of Tennessee by J.S. Instead of wasting energy to find Tony, it's better to start directly with Maya Hansen. As for Tony's safety, it's not a matter of concern. If this world has a so-called world consciousness, then Tony is the chosen one. Even if Rog is killed by some big shot, Tony may not die. Maya Hansen? Is she related to Mandolin? Little Chili Pepper looked at Maya Hansen in disbelief. It might be a little complicated to explain, and this isn't a good place to do so. Can you find a quieter place? Compared with a stranger she just met, Pepper obviously believed in Rog more and immediately said, "No problem, come with me." A few minutes later, Pepper drove her Audi S7 and took Rog and Maya Hansen away from the ruined mansion. Rog didn't know where Pepper would take them, but it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as the place was quiet enough and there were no outsiders waiting. Pepper drove the car without saying a word. Maya Hansen sat in the passenger seat, and Rog stayed alone in the back. After getting in the car, Pepper simply introduced Rog's name and then put all her attention on driving. Maya Hansen, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly noticed that the atmosphere was not right, but she obviously had no choice at this time. More than 20 minutes later, Pepper brought Rog and Maya Hansen to a not-so-luxurious hotel and quickly checked in. As soon as they entered the hotel room and sat down, Pepper asked Maya Hansen, "Why did you come to my house today? What's so important that you have to talk to Tani face to face?" "I think my boss is working for Mandolin." Maya Hansen answered Pepper's question without any change in her expression. However, as soon as she answered, Rog suddenly laughed. "What's wrong?" Maya Hansen turned to look at Rog. "I thought of something happy." Rog replied in a low voice. "Your boss is working for Mandolin? How is that possible? Tani clearly said that you're a botanist." Pepper continued to ask Maya Hansen. "Yes, I'm a biological genetic coder, in charge of a team of 40 people under a privately sponsored think tank, but you can call me a botanist." Maya Hansen answered Pepper's question seriously once again, and then they heard Rog's laughter again. "What are you laughing about?" Maya Hansen's tone became a little dissatisfied. "I thought of something happy again," Rog replied, controlling his laughter. Although she knew that Rog was doing it on purpose, Maya Hansen really could not do anything about it at this time. She could only glare at him hatefully, warning him to stop causing trouble with her eyes. "What's your boss's name?" "His name is Aldrich Kirian." After hearing Maya Hansen's answer, Pepper was shocked, and then they heard Rog's uncontrollable laughter. Pepper also noticed that Rog was acting a little strange today, but she did not understand why Rog would do this. "You've gone too far. I've tolerated you for a long time." Before Pepper could say anything, Maya Hansen was the first to speak. She stood up angrily and quickly came in front of Rog and said angrily to Rog, "Who are you?" "My name is Rog, a ninja who has undergone strict training." Looking at the angry Maya Hansen, Roger finally put away the smile on his face and replied seriously. Although Maya Hansen wanted to vent her anger, she knew very well that now was not a good time to do such a thing. "Okay, I'm done playing. I thought your acting skills would be better, but I didn't expect you to be this good." Rog took off his sunglasses and then said, "You may not be familiar with my name, but you should have heard of my nickname. I am the Masked Man." After hearing the Masked Man's name, Maya Hansen, who was still dissatisfied, suddenly took a deep breath and then turned to look at the door of the room. "He is the Masked Man. He is Tani's teammate in the Avengers." At this moment, Maya Hansen's mind no longer had the so-called plan. Her only thought now is how to leave here, leave this Masked Man who is dozens of times more dangerous than Iron Man Tani. Chapter 166. Give up those unrealistic ideas. I don't want to be rough with women. Rog saw Maya Hansen's thoughts at a glance and reminded her warmly. After seeing Maya Hansen's nervous behavior at this time, Little Pepper was finally convinced that Maya Hansen was indeed related to Mandolin. "Sit down first, your companions won't be here so soon." After saying that, Rog ignored Maya Hansen and went straight to find a seat and sat down. The reason why Maya Hansen appeared at Tani's house at this time was nothing more than to let Tani complete the final equation of Extremis and solve the shortcoming of Extremis that it will self-destruct once it overheats. Whether it was Maya Hansen taking the initiative to go to Tani's mansion, or Mandolin's men just happened to launch an attack at that time, everything was in their plan. Although the final result was a little different from what they had imagined, overall, the plan was still going smoothly. Although Tani's whereabouts are unknown, Little Pepper is still there. As long as they control Little Pepper, they don't have to worry about what Tani will do to them. Maya Hansen has also been acting according to the established plan, but what she didn't expect was that the masked man, Rog, would appear at this time. After glancing at Little Pepper, who was already vigilant, and Rog, who had an indifferent expression, Maya Hansen silently sat back in her original position. From now on, I'll ask, you answer, understand? After hearing Rog's words, Maya Hansen turned her head and glanced at him, then said, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Maya Hansen's question made Rog stunned. What's wrong with this woman's brain? Is this the time to care about my eyes? Don't get the point wrong. This has nothing to do with you. What I ask, you answer, you are not qualified to ask questions. Rog's tone became stern, and he said solemnly, Rog, are your eyes okay? Maya Hansen did not say anything else, but Little Pepper's voice rang out. Little Pepper did not pay attention to Rog's eyes at first, but after hearing Maya Hansen's question, she realized that Rog's eyes were completely different from normal people's eyes. It was blood red in color, and there were 3 comma-like things around its pupils. Little Chili Pepper was not the kind of person who was particularly curious, but since she had already regarded Rog as a friend, she felt that it was necessary to be concerned about Rog's current health. My eyes are fine. You can simply think of it as my superpower. Rog had no intention of explaining to them what the 3-tomo Sharingan was and simply answered. After dealing with the matter of the electric man, Kuroto set his Sharingan to a constant state of 24 hours a day. Anyway, with second-last chakra and immortal body, it wouldn't be a burden for him to keep his Sharingan open 24/7. Most importantly, he felt that this could effectively improve his style and charm. Just like the electric man, just by looking at his appearance, he knew that this guy was not simple. Now back to the topic, where is Aldrich Kyrian now? Rog has no interest in the mandolin on the surface, that guy is just a stage actor. But Aldrich Kyrian was different. To a certain extent, this guy was considered a decent talent. And Rog is very interested in the extremis on him. I don't know. Maya Hansen replied quickly. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Rog's displeased look and immediately added, I really don't know, unless he takes the initiative to find me, I can't contact him at all. Rog did not use Genjutsu on Maya Hansen, but he silently used the hypnotic ability of Sharingan. Maya Hansen is just an ordinary person. She can't resist the hypnosis of Sharingan, so it is basically certain that she is telling the truth now. Give me the equation of extremis. Since it is impossible to determine the location of Aldrich Kyrian for the time being, it is not a bad idea to get the equation of extremis first. Extremis? You want extremis? After hearing the word extremis from Rog's mouth, Maya Hansen really panicked. Except for her and Kyrian, not many people know about the existence of extremis. Even those who participated in the experimental transformation did not know the name of extremis, but now, she heard the word from Rog's mouth. How does he know this? This is the highest level of secret, how could he know? Of course, Rog wouldn't tell Maya Hansen how he knew. This was his prophetic ability that belonged to him alone. Since you know about extremis, then you should know that the current virus equation is not stable. Once overheating occurs, the experimental body will self-destruct, unless you can further perfect it. Maya Hansen did not immediately hand over the equation of extremis, but directly told Rog about the flaws in it. You don't have to worry about this, you just have to give me the equation in your hand. At Rog's insistence, Maya Hansen wrote the equation of extremis on white paper and then reluctantly handed it to Rog. This equation is the most important work of her life, and everything she has done is to completely perfect this equation. If you perfect this equation, can you let me take a look at the final result? Just one look. Although she knew that this hope was infinitely close to zero, Maya Hansen still couldn't help but pray to Rog. Let's talk about it when the time comes. After carefully folding the paper with the equation and putting it in the pocket of his jacket, Rog showed a satisfied smile. The equation of extremis is in hand, and the goal of this trip is half completed. Just when Maya Hansen was about to continue to pray to Rog, the door of the room was suddenly violently knocked open, and a big man nearly 2 meters tall walked in. Your companion is here to pick you up. Rog didn't care about the big man who suddenly broke in and raised his right hand and aimed his palm at him. Lightning release, lightning palm. In an instant, more than a dozen lightning bolts as thick as 2 fingers gushed out of his palm and slammed into the big man who broke through the door. Boom. Although the lightning launched by lightning palm is not thick, its power is not weak at all. The big man at the door intended to resist lightning palm with his body, but at the moment when the lightning hit him, he was knocked out and hit the wall of the aisle heavily, leaving a human-sized hole in the wall. Lightning palm is not a ninjutsu that he exchanged from the system, and he developed the lightning release ninjutsu alone after studying Electric Man. Chapter 167. The big man didn't expect that he would be hit by such a strong lightning strike as soon as he entered the door. Rog's thunder palm not only stunned him directly, but also caused him extremely serious injuries. If he hadn't been modified by extremists, then the thunder palm just now would have sent him to hell without any suspense. He's not dead yet? He's quite resistant. Although the big man who was hit by the thunder palm was extremely embarrassed at this time, and his right arm was directly broken. But he still didn't die. On his body, Rog can also feel an extremely strong aura of life. In fact, it's not quite accurate to say that it's an aura of life. It should be said that it's a strong energy reaction. Under the gaze of Rog and the other two, the big man with a broken arm became red all over, as if there was magma flowing in his body. Not only that, the big man's broken right arm began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than 10 seconds for the big man's right arm to completely recover, and his skin also returned to the appearance of a normal person. It seems that the extremis you developed is quite good. Rog turned his head and praised Maya Hansen. Although it's not stable enough, and it looks a little disgusting when it recovers. But he has to admit that extremis has given the host an unimaginable and amazing recovery power. This amazing recovery effect made Rog unable to help but have the idea of injecting Abomination. Abomination, whose strength and physique are off the charts, has incredible recovery ability, turning him into a real warrior and meat shield. This kind of picture is very beautiful to think about. It would be even more perfect if Tani could fix the defect that extremis will self-destruct when it overheats. In just a second or two, several thoughts flashed through Rog's mind. If you have any positioning or tracking devices on you, you'd better take them out now. After leaving a sentence to Maya Hansen, Rog walked towards the big man in the passage. The big man was also in a dilemma at this time. According to the plan, he should have taken Little Pepper away easily. However, Rog's appearance completely disrupted their plans. Although he hadn't really fought with Rog yet, through the thunder palm just now, the big man had roughly understood the difference in strength between the two of them. One move can seriously injure him, forcing him to use extremis to repair himself. This kind of enemy was definitely not something he could handle alone. At this moment, the burly man began to regret coming here alone. If he can have a few more companions who have also been transformed by extremis now, even if he still can't defeat Rog in the end, he will at least have a chance to take Little Pepper away. Although the thunder palm that Rog used just now wasn't a powerful ninjutsu, but the loud sound like real lightning still woke up many guests in the hotel. Especially the guests who lived on the same floor as him. One by one, the guests walked out of their rooms and began to search for the source of the noise. Then, they saw the big man in the aisle whose clothes were tattered because he used extremis to repair himself, and the impact crater the size of a person behind the big man. After noticing that more and more guests were focusing their eyes on him, the big man suddenly had a plan. The big man's legs suddenly exerted force, and he pounced to the side like a cheetah, temporarily leaving Rog's sight. Then, without hesitation, the big man went directly to the fire alarm bell and broke the glass on the alarm bell with a punch. At the moment when the alarm bell was broken, a harsh alarm sounded throughout the hotel. After doing this, the big man still had no intention of stopping, and he began to actively urge the extremis in his body. In the blink of an eye, his hands turned red, like the red-hot iron that had just been taken out of the stove. The guests who had walked out of their rooms because of the sound of the palm thunder all revealed terrified expressions when they saw this scene. Here, the Battle of New York must be mentioned again. For ordinary people on the earth, The Battle of New York is not just a battlefield where aliens invaded the Earth, but also a war that made them understand that there are many monsters in the world they live in. Therefore, when these guests saw the big man whose hands had turned red, they immediately realized that this big man was the so-called monster. Although they don't know whether this big man is a good person or a bad person, for ordinary people, this makes no difference. It's like ordinary people seeing a gunfight on the street. Their first reaction is definitely not to understand who the two sides of the gunfight are, but to immediately avoid or stay away to avoid being involved in unnecessary danger. However, just as these guests planned to return to their rooms or run directly to the safe passage, they were immediately drenched. The hotel's fire protection system was activated. A large amount of water poured down crazily as if it didn't cost money. Of course, it was the big man with red hands who caused the fire protection system to be activated. Using the steel in his hands that can melt steel, the big man successfully made the hotel's fire protection system work. It's common sense that water can conduct electricity. This is what the big man wants to take advantage of. After getting wet, it's easier to be hit by Rog's lightning. But at the same time, it will also cause the lightning to accidentally injure others. For example, Little Pepper, who is in the same room with Rog. And with the spread of the water, it can also effectively dissolve the lightning attack that is enough to seriously injure him. If the lightning only hits him, of course, it can seriously injure him in one move. But if there are others to share the damage, then the threat of the Thunder Palm will naturally decrease a lot. After seeing that Rog didn't immediately attack when he walked out of the door, the corner of the big man's mouth unconsciously raised. The bet was right. This guy doesn't dare to accidentally injure others. However, what the big man didn't expect was that the reason why Rog didn't immediately attack was not because he was worried about accidentally injuring others, but because he was thinking about a somewhat serious problem. Wait a minute, where should I buy a new set of clothes? If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have to wet people's clothes? After letting out a helpless sigh, Rog turned his gaze back to the large man. For some reason, when Roger raised his head to look at him, the burly man suddenly felt an instinctive sense of danger from his body. Danger, run. The moment this thought appeared in the big man's mind, Rog also appeared in front of him like a ghost. Lightning body blink. Before the weak electric current that wrapped around Rog's body dissipated, his right hand grabbed the big man's neck and lifted him up. Discharger, 1 million volts. The big man who was lifted up by Rog didn't have time to counterattack. A visible electric current directly appeared on his body. Along with the electric current, the big man screamed in extreme pain. Chapter 168. What kind of experience is it to be electrocuted by 1 million volts? Rog has never been electrocuted before, so he doesn't know. But judging from the big man who kept screaming in front of him, it should be a tragic and painful experience. If this big man hadn't been injected with extremis, he wouldn't have to experience this extreme pain now. Because the moment he was electrocuted, he would have completely lost his life. However, extremis, which gave him extraordinary power, also brought him extreme pain at this time. Under the extremely high temperature generated by the electric current, the big man's body began to rapidly scorch. But at the same time, extremis was also constantly repairing his injured body. On one side is destruction, and on the other side is rebirth. The two completely different experiences made the burly man feel as if he was jumping between heaven and hell. If he could, the big man would rather have never been injected with extremis than experience the extreme pain at this time. Rog didn't plan to kill the big man immediately. If he wanted to, he could increase the current by dozens or even hundreds of times at any time. First, give the enemy extreme pain that they can't resist, and then ask the enemy for the information he wants. Although this approach seems a bit cruel, it is very effective. However, Rog obviously overestimated the big man in his hand, or rather, overestimated the extremis developed by Maya Hansen. After being abused by an electric current of up to 1 million volts for more than 10 seconds, the extremis in the big man's body also came to the verge of collapse. To be precise, it was on the verge of self-destruction. After discovering the abnormality coming from the big man's body, Rog kicked open the door of the nearest room, and then took out a flying Thor kunai. At the moment when he kicked open the door, Rog saw a panicked young man and woman hiding in the corner. This woman has a pretty good figure. After seeing the young blonde woman with a flustered look on her face and shivering, a very inappropriate idea emerged in Rog's mind. Although thoughts that shouldn't have appeared in his mind, Rog's empty left hand didn't hesitate at all, and he directly threw out the flying Thor kunai in his hand. Boom! The flying Thor kunai pierced through the glass of the room like a bullet out of a barrel and flew into the air outside the hotel. The flying Thor kunai that broke through the window glass did not fall down like an ordinary item, but under Rog's control, it turned around and flew towards the sky. After the flying Thor kunai flew hundreds of meters into the air, he disappeared into the hotel's passage with the big man. Flying Thor 2. Rog grabbed the flying Thor kunai that was still flying towards the high altitude, and then threw the big man on his right hand. And he himself, under the influence of gravity, he began to fall. The big man's big. Big kunai's kunai. The fireball only lasted for a short period of a few tenths of a second before completely dissipating, and the night sky returned to its original appearance again. After dealing with this self-destructing desperation fighter, Rog once again threw out the flying Thor kunai in his hand, and then controlled the flying Thor kunai to fly back to the hotel. When he was about to have a close contact with the ground, he teleported back to the hotel with the flying thunder god. He doesn't know if the big man just now was not completely transformed by extremists, or for some other reason, but Rog always felt that the big man was a little different from the desperation fighter in his impression. Except for his self-healing ability and his body's ability to generate high temperatures, he is very weak in other aspects, so weak that he has hundreds of ways to end the battle in an instant. In his memory, Killian, who was also transformed by extremists, was a fierce man who could tear Tani's several sets of Iron Man armors with his bare hands. Furthermore, even though he had endured the self-destruction of Mark 42's prodigal son, he still hadn't lost his life. Compared with Killian, the big man just now was not a little weak. Of course, this may also be because people's physiques are different from each other. Rog once heard that there was once a junior high school student surnamed Lou who fought with more than 20 people with knives for 75 minutes, and then ran for more than 30 kilometers in one breath. Although he didn't know this junior high school student, since a junior high school student can do this, it shows that the physiques between people can't be generalized. Not to mention that there is also a person who can predict the shooting position in extreme anger, avoid 30 rifle bullets without any injuries, and finally disarm with a punch. As for other things like slide shovel killing tiger, gravity kick killing bear, cross breaking bear's arm, back throwing strong man, etc., it seems to be quite common. Times have really changed. Roger tossed these messy thoughts to the back of his mind and returned to the room where Little Pepper and Maya Hansen were staying. He said, "That man has been dealt with, but we'll have to change hotels." Both Little Pepper and Maya Hansen were not surprised by this outcome. If Rog couldn't take care of that man, then it would be a surprise. Although it did not cause much damage to the hotel, the appearance of the man still caused a lot of trouble to the hotel guests. For example, the hotel's fire system was still spraying water wildly. But these were all small problems. With Little Pepper's current status and ability, dealing with this kind of thing was not much more difficult than asking the housekeeper to make breakfast. Dozens of minutes later, Rog and the other two appeared in a famous 5-star hotel in Los Angeles. Although Maya Hansen was still an enemy, Little Pepper still booked a room for her alone, not worried that she would run away or do something she shouldn't do. Anyway, Rog was here, and even if there was a problem, Rog would solve it. After witnessing Rog's battle with her own eyes, Little Pepper had more and more trust in him. But at this time, Rog obviously did not care about Maya Hansen. Now, he was using the exclusive service provided by his American Centurion Black Gold card. First, he asked them to get him a set of high-end clothes and matching shoes. Then, he asked them to get him an off-road vehicle with excellent performance. In the end, he asked them to arrange for 2 beautiful blondes to be his guests. This evil capitalist society. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Before Little Pepper and Maya Hansen woke up, Rog left the hotel alone and began the next step of his plan. Of course, before he left a letter for the hotel staff and asked them to hand it to Little Pepper when she woke up. As for Maya Hansen, it was impossible for her to hurt Little Chili Pepper, who was already on guard against her. And just in case, he deliberately summoned the Punisher and asked it to secretly protect Little Pepper. Chapter 169. After leaving the hotel, Rog drove directly to Tani's seaside mansion. He now has the Extremis formula, but he still needs a highly intelligent person who can perfect the formula and self-destruct the defects. Since a high IQ is mentioned, it must be Tani. If you have any difficulties, look for Tani. After a night of investigation, the police and firefighters near Tani's mansion have left. Only the staff cleaning up the ruins and a small number of police officers maintaining order are still in the ruins of the mansion. Using the hypnotic ability of Sharingan, Rog easily came to the interior of the mansion and came to the Tani studio at the bottom. The reason why he came back here was because he wanted to find a person here or a super advanced artificial intelligence. Judging from the degree of destruction, Tani's mansion can be regarded as completely destroyed. Even the ruins are only left with the part connected to the mountain. But in fact, the most important things in Tani's mansion were not damaged in the slightest by Mandolin's attack. For example, the Iron Man armor hanger hidden under the studio. For example, artificial intelligence J.R. After dispersing the staff who were cleaning up the ruins, Rog said to the air, I know you can hear me, come out. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, he heard a voice coming from the ground. I'm sorry, Mr. Rog, but I can only talk to you in this way now. J.L.'s voice is as usual, except that it is a little weak because of the distance and the steel gate of the hangar. But this is normal. After all, the only equipment that can make make a sound are the Iron Man armors in the hangar. It doesn't matter. Give me a way to contact you and Tani at any time, or you can directly hack into my mobile phone. I know you can do this. Before Sky joined the company, Rog did not have the habit of carrying a mobile phone with him, because it was very unsafe and there was a danger of revealing his whereabouts at any time. But ever since the hacker genius Sky joined the team, everything had changed. With the anti-intrusion program specially written by Sky, the security of the mobile phone has improved by more than a little. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. It had to be said that Sky's anti-intrusion program was indeed very good. Even in the face of J.R.'s invasion, this program still persisted tenaciously for more than 3 minutes before it was completely broken through by J.R.'s. Mr. Rog, the contact information has been entered into your phone. Number 1 is Mr. Stark's contact information, and number 2 is Mark 42's contact information. You can contact me through Mark 42 at any time. Thanks, Jarvis. After getting the contact information for Tani and J.R.'s, Rog went straight back to the off-road vehicle and called Tani. After more than 10 minutes of conversation, they roughly understood the other party's current situation. Tani was now in a small town called Rose Hill in Tennessee. Here, he found the first explosion that was suspected to be caused by Mandolin and obtained some information. He knew that all of this was related to AIM Pioneer technology. Of course, Tani didn't forget to tell Rog that he was attacked by 2 extremist fighters and met a pretty good little boy. Rog also briefly told Tani about what happened last night, including the fact that he arranged the Punishers to secretly protect Little Pepper. Finally, he also told Tani about perfecting the extremist equation. Tani didn't refuse Rog's request, but he didn't agree immediately, but said that he would think about it. Rog didn't care too much about this. As long as he didn't refuse directly, with his understanding of Tani, Tani will eventually help him perfect the extremist equation. Before hanging up the phone, Tani also told Rog a piece of news. He is now asking J.R.'s to analyze the satellite reception equipment of AIM Pioneer technology, and he will soon be able to locate the specific location where Mandolin released the video last night. Although Rog knew which video Tani was talking about, unfortunately, he didn't see the video last night. because at that time, he was studying the meaning of life with two blondes in the presidential suite. The address where the video was released should be in Miami, Florida. If you are free, you can go there now. After directly telling Tani where Mandolin is now, Rog took the initiative to hang up the phone and booked a first-class ticket to Miami for himself. It takes more than 5 hours to fly from Los Angeles to Miami, which is not much different from flying from New York to Los Angeles. But this time, Rog hopes that he won't miss anything. Last time, he missed the scene where Mandolin attacked Tani's mansion. More than 7 hours later, Rog saw Tani wearing a red children's watch, a black hoodie, and a black backpack behind Mandolin's villa. Your new style is quite unique. Compared to Tani's previous outfit, he now looked particularly down-to-earth and approachable. He didn't have the aura of a playboy or a super rich man at all. This is also a limited edition. It's my friend's sister's. Tani didn't take Rog's teasing to heart at all and said with a serious face, "Where's your battle suit? You're not planning to use these to attack the villa, are you? The people inside are armed with real guns and live ammunition." Glancing at Tani's equipment, Rog had to admire Tani's courage. "Don't underestimate these things. I made them myself." Tani replied confidently, "You're the boss. You have the final say." Although the equipment on his body was slightly rough, the things made by Tani himself were never bad. "I haven't seen you for a while and you've started wearing contact lenses." Chapter 170. Although Tani's movements are a little rusty, his efficiency is not low at all when it comes to real action. Nail gun, taser, homemade grenade, electric shock gloves, all kinds of gadgets made by Stark himself played a good role, allowing Tani to smoothly enter the interior of the villa without alarming too many guards. "I didn't know that you had specially trained." Rog has always kept a distance of about 2 meters from Tani, protecting Tani while observing Tani's fighting skills. "Without the Iron Man armor, I am also Iron Man," Tani replied with great confidence. Perhaps it's because he's too confident, or maybe it's because he lacks experience in close combat. Tani didn't find out that the guard who was stunned by him was only stunned for a few seconds. Tani didn't notice the awakening of the guard, but Rog wouldn't make such a low-level mistake like him. Sneer. Just as the guard pulled out the pistol from his waist, a flying Thor kunai flew in front of him like lightning and cut his neck directly. At the moment when he killed the guard with the flying Thor kunai, Rog also used body flicker to come behind the guard and grab the guard who was about to fall forward. "You are too careless." It was not until this time that Tani discovered that the guard had woken up. He has more fat in his body and has a higher electrical resistance, so he woke up faster. Although Tani's words sound reasonable, there is only one main meaning, that is, the guard woke up so quickly, not because the electric shock gloves he made are not good enough. It makes sense. Rog did not refute Tani's explanation and silently put down the body in his hand. Except for this little episode that was beyond Tani's expectations, the next action was extremely smooth. Tani and Rog successfully came to Mandolin's exaggerated bedroom. Tani, with a gun in his right hand, carefully came to the bed and then lifted the quilt on the bed. There were indeed 2 people on the bed, but it was not Mandolin as Tani imagined, but 2 girls in sexy underwear. It seems that Rog was not the only one who had a night of sex last night. Looking carefully at the 2 girls who woke up on the bed, Rog felt that the 2 blondes he had last night were more interesting. At this moment, not only were the 2 girls on the bed panicking, but also Tony, who was holding a pistol, was panicking. What's going on? What about the bearded Mandolin? Just when Tani began to wonder if he had come to the wrong room, the sound of water suddenly came from the toilet next to him. Without any hesitation, Tani made a silent gesture to the 2 girls on the bed, then immediately retreated to a corner by the bed. "Which one of you is Vanessa?" Mandolin, who had just come out of the toilet, did not notice that there were 2 more men in the room. He walked to the table by the bed and asked the 2 girls on the bed. "It's me." A girl replied immediately. "You know what? Actually, the fortune cookie is not good for you." Mandolin wanted to show his humor or talent. As soon as he turned around, he saw Rog standing at the door. It doesn't matter who I am, I think you should pay more attention to him now. After saying that, Rog pointed to Tani, who walked out of the corner. Looking in the direction Rog pointed, Mandolin saw Tani, who was pointing a pistol at him with a puzzled look on his face. Don't move. I won't move. Mandolin raised his hands for the first time. Take whatever you want, these guns are fake because those bastards didn't dare to give me real guns. Mandolin suggested with a sincere face. What? At this time, Tani's intelligent brain was immediately filled with doubts. Then why don't you take these two girls away? Mandolin continued to suggest. Enough. You are not Mandolin. Where is the real Mandolin? After saying that, Tani angrily pulled the pistol's sleeve, expressing his determination to shoot at any time. Where is he? Where is he? Tani roared angrily at Mandolin, and now he felt like a monkey being teased in a circus. He is here, but he is not here. Under Tony's aggressive questioning, Mandolin began to explain the ins and outs of everything that had happened. My name is Trevor Slatley. After listening to the fake Mandolin, Tani finally figured out the truth of the matter. Just as he was about to turn his head and ask Rog for his opinion, he found that Rog had already left the bedroom. When Tani began to ask about the fake Mandolin, Rog quietly left the bedroom and began to look for the real Mandolin in the villa. An imposter was not worth a trip to Miami in person. From the beginning to the end, his goal was only Killian. While waiting for Tani's arrival, he used chakra to investigate the situation in the villa. As he expected, there was a strong high-energy reaction in the villa, and it was a high-energy reaction from the human body. However, he couldn't tell whether this high-energy reaction came from the Desperation Warrior or Killian. The target with the high-energy reaction showed no signs of leaving the villa, and he also wanted to see if Tani would personally perform a self-taught infiltration operation as he remembered, so he patiently waited for Tani's arrival. Although the development of things was a little different from what he remembered, he still appreciated Tani's only infiltration operation in his life. Regarding this, he was very satisfied. However, he soon experienced the taste of disappointment. When he came to the room with the high-energy reaction, he didn't see Killian as he expected, only a big man he didn't know at all. The big man in a tight camouflage vest and camouflage trousers obviously didn't expect a stranger to come inside the villa. You continue, don't worry about me, I'm just a passerby. The big man was originally beating a black man who wasn't very strong, but after seeing Rog's arrival, he stopped his violent beating. Before the big man in the tight vest spoke, the black man spoke first. Rog? You're Rog. You know me? Rog was very sure that he had never seen this black man before. I'm Colonel Rhodes, Tani's friend, the one who fought for the machine. Colonel Rhodes quickly explained. Oh, it's you. No wonder he felt that Colonel Rhodes was a little familiar from the beginning. It turned out that he was one of Tani's only friends. Just as Rog was about to rescue Colonel Rhodes, fierce gunshots and explosions suddenly sounded in the villa. Chapter 171. With the sound of gunshots and explosions, the big man in tights who was beating Colonel Rhodes also decisively attacked Rog. The big man in tights didn't know Rog, and he didn't care who Rog was. Intruder, die. This was the only thought in the mind of the big man in tights. When the big man in tights rushed towards himself like a cheetah, Rog slowly took out the flying Thor kunai. Rog's action of taking out the flying Thor kunai was not fast at all, and even Colonel Rhodes, who was tied to the iron frame, could see it clearly. But for some reason, when the big right palm of the big man in tights was about to grab Rog's neck, the flying Thor kunai stabbed the big man's palm first. Sneer. The flying Thor kunai pierced the big man's right palm without any suspense. How did he do it? His right palm was pierced through, but the first thing that appeared in the big man's mind was not that he was injured, but how did Rog do it? How could I be hit by that kind of slow movement? This is not scientific. It is not scientific at all. Although it was a little unbelievable, the big man in tights had to admit the fact that he was injured. Under normal circumstances, the injured big man in tights should choose to retreat immediately and then prepare for the second wave of attacks. However, the big man in tights not only did not have any intention of retreating, but he directly raised his left leg and kicked towards Rog fiercely. As long as he is kicked, this guy who came out of nowhere will be seriously injured even if he does not die. The big man in tights is full of confidence in the power of his kick. And with the existence of extremis, he can completely ignore the injury on his right palm. Not to mention that it was just pierced. Even if his entire right palm was cut off, he could still grow it back. He doesn't know if people with super recovery power will more or less have some extreme ideas. This was the case with Dr. Lizard before, and now the same is true for the big man in tights. Moreover, in Rog's memory, there was a man who liked to wear red tights and carry 2 swords on his back. He relied on his immortal body and walked back and forth on the edge of death all day long. Seeing that the man in tights was about to kick his lower abdomen, Rog was still recalling a certain despicable character. Because of his wild thoughts, the man in tights successfully kicked his body with his left leg. Then, it directly passed through his body. There was no tangible feeling. This is fake. The tights man had just reacted when Rog, who was in front of him, turned into a flock of crows and flew in all directions. Sharingan Genjutsu. At the moment when the man in tights attacked him, Rog quietly cast an illusion on him, and at the same time, enveloped Colonel Road. From the beginning to the end, the man in tights had only been attacking the illusions he had left behind. As for the injury on the burly man's right palm, of course, it was just an illusion. Using slow to fight fast, using soft to break hard, this is something that can only be done by Tai Chi in the martial arts world. Where he is now is not a martial arts world, but the Marvel world, which still follows the scientific principles most of the time. Here, speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness are the true essence of close combat. I hate men who wear tight vests, so, see you in the future. Rog's voice sounded on the right side of the man in tights. Subsequently, the man in tights found that the scene in front of his eyes became upside down and spinning, as if he had been on a roller coaster in his childhood. Before the man in tights understood, he saw his own body, his body without a head, and the light blue sword in Rog's hand that was completely composed of thunder and lightning. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword slash. Using the thunder tachi to instantly cut off the enemy's head. Decapitation in one strike, full marks. When the head of the man in tights fell heavily to the ground, he heard the last words of Rog. This time it's true. As soon as this thought appeared in the mind of the man in tights, he completely lost his life. From the moment the man in tights launched his attack to the moment he completely died, only 2 or 3 seconds passed in total. If the man in tights had been a little more cautious, instead of relying on his extremist to launch an attack recklessly, then he would have been able to live for at least a few more seconds. Although the final outcome will not change in any way, at least his death will look a little better. After quickly defeating the man in tights, Rog put down Colonel Road, who was tied to the iron frame. Thank you. If you hadn't come, I might have been killed by this guy. Colonel Road wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. Saving Colonel Road was a matter of convenience, and the main reason was that it didn't take much effort. Can you contact Tani now? They took my battle suit, we must stop them immediately. Although Colonel Road didn't know what they were going to do with the war machine, he was sure that it was definitely not a good thing. Tani is outside now, you can talk to him directly. When Rog and Colonel Road found Tani again, Tani was wearing part of the battle suit and fighting fiercely with the guards in the villa. Even though there were only a few parts of the battle suit on his body, Tani still exerted a lot of combat power, and he alone suppressed all the guards who came forward. It seems that he is having a good time. Now that they have seen it, Rog and Colonel Road certainly won't let Tani fight against all the enemies alone. After more than a minute, the villa with continuous gunshots and explosions returned to its previous calm state. After returning to the fake Mandolin's bedroom and torturing the pompous old man again, they got a piece of information related to the vice president. Driving the luxury yacht generously gifted by the fake Mandolin, Rog and the other 2 left the villa, and Tani also called the vice president at this time. This is what it means to have a high profile. Tony Stark was the only one who could make a call to the vice president so easily. After talking to the vice president, Tani and Colonel Road finally understood why Killian had to take away the war machine. The Trojan horse stratagem, a plan that was born thousands of years ago but is still very effective today. The war machine on Air Force One is that Trojan horse. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not biased against politicians, but if I remember correctly, the vice president's daughter lost her right leg when she was a child. It just so happens that Killian's extremis has the ability to regenerate broken limbs. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the faces of Tani and Colonel Road became a little ugly, and as time passed, it became more and more ugly. Chapter 172. Tani and Colonel Road are not political idiots. If they still can't connect the dots, Rog will seriously doubt their IQ. The Vice President and Killian have good reasons to cooperate, and this also explains why Mandolin can launch so many terrorist attacks in the United States. According to the current situation, there are only 3 of us left to save the President. Even the Vice President is Killian's partner, which means that they can't get any official help. The President of the United States has been reduced to the point where only 3 people can save him. He doesn't know if this is the misfortune of President Ellis or the honor of Rog and the other 2. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll let Mark 42 go to Air Force One and take a look. After that, Tony controlled the Mark 42 Prodigal to fly toward Air Force One. When Mark 42 set off, Tani and Colonel Road turned to look at Rog at the same time. Why are you looking at me? I can't fly. I'm a ninja, not Superman. Are you kidding me? I don't want to go to Air Force One. I'm not an American. The rescue operation of Mark 42 was similar to what Rog expected. Tani didn't find any trace of President Ellis on Air Force One, nor could he prevent the explosion of Air Force One. However, under his control, the Mark 42 Prodigal successfully rescued the 13 government personnel from the crash. Then, Mark 42 was hit by a passing truck and fell apart. Although it was only remotely controlled, the sudden impact still made Tani in the cabin involuntarily close his eyes. Fortunately, it was only remotely controlled, otherwise he would be the one who was hit now. Tani just sighed. Colonel Road opened the cabin door and said, "Brother, I want to hear some good news." "They are all safe, but I didn't save the President." Tani reported his results honestly. "You can't save the President with a combat suit, then Rog and I have no chance without a combat suit." Colonel Road couldn't help but grumble, and then he sighed. After hearing Colonel Road's words, Rog, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "Wait, what does this have to do with me? I don't have to wear a combat suit. It's just you who is weak, don't drag me in." However, Rog didn't say these words in the end, but turned to look at Tani. "Your remote control system is pretty good. How about installing a set for my Mark III? Mark III doesn't have the corresponding receiving and operating equipment. What do you think?" Tani answered without looking back. "Then you can upgrade the Mark III in my hands. For example, change the energy system, weapon system, and operating system to the Mark 42. A free commission for upgrade. Do you want to think about it?" Although Roger would not wear the Mark III in battle, it did not affect his intention to upgrade it. Even if the new is the new model, the old model is, the new model is the old model. Then you might as well ask for a set of Mark 42. "I don't mind as long as you're willing." Tani is now more and more regretting why he took Mark III as a stake in the battle. It's all because he was too young and fell into Rog's trap. The longer he knows Rog, the more Tani feels that Rog was premeditated to seduce him. Whether it was the appearance of Mark III or the words he said later, it was all to deceive Mark III in his hand. Every time he thinks of this, Tani still has some faint heartache. Mark III fell into the hands of a person who doesn't know how to cherish it at all. According to J.R.'s observations over the years, the set of Mark III in Rog's hand has never sent back a starting signal. This also means that Rog purely regards Mark III as a decoration. "One of the proudest works in my life is actually regarded as a decoration. This is simply, forget it, don't think about it. It's easy to get angry if you think too much." Tani glanced at Rog with a slightly angry look, then gave J.R.'s the order to execute the robot party and let J.R.'s begin to locate the signal of the war machine. The prototype of the war machine was the Mark II originally built by Tani. Although it was modified later, it was also modified by AIM Pioneer technology. But this didn't affect JARVIS's precise location of the war machine's signal. It didn't take long for JARVIS to locate the location of the war machine, a port in Fort Lauderdale. It was only a few dozen kilometers away from Miami, which was not very far. Not long after nightfall, Rog and the other two sailed from Miami to the port where the war machine was located. The president is now wearing the war machine and hanging above the oil tank. They are going to burn him to death. After moving forward secretly in the port for a while, Colonel Rode was the first to discover President Ellis. A Viking-style funeral. A public execution. Tani immediately guessed Killian's intention. At this time, Tani was not wearing the latest Mark 42 armor. The Mark 42, which was knocked apart by the truck, was still trying to assemble itself. Yes, burned to death by oil. They are surrounded by their guards, and we can't sneak in quietly. After observing the surrounding situation, Colonel Rhodes said helplessly, "Have you forgotten that I'm a ninja? Infiltration is my specialty." Although Rog has told them more than once that he is a ninja, they don't know why they always ignore this point. You know, he is the only serious ninja in the world who can use mysterious ninjutsu. Ninja? Sneak in? Colonel Rode and Tani looked at each other tacitly, then shook their heads at the same time. They don't know if other ninjas are good at sneaking, but Rog is definitely not the kind of ninja who is good at sneaking. And in their view, Rog is not a ninja at all. In order to prove my level of sneaking, and at the same time to correct your wrong ideas, I need to personally demonstrate what a ninja sneaking method is. As soon as the voice fell, Rog disappeared directly in front of them, leaving only a weak light blue current. In fact, whether Tani agrees or not, he will use his own way to sneak in. Because in this port, he sensed a high-energy reaction signal that was so strong that it can't be ignored. Kyrian, I finally found you. Just as Tani and Colonel Rode were looking for Rog's trace, a huge thunder suddenly sounded and instantly spread throughout the port. Raiton, lightning palm. Of course, it was Rog who made this amazing thunder sound, and in order to make this thunder sound strong enough, he used Raiton, lightning palm to the extreme for the first time. Chapter 173. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Tani and Colonel Rode were used to big scenes, but Rog's operations still made them confused. Didn't he say he was going to sneak in? Didn't he say he was going to hide his whereabouts? What kind of sneak is this? What's the difference between this and knocking on the door? Looking at Rog, who pointed his palm directly at the night sky and continued to release lightning, Tani and Colonel Rode suddenly regretted working with Rog. But they soon discovered the benefits of Rog's amazing operation. There were originally a large number of guards gathered around President Ellis, guarding every corner and passage. But with Rog's grand entrance, the tight defense circle built by these guards had a lot of loopholes. As long as one wasn't deaf or blind, they could see Rog standing on the main road with lightning constantly released from his palm. The guards quickly adjusted their positions and aimed their guns at Rog on the main road. As long as Killian gave the order, the dozens of guards present could instantly turn Rog into a hornet's nest. Tani and Colonel Rode didn't speak. They silently looked at each other, then carefully walked toward President Ellis. Killian, don't hide, I know you're here. Come out and play. If you want to control everything behind the scenes, you can't be the real boss. Rog said as he walked, not caring about the guards at all, as if he didn't see the muzzles aimed at him at all. Although his voice wasn't very loud, he was sure that Killian could hear him. Just as he guessed, Killian was watching him through a surveillance screen in a room on the fishing platform. Looking at the completely unfamiliar face on the screen, Killian showed a puzzled expression. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? How did he know my plan? Although Killian didn't know Rog, he knew that Rog wasn't the kind of existence that could be dismissed at will. Rog's thunder palm just released left a very deep impression in his heart, and it also made him think of someone not to be trifled with. No, he couldn't be the masked man. The masked man had always been active in New York, and I had never provoked him. There weren't many people who could release lightning. Including the fact that he knew Tony Stark, the masked man was the only one who could do it. However, Killian still didn't think that Rog was the masked man in the Avengers. There was no three-tomo mask, no Kusanagi sword that released lightning, and no unreasonably large round fan. Most importantly, his eyes were completely different from the masked man's. Although Killian had no intention of provoking the masked man, it didn't mean that he would ignore his investigation. After pondering for a few minutes, Killian finally left the room and decided to meet Rog face to face. Just as Rog had said, he had always been hiding behind the scenes and had no way of becoming the real boss. Moreover, he also needed to prove to his subordinates his strength as the boss. After leaving the room, Killian came to a high-altitude corridor in front of Rog and looked down at Rog. "Who are you?" Killian didn't signal the guards to shoot, nor did he let the other desperados attack Rog. Instead, he asked for Rog's name. "I'll know when you win." Rog didn't intend to reveal his identity. Although he didn't wear a mask to hide his identity, it didn't mean that he would tell Killian his name. In that case, go to hell. After saying that, Killian raised his right hand and waved it gently. After seeing his gesture, the guards who had already pointed their guns at Rog didn't hesitate and directly pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang, fierce gunshots sounded in an instant, and bullets flew toward Rog like a storm. Except for a few monsters with abnormal physiques, not many people could withstand so many bullets with their flesh. Rog's thunder palm was amazing, but no matter how you looked at it, his body didn't look like the kind of monster body that could withstand bullets. Rog indeed couldn't resist the bullet attack, but the problem was that he didn't have to resist these bullets at all. Because these bullets had no possibility of hitting him at all. He didn't directly use the body flicker technique or fly Thor to avoid these bullets as he was good at in the past. Instead, he stayed in place and let the bullets fly toward him. Lightning release, thundercoat protection. At the moment when the guards fired, Rog also used the only lightning release defensive ninjutsu he had developed. Thundercoat protection was a defensive ninjutsu that he developed based on the electric net defense of the Electric Man in New York Square and the principle of ninjutsu, lightning release, thundercoat protection. Whether it was a long-range attack or a close-range attack, thundercoat protection can play an amazing effect. Hundreds of bullets came near Rog one after another, and then were blocked by the invisible thundercoat. The metal bullets instantly disintegrated and then completely dissipated. When he wasn't facing an attack, the lightning cloak was like an invisible barrier. Only at the moment of the attack would the invisible lightning cloak ripple, revealing its existence. Gunshots kept ringing, but no bullet could penetrate the defense of Thundercoat and cause damage to Rog. Roger stood on the main road like a target, allowing the guards to attack him. At the same time, he used his actions to silently mock them for their weakness. "Even if I stand here motionless, you can't hurt me at all. You are just ants." It didn't take long for the sound of magazines being emptied, and the gunshots weakened and finally disappeared completely. "Killian, it seems that I have overestimated you. I thought that you would be more domineering after being transformed by extremists. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are no different from the coward standing on the roof 13 years ago." Rog mocked Killian presumptuously. He wanted Killian to be angry, the angrier the better. The angrier Killian is, the more fun he can have. After hearing Rog mention the roof 13 years ago, Killian's face finally changed, became gloomy, and his skin began to turn slightly red. That day was the day that changed his life, and it was also his most humiliating day. Killian didn't speak, but silently took off his suit jacket, and then jumped down from the high-altitude aisle and landed directly on the main road. Although he has been transformed by extremists, he will still be injured if he jumps from this height. However, he doesn't care about this. Extremists will repair the injuries on his body, and all he needs to bear is the pain. And he has long been accustomed to pain. Chapter 174. Killian, whose body seemed to be flowing with magma, walked step by step to Rog. Then he stopped about 5 meters away from him. Killian didn't say anything harsh. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Rog. Looking at Killian, who had become completely serious, Rog also became eager to try. Since he studied Electric Man Max from the inside out and developed several brand new lightning release ninjutsu, he has been waiting for an enemy who can let him use these lightning release ninjutsu to his heart's content. There is no such enemy in the safe city of New York, so after knowing that Tani was officially fighting with Mandolin, he immediately rushed to Los Angeles. For him, Killian is the prey he has been longing for a long time. As for Extremis, it's just a side gain during the hunting process. Just as Killian and Roger were confronting each other, gunshots rang out from the harbor again. Looking in the direction of the gunshots, Rog saw Tani and Colonel Road being suppressed by the guards behind a small container. The situation of the two of them looked bad, but Rog had no intention of rescuing them. In other words, they didn't need Rog's rescue. Before departure, Tani gave S an order for a robot party. And now, Tani's party partners finally arrived at the party. Not long after the gunshots sounded, more than 30 light spots appeared in the night sky and quickly flew to the port. These light spots quickly came over the port, showing their true appearance and forming a standard circle. Mark 8 to Mark 41. Tani's Mark series Iron Man suits built after the battle in New York, except for Mark 42 who has not arrived yet, all of them appeared. Tani's robot party has officially begun. Did you see that? Your plan had no chance of success from the very beginning. You underestimated Tani Stark. Rog said to Killian unhurriedly. As long as I can keep all of you here, I'll be the one laughing in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Killian burst forth with a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. He quickly arrived in front of Rog and struck his lava-like right hand directly at Rog's heart. Bang! Rog didn't dodge, nor did he use the thunder cloak to protect himself. Instead, he raised his right hand wrapped in chakra and grabbed Killian's right fist. After the transformation of Extremis, Killian's physical fitness has reached an amazing level. Especially when Extremis is stimulated, his magma-like right fist can instantly penetrate a steel plate. Even the Iron Man armor carefully built by Tani can't stop the high temperature of his right fist that is enough to melt steel. However, the high temperature that could instantly melt steel into molten iron did not cause any damage to Rog's right palm. The light blue chakra wrapped in Rog's right hand not only gives him stronger strength, but also isolates the high temperature emitted by Killian's right fist. You want to burn through my chakra with high temperature? Try again in your next life. Seeing that the situation was not good, Killian just wanted to withdraw his right fist, but Rog suddenly turned his palm into a claw and firmly grabbed Killian's fist. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Lightning release, lightning palm. With a thought, bolts of lightning appeared on Rog's right hand. Before Killian could do anything, more than a dozen lightning bolts as thick as a wrist shot out wildly from the palm of Rog's right hand. Boom! A violent thunder that was no weaker than the previous one sounded, and Killian, who was red all over, was sent flying like a bullet out of the barrel. The lightning released by lightning palm instantly broke Killian's right arm, and at the same time, left a few fist-sized holes in his magma-like body. Before Killian, who was sent flying by lightning palm, landed on the ground, his lost right arm and the hole in his body began to quickly repair with the help of Extremis. These injuries can't defeat me with Extremis. The final winner must be me. Just as these thoughts emerged in Killian's mind, he saw Rog's right hand again. Lightning body flicker. Rog instantly appeared in front of Killian. How can he be so fast? Killian was destined not to get the answer he wanted, and now he was not qualified to consider these questions. Rog's right hand, which had just released lightning palm, grabbed Killian's neck. Lightning discharger, 30 million volts. Hundreds of electric currents visible to the naked eye instantly enveloped Rog and Killian in his hand, and the blazing electric light made the entire port as bright as day. The pain was indescribable. Every inch of his skin was in excruciating pain. Destruction and rebirth emerged at the same time in Killian's body. When dealing with Killian's men, 1 million volts was enough to decide the outcome. But in the face of Killian, the most highly modified Extremis fighter, 30 million volts of terrifying currents still couldn't kill him with a single blow. The gap in strength between his men and his boss was vividly displayed. What surprised Rog even more was that even in such a painful situation, Killian still gritted his teeth and did not let out a scream for mercy. Although they were in different positions, Killian's terrifying endurance still made Rog involuntarily admire him. It's nothing to be cruel to others. Being cruel to yourself, that's a real ruthless person. As for Killian, he was a cruel wolf who was even more powerful than vicious. If their identities were reversed, Rog admitted that he couldn't do this. Even when intense pain filled his entire mind, Killian still did not give up his plan to fight back, and attacked Rog directly with his remaining left hand. Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. Killian's determination is indeed very moving, but the gap is the gap. Lightning evasion, lightning cloak protection. Killian's swinging left hand did not hit Rog as expected, but was blocked by Rog's invisible lightning cloak. In front of Killian's left hand, a ripple of more than 10 centimeters appeared. This ripple seemed to be only a few millimeters thick, but it was like a natural barrier, blocking Killian's left fist. The 30 million volts of current from the discharger continued, and so did Killian's pain. His right arm that could only be healed in a few seconds was not completely healed due to the constant damage from the current. From the looks of it, Killian had no chance of winning. But he still did not give up. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a flame gushed out from his mouth, attacking Rog, who was right in front of him. Unlike his left fist, this sudden flame successfully broke through the invisible lightning cloak and arrived in front of Rog. However, this flame did not hit Rog's body in the end. The light blue chakra enveloped Rog's entire body, completely isolating him from the flame. Killian finally saw the full appearance of lightning evasion, lightning cloak protection through his own efforts. Chapter 175. If this ninjutsu could only defend against physical attacks such as bullets and fists, then this ninjutsu would not have become the only lightning-release defensive ninjutsu developed by Rog. Rog is an adult, and for an adult, there is no choice but to take them all. Whether it is a physical attack or an energy attack, the lightning cloak can defend all of them. The outer layer of the lightning cloak, which is invisible to the naked eye, is mainly responsible for defending against physical attacks. Inside the lightning cloak, there is a layer of chakra armor that specializes in defending against energy attacks. The lightning cloak plus the chakra armor is the real lightning release, lightning cloak, lightning palm, lightning discharger, lightning sword draw, and lightning cloak. This is the scientific research result obtained by Rog after carefully studying Electric Man Max. The flames spewed out by Killian only lasted for a few seconds before dissipating. Before the flames completely dissipated, Killian already knew that his flame attacks still did not cause any damage to Rog. The gap is too big. Killian, who was constantly eroded by a strong electric current, showed a helpless wry smile. All the counterattacks were declared a failure. Killian couldn't help but think of the night 13 years ago again, the night when everyone was celebrating while he tasted the pain alone on the roof. However, even in this desperate situation, Killian still has no intention of giving up. He still has one last trick. An attack that can only be used once in a lifetime. Self-explosion. Pushing extremist to the extreme, overheating himself, thereby creating a terrifying self-explosion with a temperature as high as thousands of degrees. This kind of overload self-explosion was originally a flaw that extremists had not been completely perfected. But at this time, it became Killian's last trump card. Although he will definitely die after self-explosion. But now he obviously won't care about this. Instead of being electrocuted alive, it is better to take the initiative to self-destruct. At least in this way, he can die with more dignity. Rog noticed that Killian wanted to self-destruct. Just when he was considering whether to continue to increase the power of lightning discharger or use lightning sword draw with his left hand to directly cut off Killian's head, Killian, who was grabbed by the neck by him, was suddenly bounced out by a powerful force. This sudden attack was not directed at Rog, but directly at Killian in his hand. However, what really surprised him was not the sudden appearance of this attack, but the power attribute of this attack. Is this gravity? Rog has never fought with an enemy who can control gravity, so he is not very sure whether this attack comes from gravity or not. Kirian was sent flying by this attack that came out of nowhere. The terrifying impact made his already battered body even worse. Although this method of saving him is a bit speechless, he had to admit that this attack allowed him to escape, as he had a chance to do it again as well. After Kirian was sent flying, Rog didn't choose to pursue him immediately. Instead, he began to search around. If he guessed correctly, he might be able to find a delicate gadget here. Sure enough, just 3 or 4 meters away from him, there is a circular instrument made of metal, with the overall shape of 2 movable rings intertwined together. In the middle of this instrument, which is only 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, there is a small piece of black substance that looks like oil. At first sight of this instrument, Rog recognized its origin. The small gravitational proton instrument was built by Ian Queen's Queen Group. The black substance inside is the gravitational proton that can control gravity. 9-headed Hydra. Interesting. Since the last time he mentioned that he wanted the first item of 084, the obelisk, Hydra has never contacted him or appeared in front of him again. As a result, after disappearing for several months, Hydra emerged and stood on the opposite side of him. The ambitious Hydra will not let go of any opportunity to strengthen themselves, and Kirian's extremists perfectly meets their requirements. While Rog was looking for the small gravitational proton instrument, Kirian did not waste this rare opportunity. He dragged his body, which had not fully recovered, and walked towards the laboratory on the fishing platform without looking back. Kirian didn't know who saved him, but he didn't have time to think about it now. When Rog silently put away the small gravitational proton instrument in his hand, Kirian had already run to the door of the laboratory and then disappeared from his sight. Logue did not care about Kirian. No matter what, Kirian would not be able to escape from him tonight. He has firmly remembered the energy characteristics of Kirian's body. Unless Kirian can cast a portal like Kamartaj Sorcerer, he won't have any chance to leave. Although Hydra's people hid well enough and were careful enough when launching attacks, their caution was destined to be meaningless. Chakra perception. Rog instantly confirmed the location of everyone on the dock. Excluding Kirian's men and Colonel Tani Road, the rest are naturally Hydra's people. As for whether these life energy signals will be ordinary people on the dock, this is a question that doesn't need to be considered at all. No ordinary person will stay on the dock at this time, unless he has some ulterior motives. 3 people in a team, a total of 9 people. After determining the number and location of Hydra, Rog suddenly had a small plan. When dealing with Electric Man, he deliberately exchanged 2 ninjutsu for Symbol's Seal and King Kong's Seal from the system. But because of Electric Man's disappointment, he didn't use King Kong's Seal. However, at this time, he suddenly had the idea of using King Kong's Seal. There are a total of 9 people, so 9 chains are enough. With a thought, 9 golden chakra chains emerged from Rog's back, flying behind him like 9 tails. The number 9 has a different meaning for ninja. 9 symbolizes cheating and strength. When 9 thick chakra chains emerged from Rog's back, the 9 Hydra warriors hiding in the dark couldn't help but feel shocked, and a sense of danger immediately surged in their hearts. Before they set off, they knew that the people they were going to face this time were extremely dangerous and extremely ferocious. Once they were found, their chances of survival were infinitely close to 0. But even so, they still took the mission and came here without hesitation. Chapter 176. When it comes to brainwashing their subordinates, Hydra is definitely one of the best in the world. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., which has the name of a justice organization, is far inferior to Hydra in this regard. The last time Rog encountered such a loyal enemy was when his hand was still alive. Unfortunately, his hand was still gone in the end, and it was because of him. He didn't know which one was more thorough in brainwashing, the ninja of the hand or the Hydra agents. An idea suddenly popped up in Rog's mind as he manipulated the 9 tail-like chakra chains behind him. Although he didn't know where his thoughts were at this time, the 9 golden chakra chains attacked 9 enemies in 3 different directions like lightning. Judging from the strength of the 9 Hydra agents, Using the King Kong blockade to deal with them would be a waste of chakra. However, Rog didn't care about this at all. I have a lot of chakra, I don't care, I'm happy to waste it. Second last's amount of chakra is enough for him to waste it and scrupulously. Although squandering is shameful, it can bring pleasure. In the face of the lightning-fast chakra chains, the 9 Hydra agents did not have any intention of retreating. At the moment they accepted the task, they already knew their fate very clearly. Once they are discovered, they will die. They may not be able to change their fate of death, but they can make their deaths more meaningful. Since they have already been exposed, there is naturally no need to hide. The 9 Hydra agents picked up the weapons in their hands at the same time and then decisively pulled the trigger. 6 automatic rifles took the lead in firing bullets, and the metal bullets flew towards the incoming chakra chains. Then, 3 rocket launchers that looked like rocket launchers but were more technologically advanced than rocket launchers also launched an attack towards Roger. 3 small gravitational proton instruments, driven by the silver-white barrels, flew towards Rog at a speed faster than the speed of sound. These Hydra agents witnessed the scene of Rog using Raijin to block the bullets and Killian's attack, but at this time, they still aimed their most powerful weapons at Rog himself, not the incoming chakra chains. The golden chakra chains are not easy to deal with at first glance, and attacking these chakra chains will not change the outcome of their death. Therefore, instead of attacking the chakra chains, it is better to put hope on the small gravitational proton instruments and hope that these small but powerful gadgets can injure or directly kill Rog. As long as Rog is injured or killed, these chakra chains will naturally disappear. The way these Hydra agents responded was not wrong, but they underestimated Rog and overestimated the power of the small gravitational proton instruments. It took less than a second for these small gravitational proton instruments to fly in front of Rog, and then they were blocked by the invisible Raijin. The strong electric current quickly disintegrated the shape of the instrument, and 3 gorgeous ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the left and right sides of Rog. While the Raijin disintegrated and blocked these gravitational proton instruments, these instruments also released a powerful impact force that was enough to knock out a heavy truck. With Rog's location as the center, the ground within 10 meters in diameter cracked instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spread around, and the shattered stones were further crushed under the influence of chaotic gravity. The gravitational proton not only strengthens the gravity in Rog's location, but also forms a chaotic and dangerous terrifying gravitational field. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been crushed into a disgusting mass of meat at the moment the gravitational field was formed. Then, under the influence of chaotic gravity, it changed from a solid mass of meat to a torn and flying strip of meat. In terms of the nature of energy, gravity is definitely a high-end energy attribute. But high-end does not mean absolute strength. Quality is important, but quality without quantity is weak. With the 3 groups of gravitational proton that are not even as big as Rog's little finger, they want to break through his carefully developed Raijin. Don't be kidding! If the Raijin was so easy to break through, Rog would jump from the port now and swim back to New York. The terrifying and dangerous gravitational field only lasted for less than 10 seconds before dissipating on its own, leaving nothing but gravel on the ground. Although Roger didn't move from his spot, the 9 chakra chains were still carrying out his orders faithfully. The 9 Hydra agents didn't even wait for the gravitational field to disappear before their chests or necks were broken by the chakra chains. Hydra didn't expect the 9 agents to cause much damage to Rog at first. The only reason for their presence here may be to provide some help to Killian at the right time. If Hydra really intended to cooperate with Killian to eliminate Rog here, the people they sent would never be the only 9 ordinary agents who have not been strengthened. These 9 agents can bully ordinary people, but in front of Rog, they are still too weak, so weak that Rog is not even willing to take out his kunai. But anyway, they still paid the price of their lives so that Killian was qualified to live a little longer. Tawny and Colonel Rhodes are still fighting against Killian's men. Although there are only 2 of them, they are now the ones who have the upper hand. Tawny is even fighting 1 against 3 by constantly changing his Iron Man armor. He is fighting against 3 desperados at the same time, and he is also fighting very well. As for the unlucky President Ellis, he is still hanging high above the oil tank at this time. Colonel Rog is quickly approaching President Ellis with the help of his Iron Man armor, trying to rescue him and retrieve his war machine. After roughly observing the situation of Tawny and Colonel Rhodes, Rog looked at the laboratory on the fishing platform. After dealing with Killian, he can go home. It will be a good Christmas Eve. Just as Rog was about to take out the flying Thor and fly directly to the laboratory, Killian, who had disappeared for a while, took the initiative to come out of the laboratory. It's still the same appearance as before. Except for the fact that his shirt has completely disappeared, Killian looks no different from before. If the change in size doesn't count. Killian's body was originally about the same size as Rog, but now, he is half a meter taller than Rog. In addition to the skyrocketing height, his body has also become a lot thicker, and his muscular right arm is even thicker than Rog's thigh. If his skin could turn green, then he would look like a small Hulk injected with Extremis. Chapter 177. Second Enhancement? That's interesting. Although Rog didn't witness what Killian did in the laboratory, it wasn't difficult to guess from his current appearance. The brief fight just now, or rather, the one-sided abuse, made Killian fully aware of the strength gap between the two. If he wants to defeat Rog, he must use some extraordinary means. As one of the co-developers of Extremis, Killian knows very well what the consequences of injecting an overdose of Extremis will be. But now he obviously doesn't care about this. I'm not even afraid of self-destruction, what else can I be afraid of? And things have developed to the present, and he has nothing to lose. Either he defeats Rog and leaves here alive, or he loses and says goodbye to the world. Although our positions are different, I have to say that you are a respectable opponent. The injection of Extremis is definitely not an easy thing to do. Looking at the people who self-destructed because they couldn't bear Extremis, you can know that injecting this thing is not easy at all. When the body has reached its limit, he continued to perform a second injection and resisted it. Kieran's willpower alone was enough for Rog to respect him. Respecting the opponent is respecting yourself. If we could have met earlier, maybe we could have become friends. There was a piercing pain in his body all the time, but Killian still said to Rog as if nothing had happened. Yeah, but unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in this world. As soon as his voice fell, Rog entered the lightning release chakra mode. The second round officially begins now. Looking at Rog, who was wrapped in a light blue chakra coat and was surrounded by white lightning, Killian did not hesitate and ran directly towards him. The second injection of Extremis not only greatly changed Killian's figure, but also gave him strength, speed, and energy far beyond his previous strength. The energy intensity in his body is dozens of times stronger than before, and his overall strength has undergone a qualitative change. If he was like a small fire made of branches before, then now he is a towering tree drenched in oil and burning crazily. At his current burning speed, even if Rog ignores him completely, he will directly exhaust all his energy and vitality in more than half an hour, and finally die of exhaustion. This half an hour is the peak state of Killian's life. Facing Killian, who was running wildly, Rog did not retreat, nor did he dodge, but he also met him head-on. Sometimes, a man's battle is a simple and rough one. Boom. Roger's right fist wrapped in chakra and Killian's right fist fiercely collided with each other. A strong sonic boom burst out, and a terrifying impact force spread out in all directions like a hurricane. At the same time of the sonic boom, the ground where Rog and Killian stood also instantly cracked, and the ground within 10 meters in diameter was instantly covered by spiderweb-like cracks. After the two fists collided, Rog and Killian withdrew their fists almost at the same time. Then, they launched a second wave of attacks towards each other. On the surface, Killian is a cultured person, and he has not experienced any decent battles. But his close combat ability is not weak at all, and his first move is a pure American boxing. Jab, swing, hook, heavy punch, 1-2 combo. Killian is like a boxing champion in the ring, crazily attacking Rog, and the strength and speed of his punches are dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than those boxing champions. Compared to Killian's pure boxing attacks, Rog's attacks are more unconstrained. Rog does not specialize in a particular school of fighting techniques. In other words, he knows a little bit of the moves of any school of fighting. His 3-tomo Sharingan is not only able to release illusions. The punches hit the flesh, the dull and intense hitting sounds, and the sonic booms are like a symphony. The momentum caused by the battle between Rog and Killian made Tani and others, who were originally fighting fiercely, involuntarily stop fighting, and one by one, they all focused their attention on them. There are no mysterious ninjutsu, no fancy energy attacks. There are only pure extreme fist and foot attacks here, and only simple and crude male fighting. Neither Rog nor Killian paid attention to the uninvited spectators, and all their attention was now focused on the enemy in front of them who was only less than a meter away from them. If you give me a hook, I will give you an elbow. If you give me a burst punch, I will give you a heavy punch. Killian has a twice-strengthened extremis and a taller and sturdier body, and Rog also has a sage body and lightning release chakra mode. They are like the gladiators in the Colosseum of ancient Rome, staging bloody and primitive wild battles. Looking at Killian and Rog's attacks that produce sonic booms every time, Tani and the others present swallowed unconsciously. Are these two guys really still human? Although in terms of appearance, they all have typical Earthling characteristics. But what they are doing now is not like Earthlings in general. Have you ever seen an Earthling who can make a sonic boom with a punch? Have you ever seen an Earthling whose punch is so fast that the radar of the Iron Man armor can't catch it? The two below were the ones. Although he has entered the lightning release chakra mode, Rog has to admit that Killian's fists are still quite painful. However, compared with Rog, who has the chakra coat and lightning protection, Killian, who has an advantage in size, is the one who is more miserable. Extremis has greatly strengthened his body, but no matter how it is strengthened, his body is still an ordinary body, not a monster-like body like Hulk's. Every punch that Rog makes will leave a lot of injuries on his body. Either his bones are broken, or his body is directly sunken. If it weren't for the amazing resilience of Extremis, Killian would have been beaten into a pulp by Rog. Although he didn't take any advantage in the melee fighting, Killian still had no intention of retreating. Once he pulls away, he, who lacks long-range attacks, will only be more miserable than he is now. Killian knows this very well, and so does Rog. So at this time, Rog is enjoying the pleasure of fighting brought by Killian to the fullest. Sure enough, men sometimes still need to release their passion on other men. This can let men find the wild passion of another male creature. Under Rog's frenzied attacks, Killian's form changed once again. Chapter 178. Previously, Killian only looked like he had lava flowing in his body, but now, he looked like he had lava flowing in his body. Now, Killian was like the legendary lava giant. His skin had turned dark red like lava. Killian's form changed once again, and he emitted a shockingly high temperature. The surrounding temperature also increased by more than 10 degrees Celsius, and it showed signs of continuing to rise. Killian was now using his actions to prove what it meant to burn one's life. Rog also showed his respect for Killian's willingness to risk his life. Monstrous Strength Fist. Ever since he obtained the Monstrous Strength Fist ability, he hadn't used it in a real battle. The enemies he had encountered before either didn't really want to play this kind of close combat with his fists, or were too weak to be worth him using this move. Bang! Rog's right fist was like a heavy artillery shell fired from a main battle tank, and it fiercely hit Killian's chest. In an instant, a fist-sized dent appeared in Killian's chest, which looked like it was made of magma. His ribs also broke without any suspense. This monstrous strength fist, which could shatter a boulder, didn't send Killian flying, but it made him silently retreat a few steps. Your punch isn't strong enough. After taking Rog's monstrous strength fist head-on, Killian's face showed a crazy smile, and he said to Rog with a ferocious expression. As soon as his voice fell, Killian rushed in front of Rog, and his lava-like right fist directly hit Rog's head. Even if he was in lightning chakra mode, even if he had the body of an immortal. If Killian's fist hit his head, even if Rog wasn't seriously injured, he would have a severe concussion. Of course, The premise was that Killian's right fist could hit Rog's head. Rog didn't prepare to block Killian's fist, nor did he intend to retreat. Just as Killian's fist, which was no weaker than the monstrous strength fist, was about to hit his head, he tilted his head to the left at this critical moment. Killian's right fist brushed his right ear with a distance of less than a centimeter, and then Killian heard his sudden question. Do you know what 1000 minus 7 equals? Of course, Killian knew what 1000 minus 7 equals. However, he didn't intend to answer Rog at all, but took this as a provocation from Rog. Just as Killian was about to cut off Rog's head with his right hand, he suddenly found that his right hand was firmly grasped by Rog. Rog's hands grabbed Killian's right forearm and upper arm respectively, and then his hands suddenly bent. Gotcha! The crisp sound of an elbow joint fracture sounded. To an ordinary person, having his right arm broken was probably an unbearable pain. But to Killian, this pain was nothing. What's more, extremists can repair. However, Killian still misjudged Rog's idea. Breaking Killian's arm was not Rog's real purpose. Just as Extremis was trying to repair the broken right arm, Rog's right hand that grabbed Killian's forearm suddenly exerted force and directly removed Killian's forearm. What is 1000 minus 7 equals? Rog pulled out Killian's forearm directly like pulling out the weeds in the garden, and continued to ask. Killian now has no idea what Rog is going to do. With Killian's silence, Rog's left hand that grabbed his upper arm suddenly exerted force and pulled his upper arm directly off. 1000 minus 7. What the hell is this guy going to do? This kind of injury is nothing to me. Even if his right forearm and upper arm were torn off one after another, Killian still didn't take it to heart. However, after seeing Rog's gaze like a wolf looking at a rabbit, Killian suddenly remembered something. Is he going to? Impossible, this is not his fighting style. Feeling that something was wrong, Killian instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Rog grabbed his left hand at some point. This guy is really going to do this. Killian didn't have time to withdraw his left hand, and the forearm of his left hand was pulled off by Rog violently. 1000 minus 7. Killian still didn't answer, so the upper arm of his left hand was also torn off. He's going to tear Killian apart. After seeing Rog tear off Killian's hands with great decisiveness, Tawny and Colonel Road had this amazing idea in their minds at the same time. Rog didn't intend to do this. However, when Killian waved his magma right fist towards him, he suddenly thought of an anime character. His left hand was also torn off, and Killian finally confirmed Rog's idea. Although it was a pity to lose his left hand, it also gave Killian a chance to retreat. Without any hesitation, Killian's legs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body directly jumped back. If possible, Killian didn't want to distance himself from Rog. But now, he could only do this. The lost hands could indeed grow back, but it took time, even if it was only a short time of 2 or 3 seconds. If he continued to stay in front of Rog, he would be a sandbag without any power to fight back. Rog didn't seem to see Killian's retreat, letting him run for dozens of meters. Just as Killian breathed a sigh of relief, 4 shining golden chakra chains hit his shoulders and legs, firmly nailing him to the ground. King Kong blockade. Since he planned to imitate Kinmo, he might as well imitate more. Rog is not a ghoul like Kinmo, nor does he have Kinmo's scales, but this does not prevent him from imitating Kinmo. 4 King Kong blockade wrapped in golden light, and then covered with a layer of chakra coat, can also create tail-like scales. Controlling chakra chains to pull himself behind Killian, Rog once again asked the question that gave Killian a headache. 1000 minus 7. This guy is too much. Killian's hands have been completely restored, but he was nailed to the ground by chakra chains and had no possibility of attacking Rog. Self-destruct. I would rather self-destruct than answer your idiotic question. Killian quickly made a decision. Then, his heart suddenly sank. Can't self-destruct? Having reached this point, Rog certainly won't let Killian self-destruct so easily. At the moment when chakra chains hit Killian, he forced his chakra into Killian's body and used chakra to forcibly suppress Extremis. 1000 minus 7. 993. 986. 979. 972. Chapter 179. Training is a skill. No matter how strong a person's will is, as long as you find the method, you can train them to become what you want. Of course, Killian's willpower is needless to say. He is a ruthless person of the new generation. Originally, Rog had planned to use the valuable training experience he had gained from the Abomination and the Electric Man in front of Killian. Unexpectedly, Killian decisively chose to obey after discovering that his last trump card had self-destructed and disappeared. Although he wasn't sure if Killian really had a mental breakdown or chose to obey strategically, it didn't affect Rog's good mood at this time. After a round of intense hand-to-hand combat, they completed a rather satisfactory reenactment of the famous scene. What's there to be dissatisfied with on this Christmas Eve? As for President Ellis, who was hanging above the oil tank, what does that have to do with me? I'm not an American. 923, 916, 909, 902, Killian was still playing the 1000-7 game. At the same time, his face was tightly pressed against the ground, and he closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate. Speaking of which, Killian was a rather unlucky guy. If he didn't appear on New Year's Eve, when Tani wanted to do something with Maya Hansen, he might not have become like this. Even so, Rog didn't feel sorry for Killian. You made the choice yourself, and of course, you have to bear the consequences yourself. The world of adults was just that simple. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword draw. Without any hesitation, a tachi made of lightning appeared in Rog's right hand. Then, lightning flashed across Killian's neck. This time, it's really over. Killian's head rolled forward a few times, and magma-like blood flowed out. Not long after, Killian's body completely cooled down. Putting away the thunder tachi in his hand and the chakra chain on his back, Rog summoned more than a dozen shadow clones. Without any instructions, these shadow clones quickly rushed to the laboratory on the fishing platform and began to pack the equipment and materials in the laboratory. These equipment and materials were used by Dr. Lizard when transforming the Abomination. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but Rog felt that Dr. Lizard was becoming more and more like Orochimaru. No, if Dr. Lizard is Orochimaru, then he, who provided him with experimental materials, is Konoha's Pot King Danzo. Using the Flying Thor, the shadow clones quickly emptied Killian's laboratory and then removed their existence one by one. After dealing with Killian, Rog did not intervene in other battles. Instead, he gave the stage to Tani and Colonel Road. 10 minutes later, the harbor finally calmed down. After paying more than a dozen sets of Iron Man armors, Tani successfully eliminated all the desperados and most of the guards in the port. Colonel Road also successfully rescued President Ellis, retrieved his war machine, and sent the president to a safe place. After the battle, Tani didn't leave the port immediately. Instead, he flew in front of Rog wearing a suit that he couldn't recognize. Didn't you want me to help you perfect the formula for extremists? I can help you. But you have to promise that you won't build a super soldier like Killian. After witnessing the battle between Rog and Killian, Tani helplessly found that if Rog hadn't come this time, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything to Killian. He doesn't like to owe others anything, so he plans to pay back Rog's favor immediately. I can't guarantee this. You also know very well that the biggest role of extremists is to build super soldiers, and the powerful self-repair ability is just a collateral product. All I can guarantee is that I won't abuse extremists. Rog wants extremists, of course, to build a super soldier, otherwise what does he want this for? He has even decided on the candidate for the transformation. At this time, Abomination, who was far away in New York, suddenly sneezed, and then looked around suspiciously. Forget it, give me the formula, and I'll ask this to send it to you after I perfect it. After thinking about it seriously for a few minutes, Tani chose to believe in Rog. If Rog really wants to build a super soldier, he will build it with or without extremists. What are you going to do next? Glancing at the paper handed over by Rog, Tani hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out and taking it. Then, like Rog, he sat on the top beam of the fishing platform and looked down at the distant sea. Continue to work, continue to practice, and then wait for the final battle of fate. Tani rolled his eyes at Rog's strange statement, and then looked into the distance without saying a word. Deal with the shrapnel in your chest. You can't sleep well if you keep thinking about the past. Okay, I'll go first. Remember to send me the formula after you perfect it. After that, Rog left the fishing platform with the Flying Thunder God and returned directly to New York. Remember to clean up the battlefield. I don't want to face a second Obadiah. After instructing Tani put on the helmet of his battle suit and flew directly to Los Angeles. How can I spend Christmas Eve alone? Time flew by, and another week passed unknowingly, and it was a new year. The Mandolin terrorist attack finally came to an end with the arrest of Mandolin and the vice president. AIM Pioneer technology was also directly incorporated by the U.S. government in the name of threatening national security. However, what the U.S. government incorporated was just an empty shell, and all the assets and research results of AIM Pioneer technology were mysteriously missing, and their whereabouts were unknown. Colonel Rhodes received a commendation from the president and a medal from the president. The U.S. military originally wanted to take this opportunity to repair the cold relationship with Stark Industries, but there was no doubt that it was directly rejected by Tani. Stark Industries is no longer the military enterprise it used to be. Clean energy, artificial intelligence, advanced machinery, and other fields are Stark Industries' current main business. A few days after Christmas, Tani sent him the Extremis formula that Rog needed, and at the same time arranged for himself to have the shrapnel removed from his chest. In the new year, everyone started their new lives, and everything was developing in a good direction. Of course, this does not include Abomination, who has been transformed by Extremis. With Abomination's physique, there is no problem in surviving the transformation of Extremis. What's more, this is the formula that Tani has perfected, and even if it fails, there will be no self-destruction. When Rog told Abomination that he didn't have to cooperate with Dr. Lizard's research for the time being, Abomination thought that he had received a long-lost New Year's gift. But he soon found that his idea was a little too naive. Don't hide, it will grow back anyway. There is nothing to be afraid of. Come back here. If you run away again, I'll let the wooden puppet communicate with you. Chapter 180. Since Abomination received the Extremis transformation without sequelae, Rog and Dr. Connors have been in a better mood day by day. Rog finally has a living ninjutsu test target and sandbag with some resistance. Dr. Connors can finally do some experiments on Abomination that he didn't dare to do before. Just as Rog said at the beginning, it will grow anyway, there is nothing to be afraid of. The happiness lasted for more than half a month, and Rog left Dr. Connors' lab with Punisher and Abomination. After resting for so long, it's time to repay the small gift Hydra gave him at the dock. In the past half a month, Rog seems to have been playing happily with Abomination every day. But in fact, he has been asking Sky to collect information about Hydra. He even asked Sky to invade the System of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. If Rog really wants to tear into Hydra, there is actually a very simple way. That is to release the news that Alexander Pierce, John Garrett, Grandwater, and Brock Rum are all Hydra members. But he didn't do that. Although doing so can hurt Hydra greatly, it will also lead to a desperate and crazy counterattack from Hydra. If he was alone, he certainly wouldn't need to worry about this. But he is not alone now, and he needs to think about the people around him a little. Now is not the time to completely tear into Hydra, just teach them a lesson, and then they will settle the accounts together. And these guys won't be able to jump around for long. According to the information collected by Sky, there are more than a dozen large and small suspected Hydra strongholds in New York. Rog selected the 3 largest strongholds from among them, and then arranged one for Punisher and Abomination. First pull out Hydra's nails in New York, and then play with them slowly. One person captures a stronghold, and it's a Hydra stronghold. This seems crazy, but it's not difficult for Rog and the other two. Punisher is the body of the Edo Tensei, and as long as he doesn't encounter an attack that just restrains him, he is basically immortal. Abomination originally had good resilience, and with Extremis, he is a veritable battlefield meat grinder. As for Rog, he hopes that Hydra's stronghold can provide him with some unexpected surprises. Although both of you are unlikely to die in battle, I still have to remind you. Hydra is different from the Yakuza members you bullied before. They may have a lot of strange things. Don't lose Konoha's face, you know that? Especially you, Bronski, don't think about dying on purpose. If you really dare to do this, I will make you like Frank. You won't even be able to taste the taste of the Happy Meal in the future. Frank the Punisher did not have to worry too much. He was a professional and this was something he was best at. He mainly hates Abomination, and he doesn't know if it's because he's as obtuse. His already unstable mental state has become even more unstable, and he doesn't have the qualities that a professional soldier should have. Before he turned into an Abomination, he was a 1 in 1,000 ace warrior, a top-notch soldier who did not lack experience and strength. I will be careful. This is Frank's answer. I want double the meal in the future. This is Abomination Bronski. After explaining to the two Punishers, Rog took the lead and left with the Flying Thunder God. The stronghold he was going to was in Queens, and he happened to have a flying Thorjutsu near that stronghold. When Rog's figure disappeared, Punisher and Abomination also rushed to their respective targets. Hydra, Konoha's revenge team is here, Tremble. After arriving at the location marked by Sky, Rog did not launch an attack immediately, but first used chakra perception to sense the surrounding situation. There was no special energy, and all energy indicators were within the normal range. The number of people seems to be more than expected, but it doesn't matter, it's nothing more than a matter of cutting his throat a few more times. After determining the surrounding situation, Rog used lightning chakra flicker to the gate of the old factory. Stop, this is private property. As soon as Rog walked to the gate of the factory, 2 armed guards came over and looked at him with great vigilance. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the guards shouted and opened the safety on the rifle. My name is Rog, and I'm here to retaliate against Hydra. When they heard the word Hydra, the 2 guards did not hesitate to pull the trigger, and the bullets flew at Rog like lightning. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots lasted less than a second and stopped abruptly. Vigilance is good, but the strength is a bit weak. Until now, the 2 guards still didn't know what had happened. The only thing they could feel was the sharp pain from their hearts and their increasingly blurred vision. At the moment when they were about to lose their lives, they found that Rog, who was standing in front of them, had turned into a group of crows and flew away. Sharingan Genjutsu. From beginning to end, what the 2 guards saw was only Rog's Genjutsu. When they shot at the illusion, Rog pierced their hearts with kunai and easily killed them. Although the gunshot only lasted for less than a second, it still served as a warning. Rog didn't care about this. For him, whether the Hydra agents inside were prepared or not, it would not affect his actions in any way. The front and back doors of the factory, various passages and entrances were immediately guarded by heavily armed Hydra agents. At the same time, 3 modified soldiers with mechanical prosthetics came out of the innermost laboratory of the warehouse. Left arm, both arms, left arm and right leg. The mechanical prosthetics of these 3 modified soldiers are even more different, but judging from the design style, they should all come from the same manufacturer. In particular, there was a device that looked like a centipede on their spine, which was perfectly attached to their spines. Hydra has never given up on the creation of super soldiers. These 3 soldiers with mechanical prosthetics are their latest research results, Death Warriors. With the latest single combat prosthetics, the combat effectiveness of the Death Warriors is no weaker than that of the Despair Warriors. In terms of recovery ability, the Death Warriors are far inferior to the Despair Warriors. But in terms of lethality, 3 Despair Warriors are not as good as 1 Death Warrior. When the 3 Death Warriors came to the gate of the factory with cold expressions like icebergs, Rog just pushed open the gate of the factory from the outside and walked in casually. Chapter 181. The costumes of these 3 people look a bit familiar. At the first sight of the 3 Death Warriors, Rog remembered a guy named Michael Peterson. Death Warrior Michael Peterson. If he hadn't crossed over, Sky would have joined Coulson's SHIELD team, and then he would have met Michael Peterson in his first mission. But unfortunately, because of him, the line of fate between Sky and Coulson was completely cut off, not even leaving the end of the line. When Rog looked at the 3 Death Warriors, they were also looking at Rog, and the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Now there are dozens of rifles of various models aimed at Rog, but he seems to see nothing, as if he doesn't see those muzzles and Hydra agents at all. They have seen invaders, but they have never seen invaders so arrogant. Just as these Hydra agents were considering whether to give Rog a few bullets directly, Rog suddenly said, "What are you doing? Can't you find where the trigger is?" Rog retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings as he spoke in an arrogant tone. Ordinary rifles, nothing to be afraid of. Even with the 3 Death Warriors, it's the same. Standing at the gate of the factory, Rog didn't pay any attention to these Hydra agents, nor did he worry about his life at all. After all, he's just a shadow clone. Yes, he's not Rog himself. After Rog solved the 2 guards at the door, he summoned the shadow clone and handed over the task of frontal assault to the shadow clone. As for himself, he is now in a passage behind the factory. Have Hydra's people been reduced to the point where they don't even have the courage to shoot? Shoot, you waste. If Red Skull knew that his organization had raised wastes like you, he would regret setting up Hydra. Although the shadow clone's task is to attack head-on, the shadow clone has the same thinking as Rog, so the shadow clone knows what the so-called frontal assault is all about. Frontal assault is just a euphemism for going to the front to attract firepower. After the taunt, the shadow clone patiently waited for the Hydra agents to attack, and quietly used his thundercoat to protect himself. The shadow clone also has human rights, and the longer he can attract firepower, the better. But the shadow clone was soon disappointed because he didn't wait for the expected attack. What's wrong with these Hydra agents? Don't they even love the founder Red Skull? The shadow clone looked at these Hydra agents with a puzzled look, and these Hydra agents looked at him with a confused look. What's the matter with this guy? Didn't they say there are intruders? Why is there a fool here? Once again, the awkward atmosphere spread. In the end, the warrior of death whose arms had been modified was the first to be unable to bear the strange atmosphere. He directly raised his right arm and shot a small missile at the shadow clone. Although it was unbelievable, Rog silently pulled out a hacking tool smaller than the knuckle of his little finger from his pocket. The reason why he came to the main control room of the base was to bring in this hacking tool specially set up by Sky. Then he simply stuck this little square thing on any computer or signal port in the main control room. Attack and destroy Hydra's 3 largest strongholds in New York. This is indeed the main content of the revenge operation. But before destroying the strongholds, he still has some small things to deal with, that is, to create conditions for Sky to hack into this base. Sky's hacking skills are beyond doubt, but hackers are not omnipotent. For those networks that have no external network, even the top hackers can't hack into them out of thin air. In order to solve this problem, it is necessary to artificially create an external interface. Tani did this on SHIELD's helicarrier, and a super agent who climbed the Burj Khalifa in Dubai did it. Chapter 182. After quietly installing the mini-hacking device, Rog first stayed in the main control room for a while, then left as if nothing had happened. From the moment he entered the main control room to the moment he left, the people in the main control room didn't have any suspicions about him. Do I have a hidden talent for espionage? Rog couldn't help but wonder if he had other talents that he hadn't discovered yet. His first espionage mission ended smoothly and satisfactorily. After installing the mini-hacking device, his mission was over. The remaining tasks were Sky's. Hack into the system, back up the data, and paralyze the system. After Sky completed these tasks, he could destroy the base to his heart's content. After leaving the main control room, Rog went directly to the armory in the base. Because of the shadow clone, the armory was now the busiest department in the entire base. People came to pick up weapons and ammunition one after another. After observing the corridor outside the armory, Rog couldn't help but be amazed by the variety of weapons in the armory. Not to mention the regular rifles and bombs, in this armory, there were even energy weapons that could be mass-produced. But Rog didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that these energy weapons were inexplicably similar to the weapons used by the Chitauri. And here, he also saw a small gravitational proton machine that had been weaponized, as well as a variety of high-tech weapons that he couldn't name. Looking at the variety of weapons, Rog even had the idea of robbing this armory. If it wasn't him but the Punisher here, he might have already gone up and robbed it. For a special person like the Punisher who only liked to play with guns, this armory was like heaven to him. However, at this moment, the brightly lit base suddenly fell into darkness. For a secret base like this, a power outage was impossible. Even if there was a problem with the main circuit, the backup circuit would be turned on immediately. So there was only one possibility for the power outage, and that was that Sky had completed his mission and gave a clear enough signal to act. Finally, it's time to begin. Rog directly deactivated the transformation technique and summoned the Kusanagi sword. Using the Kusanagi sword to clear the small monsters was much easier. At the moment of the power outage at the base, the Hydra agents in the arsenal picked up the weapons next to them, then took out the infrared night vision goggles and distributed them. This kind of pitch-black darkness was definitely an extremely unfavorable environment for ordinary people. But for Rog, who has the Sharingan, this kind of darkness is still acceptable. Although he couldn't completely ignore the influence of the darkness, it wasn't particularly difficult for him to determine the enemy's position in such an environment. When the Hydra agents in the arsenal put on their infrared night vision goggles, they saw Rog holding the Kusanagi sword. Before the Hydra agents could shoot, Rog took the lead in attacking. Body flicker. Rog came to a Hydra agent in an instant, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand cut across the Hydra agent's neck before he could shoot. The first one had been dealt with. After killing the Hydra agent, he used the body flicker again and came behind the second target. It wasn't until then that the other Hydra agents found his trace and began to turn their muzzles. As soon as these Hydra agents pulled the trigger, he had already dealt with the second target and disappeared again. Bang 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 bang, fierce gunshots continued to sound, and the arsenal suddenly became very lively. Not only did the dense bullets not hit Rog, but the fire from the muzzle made it easier for him to determine the position of the target. A dark murder show without an audience was staged. Rog continued to appear around these Hydra agents like a ghost, killing them with incomparable efficiency. In less than a minute, the gunshots in the arsenal stopped. More than a dozen Hydra agents guarding the arsenal lined up to report to Hell without even seeing Rog's appearance. After dealing with these people, he didn't leave the arsenal immediately, but quickly picked up something in the arsenal. Small gravity proton instrument, received. Energy rifle, received. Energy grenade, received. This energy cannon is good, also received. I don't know what this is, but it looks good, also received. Rog was like a customer picking up a favorite product in a store, quickly sweeping through. After tossing all the messy stuff into the channeling scroll, he picked up a bag filled with timed explosives. 1 minute, no, 10 seconds is enough. After setting the time, he threw a few in different directions in the arsenal, then picked up the bag and left the arsenal. The base's power supply system has not been restored yet, but this does not affect Rog's speed. He doesn't know if this base has a self-destruct system, but even if it does, it probably won't work now. So he intends to destroy Hydra's base by manually throwing mines. Whenever he passes by a room or area that looks more important, he will throw a few time bombs inside. How much he throws depends on his heart. He throws it with his eyes closed, no pressure. It didn't take long for dozens of time bombs in the bag to be thrown clean by him. Okay, it's time to go back. Rog pressed the start button on the remote control device and crushed it directly. Dozens of time bombs in the base began to count down at the same time. After doing all this, he teleported to the nearest location of the Flying Thunder God technique. Standing on the top of the building where the Flying Thor is located, Rog looked down at the factory not far below and waited patiently. 10 seconds later, dozens of explosions sounded in the factory at the same time. The power of the time bombs is not great, but when these time bombs exploded, A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Rumble! The strong shock wave directly destroyed the entire factory, and the buildings around the factory were also hit by the shock wave, with large and small cracks appearing. It is absolutely impossible to cause this effect with the power of the time bombs themselves. The reason for the mushroom cloud should be that the other bombs in the arsenal helped a lot. When the blast of the explosion began to dissipate and the flying dust began to calm down, Rog once again came near the gate of the factory. There are still 3 relatively tenacious elite monsters here that need to be dealt with. Chapter 183. Of course, these 3 warriors of death are not the only ones who survived the explosion. It's just that among all the survivors, these 3 are the only ones who can interest Rog a little. Although the purpose of destroying the Hydra base has been perfectly achieved, Rog wants to find some extra fun for himself before leaving. At the usual speed of the New York police, it takes them at least 3 minutes from the discovery of the explosion to the scene. This also means that Rog has 3 minutes of undisturbed game time. When he used the lightning body flicker to the gate of the factory, which had been completely seen, the 3 warriors of death also discovered his arrival for the first time. The 3 warriors of death did not find out that Rog was not a shadow clone, but a shadow clone. In their view, the Rog who now appears in front of them is the shadow clone who was flashing around the factory before. Perhaps he has inherited Rog's original laziness, or it may be that the shadow clone feels that the shadow clone will be more interested in these 3 warriors of death. Therefore, in the previous battle, the shadow clone did not launch any attacks on the 3 warriors of death. You have 3 minutes. If you can hold on for 3 minutes, I will let you go. As soon as the voice fell, Rog disappeared in front of the 3 warriors of death. The game time is limited and every second is extremely important. At the moment when Rog disappeared, the 3 warriors of death tacitly formed a circle back-to-back, not giving Rog any chance to backstab them. Having seen the shadow clone backstab Hydra agents, they certainly won't make the same mistake. However, the 3 warriors of death still ignored one point. Their defensive formation can indeed stop Rog's backstab, but Rog's attack direction is always limited to the same plane. Odama Rasengan. The 3 warriors of death did not expect that Rog's attack would come from the air. When they noticed this, the Odama Rasengan with a diameter of more than 1 meter in diameter in Rog's hand had fallen into the middle of their formation. Boom! The 3 warriors of death immediately scattered, but their movements were still 1 step too slow. The Odama Rasengan hit the backs of the 3 of them at the same time. Under the irresistible force of the terrifying distortion and impact, the 3 of them flew out like a baseball hit by a bat. The Odama Rasengan, which was enough to cause fatal damage to ordinary people, didn't cause too much damage to the 3 death warriors. Their strengthened bodies saved them. Even so, the 3 death warriors still felt pain that they hadn't felt for a long time. After sending the 3 death warriors flying, Rog did not hesitate and once again attacked one of them. Only the left arm of the death warrior has been mechanically transformed. He intends to deal with it at the end because this guy is similar to Hydra's chief male model. They both have only 1 metal arm, although one is left and the other is right. As for the one whose arms had been modified, he was ranked 2nd. His first target was the warrior of death whose left arm and right leg had been modified. Before the warrior of death whose left arm and right leg had been modified could land on the ground, Rog appeared behind him like a ghost. Lightning release, thunderbolt sword draw. A dazzling and sharp lightning blade flashed across the body of this death warrior, instantly chopping off his metal left arm and right leg. Dong dong dong. 3 sounds of different sizes landing on the ground were heard. The warrior of death, who had lost his left arm and right leg, just struggled to sit up and Rog's thunderbolt tachi cut across his neck, completely ending his life. After dealing with the warrior of death, Rog finally waited for the other 2 death warriors to attack. Small missiles and rifle bullets flew towards him at the same time. He doesn't know if it's because these death warriors haven't completed the final weapon loading, but Rog always feels that they have too few weapons on them. Except for the metal arm that can launch small missiles, they don't seem to have any other long-range attack means. Otherwise, the Death Warrior with both hands modified wouldn't have picked up the rifle on the ground to attack him. Just as the small missile and rifle bullets were about to hit him, he used lightning body flicker again and disappeared. After avoiding the attack of the small missile and rifle, Rog didn't stop and attacked the Warrior of Death with both metal arms. As if realizing that he was being targeted, the Warrior of Death immediately threw away the rifle in his hand. The two metal arms formed fists, and the shape of the arms changed in an instant. Structural components popped out one by one, and then quickly reassembled. In the blink of an eye, the hands of the Warrior of Death turned into a giant barrel, a barrel that was 70 to 80% similar to a Gatling gun. He didn't know if the Warrior of Death randomly chose a direction, or he really found Rog's path. After the hands formed a giant barrel, he didn't even think about it and fired the first shot. Zila! An orange-red sunlight-like beam of light shot out from the barrel and shot straight at Rog, who hasn't shown his figure yet. Mokutan, a wooden spindle wall. Rows of wood instantly emerged from the ground and formed a curved arch in front of Rog. Rumble! The orange-red beam of light hit the wooden arch without any suspense, and a strong explosion was born, and the orange-red flames swept around like a hurricane. The power of this attack is very good. Although the wooden spindle wall blocked this energy attack, visible cracks also appeared on the arch of the wooden spindle wall, giving a feeling that it would collapse and shatter at any time. As soon as the flames generated by the explosion dissipated, the Warrior of Death launched the second wave of attack. But this time, the energy cannons in his hands didn't shoot out orange-red energy beams, but fist-sized energy shells. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, the energy shells continuously hit the arch formed by the wooden spindle wall, and the cracks on the arch became more and bigger. Because of the sudden outbreak of the Warrior of Death, Rog was temporarily suppressed in the arch. From the situation at the scene, it seemed to be the case. But the fact is, Rog in the arch had no intention of leaving at all. If he wanted to leave here, a flying Thor would be directly done. Just when the Warrior of Death was slightly relieved and thought that he had the initiative, Rog in the arch silently cast a ninjutsu that he hadn't used for a long time. Wood Dragon Jutsu. The Warrior of Death didn't realize that something was wrong. Now he was enjoying the pleasure of shooting wildly, enjoying the pleasure of the energy shells exploding around Rog. But soon, he found that the ground under his feet seemed to tremble. Before he had time to look down, a long hook-nosed wood dragon rushed out from the ground and directly arched him into the air. Then, the dragon mouth about the same size as his body directly bit his body. Wood dragon raises its head. Chapter 184. The wood dragon, tens of meters long, rose into the air and its huge mouth, covered with sharp dragon teeth, bit the Death Warrior who was also in the air. The moment he was sent flying by the wood dragon, the Death Warrior turned the muzzle of the metal cannon and tried to directly kill the huge wood dragon like an ancient beast with intensive energy shells. But before he could fire a few shots, he was bitten by the wood dragon, and the sharp wooden fangs pierced his body directly. The tens of centimeter-long dragon teeth pierced his body directly, and bright red blood fell from the air like raindrops. The moment he was bitten by the wood dragon, the Death Warrior knew that he would not be able to leave here alive today anyway. But even so, he did not intend to resign himself to his fate and wait for death. He tried his best to move the muzzle of the cannon, hoping that he could launch one last attack on Log before he died. Rog did not stop his actions and even took the initiative to keep the wood dragon stable so that he would not aim at the wrong position. Just as the Death Warrior aimed at Rog with difficulty and was about to fire the last shot of his life, he suddenly smiled helplessly. Insufficient energy, unable to fire. The previous crazy firing consumed a lot of energy, and the remaining energy was quietly absorbed by the wood dragon after it bit him. The metal cannon in his hand, which represents the highest craftsmanship of Hydra's energy weapons, is now a useless decoration. Hydra's engineers have worked hard, but they are not Tony Stark after all. They can't shrink the energy reactor and solve the capacity problem at the same time. In this regard, Ivan Vank has to do a little better than them. At least the arc reactor he made is closer to the original version designed by Tani. After the Death Warrior felt despair and powerlessness, Rog controlled the wood dragon to shake its head violently, allowing the wood dragon to successfully bite the Death Warrior into two pieces. The second Death Warrior did it. When the Death Warrior's broken body fell to the ground, Rog discovered that the Death Warrior he had left to the end had abandoned his companions and ran away. Finding that he could not defeat the enemy, he decisively chose to retreat. This is not Hydra's way of doing things. Although he didn't know what the Death Warrior was thinking, it wouldn't be easy to escape from him. First, he used chakra detection to determine the location, then used lightning body blink to catch up. Rog did not spend much effort to catch up with the Death Warrior who was running wildly. He had originally planned to have a melee fight with this Death Warrior, and at the same time, feel the feel of the metal arm. But now, this idea had been completely dispelled. An enemy without the will to fight would not bring about the thrill of fighting. Invincibility is so lonely. Invincibility is so empty. After shamelessly sighing in his heart, Rog used lightning body blink and arrived in front of the last Death Warrior. Lightning evasion, 1,000 birds. After chattering for a while, he left the place with the flying thunder god. As for the wood dragon, he left it in the factory. Anyway, without chakra, the wood dragon is just a more delicate wood carving. And Hydra will find out sooner or later that he did this, so it doesn't matter if he leaves evidence or not. After returning to the office through the Thor, he went directly to Sky's office where the lights are not turned on all year round. How is it? Is there any information about the obelisk? The reason why he asked Sky to invade the base's system before he started was to find information about the obelisk. Since Hydra is unwilling to trade the obelisk, he can only find his own way. There's a lot of data. I haven't done a systematic search yet. But I found something very interesting here. After that, Sky opened a file. This document is obviously a confidential document. Not only is it top secret, but it also has a lot of key information painted in black. This is a typical style of government agencies, and it is obvious that it is the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. But now it's hard to tell whether this is something made by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra's own. Mutants, superpower race, immortality, is too much of a coincidence, right? Sky may not be able to see what these words mean together, but Rog is basically sure that this is a document about Sky's mother, Jia-ing. Is this the so-called fate? Isn't this too unreasonable? Although it is a very unreasonable thing to reason with fate, but in this reasonable world, you can't be too unreasonable. Rog suddenly felt a little speechless. He was still trying to find information about the obelisk, and Sky found a document about her mother from Hydra's database. This is very good and powerful. Don't worry about this, focus on finding the obelisk first. Rog calmed down and said to Sky in a calm tone. Before Sky awakens as a mutant, it is better to let her have less contact with these things. These things can easily affect fate if they are exposed to too much. But I think Hydra's plan is still a bit crazy. How can there be immortal people in this world? I guess they are crazy about superpowers, so they think there is a magical superpower race in the world. Sky didn't notice anything but felt that Hydra's people were a little nervous. But what she didn't know was that there really was such a person in the world, and that person was her mother. Although her mother's way of immortality is not the same as she imagined, it is basically in line with the concept of immortality. It makes sense. Although he knew that Sky's inference was wrong, he nodded in agreement. More than an hour later, the Punisher and Abomination returned to Dr. Connor's laboratory and reported the results of the operation to him. Both bases were destroyed. But as he expected, the Punisher and Abomination were also attacked by Hydra's new energy weapons. However, one of them has an immortal body, and the other has a thick skin and fast blood recovery, so neither of them suffered any fatal injuries, but it took a little more effort. Very good. Next, be vigilant and be careful of Hydra's revenge. Hydra will definitely receive the gift he sent out, but it is uncertain whether Hydra who received the gift will return the gift. Hydra was sometimes very rational, but at other times, it could be very crazy. Rog had just hung up the phone when more than a dozen heavily armed soldiers suddenly broke into his company. "Mr. Rog, according to reliable information, you are suspected of illegally embezzling U.S. military property. I hope you can come back with us." Chapter 185. "No way, sir. If you want to find an excuse, you should find a better one. What do you mean by illegally embezzling U.S. military property? When did I embezzle U.S. military property? How can you accuse me out of thin air?" Although this was what he thought in his heart, Rog said something else. "If I don't cooperate, are you going to take me away by force?" More than a dozen heavily armed soldiers didn't look like they would politely invite him. "Sir, I hope you can cooperate with our investigation." The leading officer didn't care about the dissatisfaction in Rog's tone and said with a righteous face, "You are not qualified enough for me to cooperate with you. Do you understand, Lieutenant? Let your immediate superior do it. You are not qualified." After saying that, he returned to the office without looking back. They came to his door inexplicably and then asked him to cooperate with the investigation. Rog didn't know who sent these soldiers, but he could guarantee that these soldiers would never dare to do anything here. For ordinary people who don't know the truth, he is at most an entrepreneur with a little money. But for those who have a certain status and channels, it is no secret that he is the masked man. Rog's behavior of ignoring them made more than a dozen soldiers present feel uncomfortable. Several soldiers even silently turned on the safety of their rifles. However, their actions were quickly stopped by the first lieutenant. "Don't cause trouble for me, pack up, let's go." The lieutenant was also very upset, but he also didn't dare to do anything here. The order he received was to ask Rog to go back for investigation, not to arrest Rog for investigation. These soldiers eventually left the company with gloomy faces and in a bad mood. More than 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called directly to the landline in Rog's office. "Rog, this is Thaddeus Ross. We met at Culver University." The caller was none other than General Ross. After Banner became a member of the Avengers, General Ross' plan to capture Hulk came to an end. In addition, he hated the bad influence that Bronski had caused in New York, so he was directly transferred from his original position and became an idle general. Although he spent most of his life in the army, when he began to develop the role of a politician, he showed shocking skills. After a series of political transactions and operations, not only did he successfully return, but he also jumped from a big shot in the military to the Secretary of State. "I remember you, General Ross. Your daughter, Betty, once came to me for a mission. Long story short, I have a plan now, and I'm sure you'll be interested. If it's convenient for you, I hope you can come to Washington, and we can talk in person." Even though he had become a politician, General Ross still maintained the fierce style of a soldier and did not speak nonsense. General Ross personally invited me, so I have to give him face. Although he didn't know what General Ross was going to do, Rog didn't mind talking to him face to face. "I've already retired from the military. I'm now the Secretary of State." After that, Secretary Ross hung up the phone. He was actually promoted. What a lucky old man. More than 2 hours later, Rog arrived at Washington by military transport plane, and then came to Secretary of State Ross' private manor under the protection of a team of U.S. Army Special Forces. In the garden of the manor, Rog saw Secretary of State Ross in a casual suit. "Sit anywhere." After throwing the frisbee in his hand, Secretary of State Ross came to Rog and sat down casually. Before the frisbee in the distance landed, it was bitten by a golden retriever in good condition, and then it trotted all the way back to Secretary of State Ross, wagging its tail, waiting for its owner's reward. After retiring from the army, this is the only fun left. Cigars from Miami. Would you like one? Secretary of State Ross took out a cigar from the cigar box and said, "No need. I don't have such a habit." Not to mention cigars, Rog doesn't even smoke ordinary cigarettes. Caring for the body starts from refusing cigarettes. When Secretary of State Ross slowly lit a cigar for himself and took a puff, he continued to say to Rog, "Rog, what do you think of the Avengers organization?" "Nothing, I'm not one of them." The existence of the Avengers does make the world a lot safer, but they also bring more challenges. Since their appearance, more and more supers and enhancers have appeared around the world. They bring peace, but they also bring new challenges. Secretary of State Ross looked at the sky in the distance and spoke in a tone that was completely different from his previous tough style. Just say it, what's your plan? You sent someone to New York to find me, it's not to ask my opinion on the Avengers, right? Rog was not in the mood to joke around with Secretary of State Ross. With this kind of time, he might as well go home and play a few games. We're all acquaintances, so I won't be polite with you. I plan to build a team similar to the Avengers, a team that can suppress and even defeat the Avengers when they betray us. Thunderbolt's Secret Service team. I'll take the lead on the official side. I'll take care of the personnel, equipment, venue, funding, and other issues. But I lack a person who can lead this team, so I hope you can be the captain of this team. After that, Secretary of State Ross handed him a document with the word, Top Secret, written on it. After receiving the document from Secretary of State Ross, Rog did not read it immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and lured the golden retriever next to Secretary of State Ross. You politicians are not very satisfied with the Avengers, I can understand that. However, I don't know where you get the confidence to think that I will be like them, obedient to you and beg for mercy. Rog stroked the head of the golden retriever and spoke in a calm tone, but it released a strong sense of oppression. What kind of joke is this? I don't even want to join the Avengers, and you want me to join the Thunderbolt Secret Service team? Have you lost your mind from smoking cigars? Can you release the clip first? Secretary of State Ross did not directly answer Rog's question. Instead, he asked Rog to release the golden retriever. It's called a clip? That's a good name. Rog did not release the clip, and the clip seemed to enjoy his touch and wagged its tail contentedly. You misunderstood. We don't want you to become a member of the government. We just want you to lead this team. Or, you can simply understand that you are a coach. The background of the members of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team is somewhat complicated, so we need someone who can control them and make them willing to listen to arrangements. We won't order you to do any tasks, and you don't need to be responsible for us. We just want to borrow your fame and strength. Chapter 186. This sounds more like a mascot. Even if I don't mind being your mascot, what benefits can you give me? Although it's only a nominal addition, if there are not enough benefits, Rog is too lazy to pay attention to them. It's still the same sentence. With that kind of time, he might as well go back and play a few more games, or learn more fighting skills with Gavin. Is the latest game not good enough, or Gavin is not fun anymore? $500 million a year, plus equipment worth $500 million. Even if you want an F-22, we can give it to you. In addition, you can freely mobilize resources belonging to Thunder agents, such as scientific research teams, intelligence networks, special equipment, etc. It has to be said that the people behind Ross are really sincere. With this kind of condition, even the well-informed Rog can't help but be slightly moved. Up until now, the largest commission reward he had ever received was only $500 million. And as soon as Ross made a move, he directly doubled this record. You are indeed very sincere, and it can be seen that you have also spent enough effort investigating intelligence. Whether it's equipment or a scientific research team, these things are basically what Rog needs at present, or what he will need in the near future. For the two combatants, Punisher and Abomination, equipment will not be a problem no matter how much. Dr. Connors will also be happy to accept the scientific research team and special equipment. As for the intelligence network, it's Sky's favorite. Since the Avengers appeared in the Battle of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand has been stretched longer and longer, and some people are very dissatisfied with their practices. So we need a team that can compete with the Avengers, at least on the surface. Ross took a puff of his cigar and said faintly, "The appearance of the Avengers has made S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation and power reach the highest point in history. Some people are glorious and, naturally, some people are lonely. For example, those military bigwigs. What was originally the Army's job is now done by S.H.I.E.L.D. The power that originally belonged to the army has now become S.H.I.E.L.D's power. People who are used to power absolutely can't stand their power being nibbled away little by little. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. has formed the Avengers, the military can naturally form its own Avengers. Thunder Agents is the military's Avengers. Rog wasn't dissatisfied with Ross's offer. The only flaw was that he couldn't turn this into a commission. The remuneration could be paid in advance, but this kind of long-term commission would take up his only commission slot. Unless he didn't plan to accept any commissions for the next year, he really couldn't turn this into a commission. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. Ninja coins can be earned from other places, but Ross's invitation won't last forever. If he refused today, Ross might turn around and find someone else. He was the most suitable candidate, but not the only one. Prepare for the press conference. Also, remember to help me settle the tax issue. I want $500 million. The IRS was a very special existence. Whether you were a superhero or a supervillain, these guys would dare to come to your door and collect taxes, and they would not miss a single cent. However, Ross and the people behind him could definitely help him settle the tax issue. It was only now that Roger picked up the document on the table and began to read it carefully. Just as he had guessed, the members of the Thunder Secret Service team were all from prison. Luke Cage, Singing Bird, Moonstone, Ghost, Red Tank. There were only 5 people on the list. If Rog was included, then it was just like the Avengers, a 6-person team. However, compared with the Avengers, the members of the Thunder Secret Service team were not as impressive just by looking at their titles. If Rog didn't join, it was estimated that few people would think that this team could compete with the Avengers. Luke Cage, no title, black male, has received experimental transformation of a super soldier, invulnerable, and has extraordinary strength. Singing Bird, Melissa Gold, white female, has the ability to control sound waves. Moonstone, Carla Solfin, white female, has a magical gem called the Moonstone in her body, which has special abilities such as flying, emitting strong light, and being invisible. Ghost, John Morley, white male, genius engineer, no superpower, invented the Ghost invisibility suit, which can make things invisible or make things invisible when touched. The abilities of the first 4 members were somewhat normal. They weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. The only thing that could pique Rog's interest was the Red Tank. Red Tank, real name Kane Mark, white male. According to him, he touched the evil god Ceterax ruby, so he gained magic power. His power came from the evil god, so it was inexhaustible. Rog chose to ignore his statement. It was just an evil god. Even the father of gods, Odin, didn't dare to say that his power was inexhaustible, let alone an evil god. They had outstanding endurance, strong bodies, and after accumulating potential, they had a terrifying impact that could destroy everything. Other than Red Tank, who was slightly better, the other 4 members could only be said to be barely passable. Rog thought that Ross and the others would carefully select a very good team, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO. Where are they now? I plan to meet them first and see how capable they are. After all, information was just information. As the nominal captain of the Thunder Secret Service team, Rog felt that he needed to personally test the strength of his team members. In the training base in the suburbs, you can check it at any time. Ross had obviously taken this into consideration as well, and had already made all the necessary arrangements in advance. More than an hour later, under the protection of the Marines, Rog came to the training base mentioned by Ross. Although it has been renovated, it was obvious that the former training base was a military camp. However, considering the background of Ross and the others, this is not surprising. When Rog came to an indoor training room the size of a football field, he saw the 5 members of the Thunder Secret Service team. In the spacious training room, Crimson Tank and the others were scattered in different areas. No one spoke and no one trained. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Rog, and I am a ninja. After opening the door and walking in, Rog didn't care about the attitude of the 5 people and directly introduced himself. You may be more familiar with my other name, Masked Man. When he mentioned the Masked Man's title, someone finally raised their head to look at him. Then, They continued to stare blankly or sleep. Also, from now on, I am your captain. So, if you five don't want to die, you better stand in front of me now. You only have 3 seconds. Chapter 187. For Rog's warning, Red Tank and the others certainly didn't pay attention to it. Nominally, they are now a member of the Thunderbolt agents. But in fact, they are still criminals, a group of criminals with special abilities. And the typical characteristic of criminals is that they don't obey the rules. What's more, in their view, Rog is far from the rules. Rog wasn't surprised by their reaction, and he didn't expect Red Tank and the others to obey his orders. Or rather, if they really came over obediently, he would be surprised. There is only one reason why he said those words just now, and that is, he needs a slightly better reason to make a move. What if the team members don't obey the command? Just beat them up. If one beating isn't enough, then beat them a few more times. In this regard, Rog has rich experience in physical education. They are all guys with character, not bad, I like it. Because of this, it will be more enjoyable when fighting. As soon as his voice fell, Rog's figure disappeared, leaving only a faint silver-white current in the place where he stood. Lightning body flicker. In just a moment, Rog came in front of Luke Cage, and the Rasengan in his right hand directly hit Luke Cage's chest. Invulnerable, this father is invulnerable. Luke Cage didn't react at all. When the Rasengan hit his chest, his consciousness returned from his small world to reality. Boom. Luke Cage felt as if he had been hit by a tank moving at full speed. His entire body was sent flying like a spinning cannonball. Then he slammed into the wall of the training room dozens of meters away, directly smashing a big round hole in the wall. At the moment when he collided with the wall, Luke Cage finally couldn't bear the severe pain in his body and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No one thought that Rog would actually make a move. Although they don't know how strong the Rasengan is, from Luke Cage's appearance at this time, the Rasengan attack is definitely not weak. After hitting Luke Cage, Rog didn't pay attention to him anymore and began to choose the next target. Moonlight Stone and Crying Bird are both women, so I will teach them later. Red Tank has rough skin and thick flesh, so it may take a little longer. Then, the only one left was John Morley the Spectre. Among all the team members, Spectre was the only one without superpowers. He could only rely on the Spectre combat suit that he had developed himself. When Rog's gaze fell on him, John Morley unconsciously gulped and immediately activated the Ghost Battle suit's stealth mode. This guy was very dangerous. As soon as this thought appeared in John Morley's mind, Rog appeared in front of him. Don't be afraid, he can't see me. Don't be afraid, he can't find me. Don't be afraid. While Ghost John Morley was still hinting at himself, Rog directly raised his right leg and kicked forward. In the eyes of others, Rog's kick was like kicking air. But in the next second, they understood the reason. Bang! A dull thud suddenly sounded, and John Morley, who was invisible, was sent flying by a kick. John Morley was sent flying for more than 10 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. You want to play stealth mode in front of me? Who gave you the confidence? If John Morley did not enter stealth mode and directly entered invisibility mode, Rog might have to spend more effort. But he was too confident that Rog would not be able to see through the Spectre combat suit's stealth mode. The second one was taken care of. At this point, other than Red Tank, no one would think that Rog was joking. Moonlight Stone and Crying Bird Melissa looked at each other and took the initiative to attack. Rather than passively defending, it was better to take the initiative to attack. That way, they might be able to take the initiative. Crying Bird Melissa opened her beak slightly and emitted ultrasonic waves that could not be heard by the human ear. Crying Bird's ultrasonic attack was invisible. Not only was it difficult to detect, it was also very difficult to defend against. There were many ways to use ultrasonic waves, and if used well, it could definitely become a very powerful superpower. But unfortunately, Crying Bird's current use of ultrasonic waves was far from its limit. Although Rog did not hear the ultrasonic waves emitted by Crying Bird Melissa, he was keenly aware of the changes in himself. He started to lose his consciousness and started to hallucinate. You shouldn't have played mind attacks in front of me. But since Crying Bird wanted to play, Rog did not mind playing with her for a bit. Sharingan illusion. Crying Bird Melissa, who was silently emitting ultrasonic waves, suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. In the next second, Crying Bird Melissa found that she was the only one left in the training room, as well as an endless amount of disgusting bugs. Her colorful body was filled with needle-like holes, and each hole was densely packed with black dots. These disgusting bugs that appeared out of nowhere flew towards her like a swarm of locusts, climbing up her legs, flying to her face, and then into her collar. The illusion that Rog created for Crying Bird was not very complicated. It was just bugs that most girls would not be able to tolerate. Countless bugs, as well as trypophobia that would cause humans to instinctively react. Just as Rog cast an illusion on Crying Bird Melissa hugged her head with both hands and jumped violently, letting out an ear-piercing scream filled with fear. This scream only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds before it stopped, and Crying Bird Melissa fainted as if she had lost her soul. The third one, Crying Bird Melissa's scream filled with fear made Moonlight Shekala involuntarily look back, and then she was grabbed by the neck by Rog. Before she could use the Moonlight Gem's ability, Rog cast the same illusion on her. The only difference was that the bugs in the illusion were replaced by cockroaches, colorful cockroaches that were covered with abscesses. Another ear-piercing scream filled with fear, and another fainted. The fourth one, from the time Rog sent Luke Cage flying until Moonlight Shekala fainted, only less than 10 seconds had passed. Luke Cage, who was the first to be attacked, endured the pain and stood up again. Ghost John Morley lay on the ground moaning in pain, as if he was heavily injured by Rog's kick. Currently, apart from Rog himself, only Red Tank, who was blessed by Setarak, was still alive and kicking. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll allow you to run 40 meters first to accumulate potential. Chapter 188. The Red Tank is the strongest of the 5. Not to mention the power given by the evil god Setarak, his extraordinary size is enough to prove this point. Height 287 centimeters, weight 862 kilograms. This is the data recorded in the information provided by Ross. Coupled with an almost indestructible body and inexhaustible strength, the Red Tank could definitely wrestle with Hulk. The reason why Ross recruited the Red Tank into the Thunder Agents is probably because of this. The Red Tank against Hulk, the Ghost against Iron Man, Luke Cage against Rogers, Crying Bird and Moonstone against Black Widow and Hawkeye. Logue, on the other hand, was up against Thor. The Red Tank with a huge semicircular helmet doesn't know what Rog is thinking. But since Rog took the initiative to propose, he certainly won't refuse. Dong 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 dong. The gigantic Red Tank began to move, running towards Logue step by step. At first, his speed wasn't very fast. But after running for a while, his speed became faster and faster, and the potential energy accumulated in his body became more and more. Although the Red Tank has the power given by the evil god Setarak, his attack method is simple to the point of being extremely violent. Collision. Destroy everything in front of him with an irresistible collision. The collision is unparalleled. The collision is irresistible. The collision is destructive. Looking at the Red Tank running toward him like an ancient beast, Rog didn't stay idle and directly used ninjutsu. Would release. Would human jutsu. When the Red Tank was only 10 meters away from Rog, a wooden Arhat twice the height of the Red Tank jumped out of the ground and directly rushed toward the Red Tank. Arhat's attack is not weak, but the weight of Arhat can't be said to be not heavy. Even so, when the wooden Arhat rushed in front of the Red Tank, the larger wooden Arhat was directly knocked out. Boom! The wooden Arhat, which was 6 to 7 meters tall, was sent flying like a baseball. It smashed through the wall of the training room and flew to the square outside the training room, creating a large crater in the ground of the square. This kind of impact was pretty good. Rog sighed in his heart. The distance of 10 meters was closed in an instant. When Red Tank arrived in front of Rog like a train at full speed, A huge fist about the size of Red Tank's body struck out from the ground. Boom! This huge fist hit the Red Tank without any suspense, sending the Red Tank flying into the air like a hot knife through butter. Just as Red Tank was sent flying by the fist from the ground, Wooden Arhat, who was sent flying by him, once again appeared in front of him. Wooden Arhat clenched his fists and used all the strength in his body to fiercely hit the Red Tank's head. Boom! The moment Wooden Arhat hit, Red Tank in the air flew to the ground like a falling meteor, creating a large crater with a diameter of nearly 1 meter on the ground. The huge wooden fist from the ground and Wooden Arhat completed a tacit joint attack. The initiative of the battle returned to Rog's hands. After Wooden Arhat landed, he didn't immediately chase after Red Tank lying in the crater. Instead, he ran to the front of the huge wooden fist and pressed his hands directly on the fingers of the wooden fist. Under Rog's control, Wooden Arhat began to merge with the wooden fist, and Wooden Arhat's body shape changed again. In just a second or two, the huge wooden fist disappeared. In its place, there was a Wooden Arhat, who was nearly 8 meters tall and had arms that were a bit too thick. Rog didn't summon a second wooden man. The fist underground was just a fist. With the idea of wasting a shameful thing, he let Wooden Arhat and the wooden fist merge together to form a new Wooden Arhat. Wooden Arhat completed the upgrade, and Red Tank also took the opportunity to climb out of the crater. Although Wooden Arhat and the wooden fist's attacks were powerful, they didn't cause much damage to Red Tank, except for a little pain when he was hit. Standing up again, the Red Tank saw the Wooden Arhat that had grown taller, and also saw the Wooden Arhat's arms that had obviously been strengthened. Looking up at Wooden Arhat, who was 2 or 3 times his size, Red Tank still didn't plan to change tactics. In other words, the concept of tactics didn't exist in his mind. Whether it was Wooden Arhat or Rog, Red Tank only had one way to deal with it. And that was to charge. Red Tank began to run for the second time, but this time, Rog didn't give him too much time. Red Tank had just run a few steps when Wooden Arhat's fist arrived in front of him. Boom! Wooden Arhat's right fist directly interrupted Red Tank's run. Boom! Wooden Arhat's left fist followed by his right fist and hit Red Tank's body, knocking him down again. Boom! 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 Punch back! Punch back! Punch back! Punch back! Wooden Arhat turned into a ruthless punching machine, punching Red Tank again and again. The ruler of the Crimson Universe, Ceterak, was indeed very strong, but Red Tank wasn't Ceterak himself. Even if Red Tank had endless power, he still needed to have a chance to use it. Punch after punch. Each punch was faster than the last. Each punch was heavier than the last. Rog didn't care about Chakra's consumption and let Wooden Arhat attack like crazy. You don't listen to orders, you have a personality, you're a maverick. I don't believe I can't beat you guys. If 1 time isn't enough, then 2 times. If 2 times isn't enough, then 3 times. Since you've already sold yourself out, then don't even think about keeping your chastity. If Red Tank and Luke Cage really would rather die than submit, then they wouldn't have joined the Thunderbolt Special Agent team. Since they chose to join, it meant that they still had some scruples. Rog didn't know what they were scruples about, or perhaps they wanted to use this opportunity to gain something. But since they've already made their choice, then don't King play the game of personality. If they really had such a personality, then they shouldn't have chosen to join in the first place. Wooden Arhat's fists constantly hit Red Tank, and the huge attack power made the ground of the entire training ground tremble. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of the blows was like a war drum, and at the same time, Luke Cage and the others understood that Rog wasn't joking with them. The violent and continuous sound also woke Crying Bird and Moonlight Stone up, and then they saw the scene of Wooden Arhat violently beating Red Tank. They had just woken up and were still afraid of the illusion they had just experienced, but now, they felt that the illusion they had experienced was relatively gentle. If Wooden Arhat was attacking them now, they couldn't imagine the tragic scene. Chapter 189. 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Arhat was like a perpetual motion machine, constantly waving his fists, constantly letting Red Tank understand what physical influence was. The originally clean and tidy training room had now become like a large construction site. Moreover, it was the kind of construction site where the dust index was seriously over the limit. Spiderweb-like cracks covered the entire training room, and cracks appeared on the surrounding walls due to the continuous shaking. Especially the wall that Luke Cage and Arhat had smashed through, it showed signs of collapsing. Luke Cage and the others had already left the training room more than half an hour ago. They couldn't bear to see Red Tank being crazily trained by Arhat. The emotions of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit spread in everyone's heart. As the initiator of all this, Rog of course didn't stay in the dust-filled training room. To be precise, he was the first to leave the training room. Sunshade, foldable recliners, frozen happy drinks. Rog wore sunglasses as he leisurely reclined on the chair, enjoying this rare afternoon. If there were two bikini beauties next to him, this afternoon would be even more perfect. Thinking up to this point, Roger lifted his sunglasses slightly and scanned the crying bird and Moonlight Stone back and forth a few times with a malicious gaze. Singing Bird Melissa and Moonlight Stone immediately noticed Rog's gaze. The two involuntarily took a few steps back and then hid behind Luke Cage. Sigh. What a pity. The wooden Arhat's training continued, and time passed by little by little. When the sun set and they enjoyed a barbecue that was full of military style, the training room that was constantly emitting sounds finally quieted down. That's enough. If he really killed Red Tank, Ross would more or less have some opinions. After noticing that Red Tank's life force showed signs of weakening, Rog finally ended Red Tank's first training process. After waiting for about half an hour, Red Tank, who was only left with a pair of tattered pants, walked out and silently came in front of Rog. Captain. Although Red Tank's appearance made him look like he wasn't very intelligent, it didn't mean that Red Tank was an idiot who didn't think of anything. After understanding the huge gap between himself and Rog, the Red Tank decisively chose to obey. Yes. Rog didn't pay much attention to Red Tank's expression as he casually replied. Although it took a little longer than expected, the result was still very satisfactory. Following that, Moonlight Stone and the others led Rog to the resting area in the base. Ask Ross to arrange for someone to redesign your image. You are going to become superheroes in the hearts of the people. Your current appearances are not positive enough. After leaving the sentence, Rog took out a Thor kunai and threw it directly at the dart target more than 10 meters away. Bullseye. Don't touch kunai. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog left with the Flying Thunder God and returned home to New York. In the afternoon, Ross transferred $500 million for the first year to Rog's account. The selection list of equipment and some authorization accounts were also sent to Konoha. As for the research teams and professional equipment, Ross directly gave him a list of research institutes and laboratories. As long as he needs it, he can arrange for Dr. Connors to go to these places to conduct relevant research experiments at any time. At around 11 o'clock, Gavin, who had performed a righteous patrol outside, also returned here. Rog briefly told Gavin about the deal between himself and Ross, and then it was a dry and raging night. 3 days later, the first press conference of the Thunder's Secret Service team officially began. Ross did not arrange the site of the press conference in the previous base, but in Arlington County, where the Pentagon is located. Although Rog came to the press conference with Luke Cage and others, he did not appear directly at the press conference. According to Ross, he needs a way to make an appearance that is eye-catching enough. In fact, it's just a way to make an appearance that is more in line with the appearance of a superhero. Ross first made a very ambitious opening statement, then talked about the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, the topic changed and entered the theme of the press conference. Today, on behalf of the U.S. government and the Pentagon, I will officially introduce to you a new team of heroes that can be compared to the Avengers. They are the Thunder's Secret Service team. After Ross finished speaking in a high-spirited tone, there was a burst of salute at the press conference. With the sound of the salute, Luke Cage and others came to the podium one by one and waved to the reporters below. After Luke Cage and others appeared one by one, Ross began to introduce the members of the Thunder's Secret Service team to everyone. In order to make the Thunder Avengers look more decent, Ross followed Rog's advice and designed a new image for them. When introducing Luke Cage and others, Ross did not hide the fact that they were once criminals. And in a country like the United States, it doesn't make sense to hide this. It's just that he beautified the special recruitment into a beautiful change for Luke Cage and others, a rebirth under the influence of the liberal democratic spirit of the United States. It has to be said that since he changed his career to become a politician, Ross has mastered these elements that can ignite the emotions of the people. Former criminals have changed their ways and decided to use their own strength to protect the people. What better way to show the noble sentiments of Luke Cage and others? Sure enough, under Ross's provocative words, the reporters present did not dwell on the fact that Luke Cage and others were once criminals. In order to lead such a team of heroes, we specially invited a superhero that everyone is familiar with to be the captain of the Thunder's Secret Service team. Under his leadership, we believe that the Thunder Secret Service team can make a great contribution to world peace, just like the Avengers. He is the masked man. Ross suddenly raised his right hand and pointed to the sky, pointing to Rog, who was standing on the round fan. Rog had been staying hundreds of meters in the air at the press conference, watching Ross's slightly exaggerated performance. Although he didn't like Ross's way of expression, as a ninja with good professional ethics, he knew very well what it meant to take someone's money to solve a problem. "I'll play along with you." Rog jumped lightly and directly left the round fan and flew toward the podium like a meteor. Just as he was about to have a close contact with the ground, he flashed to the podium through the flying Thor kunai on the moonstone. Chapter 190. Although it was not the kind of superhero landing that Ross had imagined, Rog's approach was perfectly in line with his identity. At this time, Rog was still wearing his iconic three-tomo mask. And he was wearing a white haori. The Akatsuki's robe was not suitable for such an occasion, and wearing the Akatsuki's robe made him look more like a supervillain than a superhero. When he flashed to the podium, the reporters at the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Some thought he would fall directly to the ground, while others were surprised by his appearance. "Good afternoon, everyone." After a simple greeting, Rog controlled the thunder fan in the air to fly in front of him, and then grabbed the fan. The three-hook jade mask and the round fan that could fly were enough to prove the identity of his true self. "Masked man? Sir, do you really want to join the Thunder Secret Service team?" As soon as Rog caught the flying fan, a blonde female reporter in a light gray professional suit stood up and asked the first question. When asking the question, the delicate female reporter hesitated for a few seconds because she didn't know if it was appropriate to call Rog the masked man. But she didn't have a better choice. Because Rog had never revealed his true identity in front of the public, even the title of the masked man was given by the public casually. "Before answering your question, I'll make a simple self-introduction," Rog said calmly. "No way? He's going to announce his identity?" For a while, the reporters present were excited. Although the New York incident had been a long time ago, people's curiosity about who the masked man was had not diminished at all. This could be seen from the website Who is the Masked Man, set up by Sky. "My name is Rog, and I'm a ninja." After that, Rog took off the three-tomo mask and revealed his true face. Wearing a mask can indeed hide one's identity, but at this time, Rog felt that he didn't have much need to hide his identity. At worst, there would be a group of paparazzi around in the future. When he took off his mask, people realized that Rog was younger and more handsome than they had imagined. As for the fact that he always wore a mask, many people thought that he chose to wear a mask because of his appearance. Many people even thought that it was because of his disfigurement that he didn't dare to show his true face. But at this moment, these reporters finally understood how unreliable those rumors were. Other than his eyes being different from normal people, Rog's appearance perfectly met the standard of a handsome young man. With her looks, it would be a pity if she didn't act in a movie. It would be best if it was a restricted film. Several classic scripts flashed through the mind of the female reporter who asked the question, and the way she looked at Rog became a little strange. "Ninja? Mr. Rog, are you referring to those ninjas in Japan?" Although a lot of images that were not suitable for children had already appeared in her mind, the good professionalism of the female reporter still kept her calm and continued to ask questions. Although the names are the same, they are not the same profession. I am the kind of ninja who can release ninjutsu, for example, this one. As soon as his voice fell, Rog raised his right hand and then released a real thunderbolt into the sky. Rumble. A huge thunder suddenly sounded. Mr. Rog, are you an earthling or an alien like Thor, or a mutant like Hulk? The blonde female reporter continued to ask. I'm an earthling, a pure earthling, and I'm not a mutant like Hulk. Let's put it this way, ninjutsu is a power that can be learned. I learned these ninjutsu in a place called Konoha Hidden Village. Anyway, no one knows what ninjutsu is and no one can prove this, so Rog said without changing his expression. A man who can't lie is not a good man. Especially a man who can't lie in front of a woman. Konoha Hidden Village? Where is that place? The female reporter asked a question that everyone was very concerned about. Even Ross was seriously waiting for his answer. It's a place isolated from the world. They don't like to be disturbed, and they don't like to leave the village, so I won't tell you the location of the village. Konoha Hidden Village is a ghost. If there is such a place, he won't say such an important thing. After hearing Rog's answer, many people sighed in disappointment. Although they don't know the specific location of Konoha Hidden Village, many people have the idea of starting to investigate Konoha Hidden Village after going back. Including Ross. Then why did you leave the village? It was the same female reporter. Good question. I said so much just to wait for you to ask this question. This is a bit complicated. In Konoha Hidden Village, the most powerful ninja is called the Hokage. The Hokage is the only person who can choose whether to leave the village or not. And I am the current Hokage of Konoha Hidden Village, the fourth Hokage. After that, Rog directly turned around, revealing the red characters on his Haori. Fourth Hokage. Rog didn't intend to continue with the title of the masked man. Instead of worrying about whether he will get some strange title after announcing his identity, it's better to take the initiative to choose one. When he was choosing his title, he hesitated for a moment, wondering which one he should choose. God of Shinobi, Golden Flash, Konoha's White Fang, Sannin, First Hokage, Fourth Hokage. After thinking about it, he finally chose the Fourth Hokage as his future hero title. Not for anything else, but because the Haori of the fourth Hokage is more handsome. And Minato's appearance is a little bit closer to him. Although it's not as good as him, it's not bad. So only the title of the fourth Hokage is worthy of his temperament and appearance. In the next 10 minutes, the reporters asked some questions about Rog and the Thunderbolt agents. Of course, the main questions were about Rog. Although it didn't take long, the content of this press conference was enough to cause a sensation. The news of Rog's new title, the fourth Hokage, and the Thunderbolt agents also spread out at an amazing speed. As soon as the press conference ended, Rog's personal mobile phone rang crazily. Tawny, Captain America, Natasha, and Banner all called for the first time. Rog didn't want to answer the calls from Captain America and Natasha for the time being. So he called Tawny back first. Fourth Hokage, I have to say, this title is much better than the previous masked man. Tawny didn't care about Rog joining the Thunderbolt agents at all, and he didn't believe that Rog would go with Ross. Deal, everything is a deal. Tawny saw the key point in it at a glance. Chapter 191. Of course, this is the title I chose myself. If the title of fourth Hokage is not as good as the masked man, then Rog would eat the Haori now. I'm a little curious, what kind of conditions did Ross give you that you are willing to cooperate with him to disclose your identity? Tawny and Rog have known each other for a long time, and the current Rog made Tawny feel like he was seeing himself in the past. Of course, this does not refer to the ability to invent, but to the style of life. It was my own decision to disclose my identity, and he only bought me to join in name. There is nothing to hide about this, and as the Thunder Task Force officially begins to act, Tawny will be able to guess this sooner or later. What's the price? Tani continued to ask. 500 million US dollars a year, plus equipment of the same value, and some additional rights. That's all, it's not a lot. Rog directly said Ross's price. That's 1 billion US dollars a year, your endorsement fee is high enough. Even the billionaire Tani was a little shocked after hearing this price. Even for him, 1 billion US dollars a year is not a trivial matter. This is barely a medium amount. The military is still very rich, you should know this best. Stark Industries originally made its fortune as a military enterprise. It can even be said that the Pentagon contributed a lot to Tani's current net worth. And compared with Stark Industries, Rog feels that his endorsement fee is more reasonable. That's also true, they can't fight, but they have a lot of money. Tani also took advantage of this opportunity. By the way, let me remind you, be careful of Ross, he is not a good person, don't be sold by him without knowing. At the end of the phone call, Tani specifically reminded Rog, which is also a kind concern from a friend. I will pay attention, and if he wants to sell me, it depends on whether he has the ability to do so. After ending the call with Tani, Rog also called Dr. Banner back. What Banner wanted to say was similar to Tani's. Basically, the new title was not bad, and they must be careful of Ross. After calling Tani and Banner back, Rog put away his phone. Although there were several missed calls from Rogers and Black Widow Natasha, he had no intention of calling them back. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. is still there, they are destined to be competitors. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. falls, or the two of them withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D., Rog has no plans to contact his opponents. The commotion caused by the press conference was far beyond Ross's expectations. It also made him feel that inviting Rog to join them was a wise decision. Although it was only in name, the people wouldn't care if you joined in name or not. At the cost of $1 billion a year, Roger was tied to the Thunder Agent's war chariot. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very good deal. Rog was satisfied, Ross was satisfied, and the people were satisfied. Except for Hydra, everyone else was quite satisfied after hearing the news. That night, several senior executives of Hydra held an overnight meeting at a secret base. Rog didn't care too much about Hydra's reaction. When his identity was officially made public, it was more difficult for Hydra to do anything to him. At least that's what it looks like on the surface. Not long after the press conference, Rog returned to New York with the Flying Thunder God. He was not in the mood to live with Luke Cage and others in a base transformed from a military camp. No matter how comfortable it is outside, it's not as comfortable as home, especially when there is a beautiful girlfriend at home. Not long after Rog got up, he saw the headlines about him. He had to sigh at the amazing efficiency of the American media. Less than 24 hours after his identity was made public, all the things he did before that were not particularly secret were dug up by the media. His identity as a private detective suddenly appeared in New York 3 years ago, and even the fact that he was almost taken away by the police was dug up by these media. Of course, he established Konoha's private military company. For this reason, Erica also specifically contacted him and asked him how to deal with the dozens of reporters at the door of the company. I'll let the shadow clone take you away. Don't go back to the company for the time being. Especially Frank and the other two, let them pay attention to hiding their whereabouts. I don't want the news of monsters in captivity to appear. After the call, Rog arranged for a shadow clone to return to the company. These media are just a little crazy now, and it will be fine in a few days. And in a place like New York, there is never a shortage of big news. No one knows New York better than me. A ninja who has lived in New York for several years said with great certainty. After dealing with the team's affairs, Flying Thunder God came to the Thunder Agent's headquarters base in Washington. It was still the same. This headquarters base was originally a military base, but it had been renovated. In the conference room of Thunder headquarters. The Thunderbolt Secret Service has already spread the word, but you still lack actual results. Therefore, we chose 3 missions as the first operation of the Thunder Secret Service team. After that, Ross arranged for the male assistant next to him to turn on the screen in the conference room and began to introduce the mission brief. Terrorists in Ukraine bought a nuclear warhead on the black market in Russia. A UA cargo ship was hijacked by pirates in the waters of Somalia and the UA government was asked to pay $50 million. A U.S. military overseas base in Afghanistan was attacked by terrorists and 5 U.S. soldiers were kidnapped. After reading these 3 mission briefings, the first thing that came to Rog's mind was not the details of the mission, but the UA government was really hateful. Is this the international charm of the world's most powerful country? I love it. Except for the mission in Afghanistan, the other 2 missions were originally the CIB's missions, but SHIELD intervened. But we took it from SHIELD again, so these 3 missions now belong to us. The missions are not very difficult. 2 people go to each place. There is not enough manpower, so Rog, you have to go on a mission. As soon as Ross finished speaking, Rog threw an unused commission scroll to him. That depends on whether you have the luck. I want the mission in Ukraine, and the reward is no less than $30 million. Before the press conference, Rog and Ross reached some additional agreements. As the captain of the Thunder agents, Rog certainly can't stay idle. So in order to solve this problem, Rog proposed his favorite and best commission mode. As long as Ross' commission can be judged by the system, he will perform the mission in the name of the Thunder agents. Of course, if Ross is unlucky and the commission does not pass the system's judgment, then he can only blame his bad luck. Chapter 192. Robbing a helicarrier. This behavior is very exciting. Especially when doing this kind of thing under the eyes of SHIELD and Hydra, the difficulty and excitement of the robbery has greatly increased. If Hydra hadn't suddenly kidnapped Skye and Jessica, Russell wouldn't have had the idea of robbing the helicarrier. The helicarrier is not a small fighter like the Quinjet, but a complete air fortress. Robbing this thing in front of SHIELD and Hydra should be as difficult as directly attacking the secret city of Wakanda. More importantly, even if a behemoth like the helicarrier is successfully robbed, it will not be easy to hide it. Although there should also be environmental reflective panels and anti-radar search devices on it, the helicarrier is still a bit too big. And as the manufacturer of the helicarrier, SHIELD can definitely find the hidden helicarrier. Although robbing the helicarrier is difficult, it has to be said that the helicarrier is still very attractive to Russell. In Hydra's plan, 3 helicarriers are enough to dominate the world. Although Russell doesn't have as much confidence in the helicarrier as Hydra, he doesn't deny the helicarrier's powerful combat ability. In the distance, Triple Wing is still brightly lit and people are coming and going. Russell and the Hungry Wolf Warrior are also making their final preparations. In fact, there is nothing to prepare. They just need to distribute the super hacking program in their hands and let the 2 Hungry Wolf teams wait for the opportunity to board the helicarrier. As for whether they can succeed or not, it is really up to fate. Although Russell is quite confident in the Hungry Wolf Warrior, he is not arrogant enough to think that the Hungry Wolf Warrior can look down on all of SHIELD and Hydra's warriors. SHIELD and Hydra are really serious and they are also very scary. Time passed little by little, and when the first light appeared on the horizon, Russell and the Hungry Wolf Warrior quietly left the roof where they had stayed for most of the night and began to head to the Triple Wing headquarters. The information provided by Jasper was that the Insight plan would be implemented in 24 hours. According to the time calculation, Russell and the others now have at least 5 or 6 hours of rest. But Russell didn't have much hope for SHIELD and Hydra's concept of time, especially when he carefully observed the Insight hangar below the Triple Wing headquarters with Supervision's telescopic vision and clairvoyance. He decided to launch an action in advance. The 3 helicarriers in the hangar had already made their final preparations before liftoff. Russell even saw the Motherf Asterisk Nick Fury and the Black Widow Natasha in the hangar. Their expressions didn't look normal. Nick Fury frowned deeply, and Black Widow Natasha, who was standing beside him, also had a distressed expression. Not only that, but there were also obvious bruises on Black Widow Natasha's delicate face. Russell clearly remembered that Natasha's face didn't have any scars apart from her beauty yesterday. The Black Widow Natasha was injured, and there didn't seem to be anything special. After all, she was a special agent. It was normal for her to get injured during a mission. But the problem, she was injured wolf warrior. Combined with Dr. Zola's request, Russell made a rough judgment. Because of the death of Pierce and Rum, Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. was partially exposed, but not completely exposed, which is why Project Insight was not completely terminated. Nick Fury estimated that the exposed Hydra was handed over to Black Widow Natasha and Captain America Steve Rogers to deal with, so Natasha was injured at this time. As for why Dr. Zola only asked him to kill Nick Fury and Captain America, it should be because he felt that Captain America and Captain America had a greater impact on the plan, so he made such a request. Of course, only Dr. Zola himself would know if that was what he thought. On the way to the Triple Wing headquarters, Russell carefully observed the Insight hangar, but he never found any trace of Captain America and Agent Hill. Russell can understand that Captain America is not here. After all, Captain America is a combatant. But Agent Hill is also not here, which makes him a little suspicious. Agent Hill is Nick Fury's right-hand man. At this critical moment, it's not right for her not to be here. Although he didn't find Captain America and Agent Hill, Russell saw someone here that he didn't expect at all. Dr. Bruce Banner. Why is he here? He's not from S.H.I.E.L.D., what is he doing here? Several doubts suddenly emerged in Russell's mind. Although Dr. Banner has not turned into the Grumpy Hulk now, he still felt his scalp tingle when he saw him in a suit and glasses. Compared to Hulk, he would rather see the fully armed Captain America and Falcon now. Captain America and Falcon are still normal human beings anyway. But the Hulk was different. He was completely inhuman. He is not even a human being, he is a pure extraordinary creature. An extraordinary creature that has evolved to a certain limit. Captain America and Falcon didn't come, but Hulk came. Luo Su suddenly felt that he had used up all his luck in yesterday's lottery draw. Like Russell, when Dr. Bruce Banner came to the hangar and saw the 3 extremely oppressive helicarriers, a look of shock appeared on his face. Not only that, Russell also saw an obvious puzzled expression on his face. It seems that Dr. Banner is also here for the first time, otherwise, he wouldn't look like this now. When Dr. Banner came to Nick and Natasha, they began to talk fiercely. Although Russell doesn't have super hearing, he can't read lips. But as long as he looked at Dr. Banner's reluctant expression and Natasha's somewhat ambiguous eyes, he could infer the general situation. If Russell guessed correctly, Dr. Banner was fooled here by Black Widow Natasha. Although Dr. Banner is also a member of the Avengers, he is different from Captain America and Natasha. He is a relatively neutral party. He will take on the responsibility of protecting the world, but he will not become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Compared to the identity of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he prefers his identity as a doctor. At this time, although Dr. Banner looked reluctant, but under the persuasion of Black Widow Natasha, he finally stayed in the hangar and stood silently beside Natasha. Seeing this scene, Russell couldn't help but sigh. This robbery plan is really getting more and more exciting. Chapter 193. This kind of mission, which requires disguise and intelligence gathering, is actually more suitable for CIB and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But in order to give Thunder agents more opportunities to perform, Ross will not care about this kind of thing. For Ross and the military bigwigs behind him, as long as this mission is completed by Thunder agents, then they have sufficient reason to further apply to the White House and take back the rights that originally belonged to them little by little. It is not impossible to go further. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s example is in front of them. Although Rog and Kara were disguised to a certain extent, the taxi drivers still looked at them from time to time when they took a taxi to the hotel where Captain Jack was staying. This is not because the image of the two of them is too outstanding, but because the two of them are a little too unfamiliar now. The taxi driver can see at a glance that they are not locals, but if the two of them are tourists, they are completely different from tourists. As a veteran taxi driver in Kiev for more than 10 or 20 years, the man, who is over 40 years old, immediately thought of something. "Are you Interpol?" the driver asked in broken English, with a look on his face that said he had understood everything. "No, we are terrorists." Rog didn't want to answer the driver's question, but after noticing the driver's uncontrollable excitement, he opened his mouth and gave an unexpected answer. Sure enough, after hearing Rog's answer, the driver's face suddenly turned black. "You are really joking, huh?" The driver laughed to hide his nervousness at this time. "You think I'm joking?" Rog said in a gloomy tone with a straight face. The driver began to panic, and he began to regret why he spoke. If it were anyone else, the taxi driver would think that the other party was joking at most. However, when Rog purposely released his aura, the driver, who was a commoner, could not help but feel instinctive fear. "Forget that we have been here. If you can't do it, I will help you do it. Understand, Viktokovsky?" "Understood, sir, I will forget." The driver named Viktokovsky answered immediately, then tensed his body and looked straight ahead. For the next 10 minutes or so, nothing was said. After sending Rog and Kara to the entrance of the hotel, Viktokovsky stepped on the accelerator and quickly disappeared from Rog's sight without even paying. "Why are you scaring him? He's just an ordinary driver." "Scaring him is meaningless," Kara asked in confusion. "There's no special reason. It's just to give him some extra memories. When he's old, he might sit on the sofa and brag to his grandchildren about what happened today." Back then, Grandpa met 2 terrorists in Kiev. That was an extremely dangerous day. Hearing Rog's words, Kara rolled his eyes and walked straight into the hotel lobby. If one looked at it from the perspective of the purpose, his method was indeed quite boring. But isn't life made up of these boring little things? The thrilling and exciting legendary life was a privilege that only a few people had. After a sentimental sigh, he slowly walked into the hotel. According to the information, Captain Jack lived in room 703. Except for leaving the hotel every night to go to the Ecstasy night bar, Captain Jack almost never left the room. Although Captain Jack was the only one who checked in, for someone like him who worked in a special industry, he might not be the only one in the room. Knock, knock, knock. After arriving at the door of room 703, Karen knocked on the door. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the closed door was opened, and Captain Jack, who was in his 40s or 50s and had a bushy beard, appeared in front of Kara. "Oh, beauty, can't you find your room?" After seeing Kara's appearance, Captain Jack said in a tone that all men understand. However, just as he was looking up and down at Kara's attractive figure, Kara suddenly lifted her 1-meter-long leg and kicked him directly. Captain Jack had never thought that Kara would actually make a move on him. Caught off guard, Captain Jack was kicked by Kara and fell to the ground in a very embarrassing manner. After doing all this, Kara slowly walked into the room as if nothing had happened. Rog, who witnessed Kara's kick, suddenly remembered a sentence that he didn't know where he had seen it before. "The longer the legs, the more painful it is to kick. The thinner the heels, the higher the damage." He had never been kicked by a woman, let alone a woman wearing high heels, so he couldn't confirm whether this sentence was correct. However, judging from Captain Jack's groaning on the ground, this sentence was likely to be true. After closing the door, Rog came to Captain Jack and began his first interrogation. Although he had no experience, Captain Jack was obviously not the kind of tough guy who could ignore the damage. After casually trying out a few interrogation techniques that he had learned not long ago, Captain Jack told them the entire situation in full detail. Captain Jack did receive a commission to smuggle something to the United States, but he hadn't seen the item yet. According to the plan, he was going to the bar tonight to confirm the final delivery time, and then send the agreed goods to the United States. Only responsible for delivering the goods, not inquiring about the employer and the goods, is the rule of their line of work. As long as the employer can pay according to the agreement, no matter what the goods are, they will deliver. After confirming the contact method between Captain Jack and the employer tonight, Rog directly hit Captain Jack's neck, making him completely unconscious. "Don't you need to kill him?" Kara suddenly asked. "Yes, you do it." After that, Rog gave up his position and motioned Kara to do it himself. What's wrong with people now? They want to kill people to inquire about information. Am I not keeping up with this era? Although he has killed a lot of people, those were needed for combat or missions. If you are worried that he will wake up halfway, just tie him up. glancing at Rog, and then at the unconscious Captain Jack, Kara finally shook his head. Rog ignored Kara and began to use the transformation technique. Boom. When the white smoke dissipated, Rog had completely disappeared and was replaced by Captain Jack, who couldn't see the difference at all. Transforming into Captain Jack and coming into contact with the terrorists was a plan he had decided on early on. But what he didn't expect was that after he transformed into Captain Jack, Kara looked at him with a shocked face. "Why are you looking at me like this? It's just a transformation technique, not a high-level ninjutsu. Don't be surprised." Chapter 194. Although Kara herself had extraordinary power because of the Moonlight Stone, she still felt incredulous after seeing the scene in front of her. Not only was the appearance exactly the same, but even the lecherous expression was exactly the same. If the real Captain Jack was not lying on the ground, Kara would never believe that the Captain Jack standing in front of her was Rog. "Don't be in a daze, I'll deal with the rest alone, you go back to the safe house." What he had to face next was not a passerby or a driver, but a terrorist with high vigilance. Instead of bringing an inexperienced newcomer like Kara, it would be better to catch the terrorists in the bar. At least it would save him some effort. Although Rog didn't say it clearly, Kara understood what he meant. "You're a newcomer, don't add to the trouble. Go back to where you came from." If it was someone else who did this to her, Kara would definitely let that person enjoy the extraordinary power of the Moonlight Stone. But when that person was Rog, the situation was completely different. Kara would rather fight with the red tank than face the feeling of disgusting bugs crawling all over her body again. Thinking of this, Kara couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if there were bugs crawling on her body at this time. "Okay, then I'll go back first." Without any hesitation or dissatisfaction, Kara turned around and left decisively. When night fell, Rog, who had transformed into Captain Jack, left the hotel and took a taxi to the Ecstasy Night Bar. Before leaving the hotel, he enjoyed the highest standard dinner that the hotel could provide. As for the bill, of course, Captain Jack paid for it. Isn't it reasonable for Captain Jack to pay for what he eats? Rog thought that the bar that could be chosen by Captain Jack and the terrorists wouldn't be too bad. But when he came to the bar, he felt that he had overestimated Jack and the others. It seems that the smuggling and terrorist industries haven't made much money in the past few years. After lamenting in his heart, Roger walked into the bar that was not modern at all. Because it was still early, there weren't many guests in the bar. But with the environment of the bar, even during the night peak, it was estimated that there wouldn't be many guests. Soon, Roger saw the rumored middleman. He walked to the bar counter where the middleman was. 2 glasses of vodka, no ice. 1 for Russia and 1 for America. This secret code was really stupid, Rog said in Captain Jack's usual manner of speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man next to him turned to look at him. The bartender was not the terrorist's contact. The customer next to the bartender was. No energy reaction, ordinary person, 0 threat level. When he turned to observe the man, Rog quickly judged the man's strength. However, before the man could answer, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Old Jack, can that little boat of yours still cross the Atlantic Ocean? Don't be blown over by the storm." Who is this guy? Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a tall man dressed like a Viking. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me? Or was your brain eaten by a shark?" The man who suddenly appeared mocked loudly. As long as the brain hasn't crashed, anyone can see that he was deliberately looking for trouble. "Get out of here." Rog didn't know what the relationship between Captain Jack and this man was, so he could only choose to use an answer that was suitable for any relationship. "Oh, I see, old Jack, you are talking about business." After that, the man came in front of the terrorist contact and patted him on the shoulder. He said without hiding anything, "Young man, if you want to do business, you can come to me. I'm much more reliable than old Jack." Can't let this guy continue. Rog intends to use the hypnosis ability of Sharingan to solve this guy who came out of nowhere. However, just as he was about to make a move, the man said something that completely exceeded his expectations. "He is not old Jack, he is a spy for the Americans." As soon as the man who deliberately dressed like a pirate finished speaking, the terrorist's face suddenly changed, and he pulled out the pistol from his waist without thinking. Damn it! Rog cursed in his heart. At this time, the situation no longer allows him to continue to disguise, and there is no need to disguise. As soon as the terrorist's contact pulled out the pistol, Rog came in front of him lightning and grabbed his right hand holding the gun. Gotcha! With a little force, the contact's right hand was easily broken by Rog like a toothpick. After quickly solving the contact, he set his eyes on the pirate-like man. Who are you? The only person who knows that he disguised as Captain Jack is Gecko Ishikawa. At most, there are several logistics personnel in the safe house. Other than that, it is impossible for anyone to know that Captain Jack is his disguise. Of course, the man can't answer Rog's question. When Roger asked him, he pulled out a military knife that was almost 30 centimeters long from his back belt. Playing with a knife in front of me? Rog smiled helplessly when he saw the man's eagerness after he pulled out his military knife. Less than 10 seconds, to be precise, 3 seconds. The knife in the man's hand was in his hand. After casually waving the knife in his hand, Rog asked again, "Last chance, who are you?" The result was no different from the previous one. The man still didn't intend to answer the question. For the man's choice, Rog felt a trace of regret. Then he returned the military knife to the man. However, the man didn't catch the knife in a different way from ordinary people. He used his forehead to catch the saber that was flying towards him at lightning speed. Thump! The sound of falling to the ground sounded. Rog ignored the man who came out of nowhere, directly grabbed the contact whose right hand was broken, and took him out of the bar. On a rooftop near the bar. "But why did you do this to me?" Rog said helplessly, his face full of disappointment. The contact looked at the annoyed Rog with a confused face, completely unable to guess what he was going to do. "I plan to be a proper ninja, collect intelligence, sneak in, eliminate the target, and complete the mission. Why can't you let me complete all the procedures?" As soon as his voice faded, Rog's eyes fell on the contact. "I'm in a bad mood now, so I sincerely remind you, don't have any thoughts you shouldn't have. Otherwise, I'll chop you up." After that, he took out the bone knife that he took from the roadside restaurant. Chapter 195. Chop you up. Glancing at the oily bone knife in Rog's hand, the terrorist couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Compared to Rog's threat, what surprised the terrorist was Rog's identity. After arriving at the roof, Rog lifted the effect of the transformation technique and changed back to his original appearance. When he changed back to his original appearance, the terrorist recognized his identity. Fourth Hokage. He is the captain of the Thunder Agents, Fourth Hokage. "Oh, you don't have to threaten me, you don't dare to chop me up. The world-famous superhero Fourth Hokage can't chop me up, unless you don't want the reputation of a superhero anymore. Do it, lackeys of the US government, you don't deserve to be called a hero. Do it." After recognizing Rog's identity, the terrorist not only did not have any fear, but he began to clamor. It has to be said that this terrorist's imagination is quite good to be able to think of so many things in such a short time. But there is one thing he didn't think of, that is, Rog is not an ordinary superhero. In other words, Rog never thought of himself as a superhero. Compared to the hardships of being a superhero, he wanted to be a carefree anti-hero. When he is happy, he will save the world. When he is not happy, the world will do whatever it wants. "Since you asked for it, then I will satisfy you." After saying that, Rog came to the front of the terrorist lying on the ground and squatted down with a calm face. "Judging from your action of pulling out the gun, your habitual hand is right hand. So, let's start with the left hand." As soon as his voice fell, Rog raised the bone knife in his hand and chopped at the terrorist's left hand without hesitation. Ding! The bone-chopping knife's blade hit the ground hard, making a dull sound. When the bone knife was raised, the terrorist's left wrist rolled a few times on the ground. Ah! The terrorist never thought that Rog would really dare to do it, and he was so determined and calm. This is just the beginning. The main event is coming up. Do your best. Rog raised his left index finger to his lips and shushed her. Then he ignored the terrorist's screams and ignored the blood spurting out of the wound on his left hand. He raised the bone-chopping knife again. Clang. There was another sound of metal colliding with the ground. The terrorist's left upper arm was also detached from his body. No, stop, don't. The terrorist began to struggle with all his might. However, Rog was still unmoved. He raised the machete in his hand for the third time. Go ahead and ask. How am I supposed to answer if you don't ask? Go ahead and ask. Seeing the chopping knife raised once again, the terrorist shouted loudly, as if this could disperse the intense pain from his left hand. Is that so? Then it seems that this is my fault. At the same time, the bone-chopping knife fell again, cutting off the terrorist's remaining forearm. No, it's not your fault. I beg you to please ask, please. The terrorist was still screaming, but his tone had become much weaker. He didn't know if it was because the previous scream damaged his throat, or because he lost too much blood. Very good, it seems that now you know how to cooperate. After wiping the blood-stained bone-chopping knife on the terrorist's clothes, Rog said calmly. The following questioning was unusually smooth, and he soon got the information he wanted. Give me a quick death. The terrorist didn't have any intention of leaving here alive. The only thing he wanted now was to end his life happily. Actually, I have never had the habit of killing captives, but I can satisfy your last request. A finger snap suddenly sounded. Rog in front of the terrorist suddenly disappeared like a bubble. The blood on the ground and the broken arm also disappeared. Even the intense pain that made the terrorist hover between life and death disappeared in an instant. The terrorist didn't realize what had happened. He saw Rog standing a few meters away. From the beginning to the end, what he felt was the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Rog's left hand was holding the bone-chopping knife that made him tremble with fear, and his empty right hand was in the posture of a pistol. Water release, water iron cannon technique. A liquid bullet pierced the terrorist's forehead, completely ending his life. This terrorist was not an important person. According to him, he was just a contact, so he didn't know where the nuclear warhead was. In the information he provided, there were only 3 points that were slightly valuable. The first was that the terrorists intended to send the goods out as soon as possible. If there was no problem, they hoped to send the goods on the ship at 3:00 in the morning. The second was that this time, there were not many people in charge of transporting the nuclear warhead, only about 20 or 30 people, and the nuclear warhead was now in a warehouse in the city. Although Kiev wasn't an international metropolis, it was still the capital of Ukraine. In this city, there were at least thousands of large and small warehouses. It was not easy to find the one where the terrorists placed the nuclear warhead in these warehouses. As for the third information, it was the most useful one at present. That was the contact information provided by the contact. Although the contact didn't know where the nuclear warhead was placed in the warehouse, he knew how to contact the terrorists who were guarding it. According to the original plan, after confirming the final time with Captain Jack, he would contact the terrorists and inform them of the final result. Although there were some accidents, the terrorists may not know what happened in the bar now. As long as he could use the identity of the contact to lure the terrorists out, or directly locate their location when contacting them, then everything would become simple again. Of course, the premise of all this was based on the premise that the terrorists didn't know what happened in the bar. After throwing away the bone-chopping knife in his hand, Rog teleported back to the safe house with the Flying Thunder God and roughly explained the current situation to Kara and others. When the logistics technicians in the safe house were ready, Rog asked a technician who could speak Ukrainian to make a call. Although the voice of the technician was not the same as the contact, there was no other way. Rog could transform into the appearance of the contact, but the problem was that he didn't speak Ukrainian. The contact could speak English because the person he wanted to contact was the UA Captain Jack, which may be the reason why he was chosen as the contact. More than 20 seconds later, the phone was still not connected. Chapter 196. Just when everyone thought that no one would answer the phone, the call was suddenly connected. At #%#yen, there was an authentic Ukrainian voice on the phone. But except for the technician who made the call, no one present understood the meaning of this sentence. The technician quickly replied and communicated with the terrorist on the other end of the phone. Although they couldn't understand their conversation, judging from the current situation, the terrorist guarding the nuclear warhead didn't know what happened in the bar. When the Ukrainian technician communicated with the terrorist, the remaining technicians quickly began to track and locate the phone. Although these technicians are not professional agents from the CIB and SHIELD, it is not difficult for them to track the location of a phone call. The terrorist on the other end of the phone didn't realize anything, and the technician on the safe house side had already completed the location. The signal came from a warehouse on the outskirts of Kiev. "Mr. Rog, I told them the time and place of receiving the goods tonight according to your request, and they will arrive at the port on time with the goods." After the call ended, the technician in charge of the call reported to Rog. Rog didn't have any military rank, but his identity as the captain of the Thunder agents made him the highest-ranking person on the scene. "Thank you for your hard work. But they won't have a chance to arrive at the port on time." It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, more than 6 hours away from the agreed 3 o'clock in the morning. Rog didn't intend to waste time here, so he planned to go directly to the warehouse located and solve all the problems at once. "Put on your battle suit, we should go." It was also time to end this agent game. After hearing Rog's words, Moonlight Skala didn't hesitate and immediately went to the room and changed back to the white uniform that fully highlighted her graceful figure. Finally, the fight was about to start, and Skala's expression gradually became excited. More than 20 minutes later, Rog and Skala arrived near the warehouse on the outskirts. After arriving near the warehouse, Rog didn't launch an attack immediately, but used chakra to perceive the situation of the warehouse. 34 ordinary humans didn't have any abnormal energy response. He couldn't sense whether the nuclear warhead was inside. He could only sense life energy and energy intensity, and radioactive materials such as nuclear materials were not in his sensing range. Unless the nuclear warhead exploded, he would not be able to sense the location of the explosion. But at that time, it didn't matter whether he could sense it or not. There aren't many enemies inside, and their weapons are just some conventional gunpowder weapons, so it's not very difficult to deal with them. According to Ross's request, I need you to grow up as soon as possible so that you can become superheroes who can take charge of things on your own. So, you'll be in charge of the main attack, and I'll be in charge of covering you. Unless you really can't handle it, or if your life is in danger, I will only help. Do you understand? This was something that Rog and Ross had agreed upon a long time ago. While he was the captain of the Thunderbolt Secret Service team, he had to do his best to help the other members grow. Of course, this so-called growth was not for him to teach the other members how to fight, but for them to gain more combat experience. Simply put, he was the last line of insurance for the Thunderbolt Secret Service team. If Moonlight, Skala, and the other team members could solve the quest by themselves, then he could do nothing. But if they couldn't solve it, or if their lives were in danger, he would be responsible for dealing with the aftermath. Of course, this was only limited to when he was participating in a mission. Understood. Skala had no objection to Rog's arrangement, and she didn't think that the terrorists in the warehouse could pose any threat to her. Although she wasn't a battle-hardened existence like Rog, and her power wasn't obtained through her own efforts, the extraordinary ability given to her by the Moonstone was enough for her to deal with most of the enemies. After instructing Skala, Rog didn't say anything else. What he had to do now was to enjoy Moonlight Skala's performance. After calming down a little, Skala walked straight to the door of the warehouse, intending to attack it head-on. Rog didn't say anything about Skala's choice. As long as Skala didn't die here, it didn't matter. It was unknown whether the terrorists in the warehouse weren't vigilant enough, or they didn't worry about any enemy attack at all. Skala, who was exuding orange-white light from head to toe, was unhindered and went directly to the door of the warehouse. Moonlight Skala was obviously not the kind of person who would sneak in and secretly deal with the enemy. After coming to the warehouse door, she raised her hands and launched an orange-white beam of light. Boom! The beam of light hit the dilapidated door of the warehouse without any suspense, blasting a big hole in the door. The huge sound resounded throughout the warehouse in an instant, and the terrorists in the warehouse understood the situation at this time even if they were slow to react. There are enemies attacking. It didn't take long for fierce gunshots to ring out in the warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Scala, who was exuding orange-white light, flew into the air and constantly fired energy beams from her hands, attacking all the terrorists who appeared in front of her like an energy turret. At this time, Rog stood dozens of meters behind Scala, silently observing her battle while paying attention to the movements of the terrorists. Although Scala didn't have much combat experience, she easily gained the upper hand with the extraordinary ability given by the Moonlight Gem. Judging from the current situation, it won't take long for Scala to solve all the terrorists in the warehouse and complete the mission smoothly. However, the terrorists who can buy nuclear warheads from the Russian black market are obviously not rookies. They may not have any extraordinary abilities, nor do they have high-tech weapons like Hydra or Shield, but they have as many conventional gunpowder weapons as they want. After finding that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate the energy shield around Scala's body, these terrorists didn't hesitate and directly moved out their heavy weapons. Anti-material sniper rifles, rocket launchers, Gatling guns. Rog even saw the Javelin anti-tank missile developed by the United States on them. These terrorists were well armed. Even ordinary US soldiers might not be as well armed as them. When the terrorists took out their heavy weapons, Scala completely gained the upper hand in the battle and the situation began to change. Boom, 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 rockets and missiles continued to explode around Scala, and the shock waves and airwaves caused by the explosions made Scala, who was flying in the air, float around like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 197. Still not enough experience. If Kara had been a little more cautious, instead of relying on her extraordinary ability to go on a rampage, she would definitely not have been used as a target by the terrorists. The bullets from the Gatling gun hit Kara's energy shield like a storm, creating ripples on the energy shield. What's worse, because of the suppression of the Gatling gun, Kara couldn't care about other attacks. Rockets and anti-tank missiles exploded one after another in front of her. If it weren't for the Moonlight Gem, Kara would have been blown to pieces. Rog thought that he could easily watch the battle as a spectator and then smoothly end the mission. But Carla's performance directly shattered his beautiful dream. He really didn't want to do it. Although he thought so, he still summoned his new Haori, the Yondaime Hokage's white Haori. Along with the Haori, dozens of flying Thor kunai were summoned. Although there were only 9 flying Thor kunai enchanted by Odin, but for a ninja who regarded flying Thor as a talent, how could he not have flying Thor kunai? In his summon scroll, there were a total of 300 flying Thor kunai. Don't ask why he saved so many. If you ask, it's because he has too much money. After putting on the Haori, Rog began to use his ninjutsu. Wood release. Wooden spindle wall. In the blink of an eye, a semicircular wall made of wood appeared in front of Kara, completely enveloping her. Lightning body flicker. What followed after the wooden spindle wall wasn't flying Thor, but lightning body flicker. Rog's figure disappeared in an instant, and a weak electric current that had yet to dissipate appeared where he had been standing. Leave the rest to me. As soon as his voice fell, Rog picked up Kara, who was half kneeling on the ground, and once again used lightning body flicker. The next second, he carried Kara to a corner of the warehouse, and then directly put Kara down. It felt good. After putting Kara down, he disappeared again. Until now, the terrorists did not know that Kara was no longer behind the wooden spindle wall. Bullets and missiles continued to bombard the wooden walls, and dazzling explosions continued to rise. Although the sudden appearance of the wooden spindle wall surprised these terrorists, they did not associate the wooden spindle wall with Rog. It was common knowledge that his superpower was the ability to control lightning. Rog had no intention of correcting these terrorists' thoughts. While they were crazily attacking the wooden spindle wall, he had the shadow doppelganger throw the dozens of Thor kunai that he had summoned to every corner of the warehouse. After the shadow doppelganger was done, he walked into the terrorists' line of sight. Seeing Rog walking out from the shadows, These terrorists first revealed a trace of doubt, then their complexion suddenly changed, and they immediately turned the muzzle. When they first saw Kara, they felt that Kara was very similar to the superhero Moonlight Stone from the Thunder Secret Service. It's just that Kara did not show superpowers at the press conference, so even if she was wearing the same battle suit, they did not immediately confirm Kara's identity. However, when Rog came out in a white Haori, they finally confirmed this guess. Thunder Secret Service's Moonlight Stone Kara, and the fourth Hokage Rog. These terrorists didn't take Kara, a new superhero, too seriously. In their view, Moonlight Stone Kara was nothing more than an idol promoted by the UA government, a trick used to fool the people. Kara, who had no record of course, could not be taken seriously by them. However, Logue was different. He was a ferocious man with actual battle records. When anyone mentioned him, they would involuntarily think of the scenes of him killing the alien soldiers in New York. A person's name, a tree's shadow. No matter how arrogant these terrorists were, they would not think that they would be a match for Rog, who could cut down aliens like vegetables. For a while, all the muzzles and cannons were aimed at him. Looking at these terrorists who seemed to be facing a great enemy, Rogers suddenly sighed. He didn't know when he would be able to get the same treatment as Minato. If I encounter a golden flash, I can give up the mission without any punishment. I have to continue to work hard. And Rog hoped that his future treatment would be a little higher than Minato's. Minato's treatment was only limited to the ninja world, and he hoped that his treatment would be universal. But this kind of thing can only be thought in his mind for the time being. He has not received this kind of treatment on Earth, let alone the whole universe. Although this goal is a bit far away, it is also a direction worth working towards. When the terrorists aimed all their muzzles at Rog, Kara, who was placed in the corner of the warehouse by Rog, also sneaked out. She wanted to see how Rog would deal with these terrorists. Rog is strong, she knows this, but she wants to know how strong Rog is. Kara, who personally experienced the bombardment of modern gunpowder weapons, wanted to see how big the gap between herself and Rog is. Cheer up. The opposite is the Yondaime Hokage. As long as we kill him, the entire United States government will be afraid of us. He is only one person, don't be afraid. These terrorists shouted loudly one after another in Ukrainian. Rog couldn't understand what they were saying, but this didn't affect what he was going to do next. They saw him suddenly take out a flying Thor kunai and play with it in his right hand. Just when everyone thought that he was going to use the flying Thor kunai to launch an attack, he suddenly threw the kunai up. Da-da-da-da. At the moment when he threw the kunai, the terrorists who were already prepared didn't hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger. However, their attack was destined to have no effect. The moment the flying Thor kunai left his hand, Rog disappeared with the flying thunder god. The bullets and missiles flew directly over his original position, hitting the wall behind him, the ground, and the container. These gunshots almost stopped abruptly, and a sudden strange silence quickly enveloped the entire warehouse. At the same time when the gunshots stopped, Rog's figure reappeared in the original position, and his right hand easily caught the flying Thor kunai that had not yet fallen to the ground. When he put away the flying Thor kunai in his hand, there was a burst of falling sounds in other parts of the warehouse. It's over? Kara thought that she would be able to see a wonderful battle, but the reality was completely different from what she had imagined. The only thing she saw was that Rog suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly reappeared, and then there was no more. How is this possible? What did he do? Is he really human? Chapter 198. Inform the military to deal with the aftermath. I'll go back first. Rog ignored Kara, who was in a state of shock and confusion, and directly ordered. Taking care of more than 20 ordinary terrorists in one go was nothing to be surprised about. Minato can kill 50 rock shinobis at once with the same flying Thor. Compared with the rock shinobis, the terrorists don't seem to be on the same level. Not to mention that the number of enemies is only about half of Minato's. Before the flying thunder god left the warehouse, Rog didn't forget to let the shadow clone recover the Thor that was thrown out. Until Rog's figure completely disappeared, Kara still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. So many terrorists, how could they die so easily? Even if there were more than 20 chickens, they wouldn't die so easily. Rog didn't pay attention to what happened next in the warehouse, but the day after he returned to New York, he saw Ross once again hold a press conference. All 3 missions were successfully completed. The Thunder Secret Service team finally delivered the first answer sheet as a superhero team. Before Ross held the press conference, Rog received 30 ninja coins from the system. Unconsumed ninja coins, 335. After redeeming King Kong seal and 4 symbol seal, his ninja coins that didn't change for a long time finally began to increase again. After announcing his identity in public, he can no longer receive ninja coins through Konoha's company as before. But this doesn't have much impact on him. As early as half a year ago, he used Konoha's company to accept commissions, but none of them passed the judgment of the system, and he wasted several commission scrolls. Since then, he rarely personally executed the commissions received by Konoha. Just when Rog was enjoying his rare leisure time, a fierce father and son quarrel occurred in the hall of Asgard's Golden Palace, far away from the Earth. You are taking a risk. If you fail, the weapon will fall into the hands of the enemy. Odin, holding the Gungnir, stood in the hall of the Golden Palace, which was originally magnificent, but now seriously damaged, and directly rejected Thor's proposal. It will only be more dangerous if we just sit here and wait. His fleet may be hovering above us right now, and we won't know. Thor did not give up and continued to persuade Odin. When he arrives, his men will be defeated by tens of thousands of Asgard soldiers. Odin remained unmoved. Then how many people do we have to sacrifice? Thor also insisted on his suggestion. No matter how much we sacrifice, I won't hesitate. Odin's tone suddenly became fierce. We will fight until the last Asgard is dead, until the Asgard's blood runs dry. Then what's the difference between you and Malekith? The difference is that I will eventually win. Odin left the hall of the Golden Palace, looking exhausted. The invasion of the Dark Elves and the death of Queen Scarlet made this king, who was no longer young, look even more aged. Watching Odin leave, Thor stayed in place silently, then said in a voice that only he could hear, "I will protect Asgard in my own way." A few hours later, Thor learned of the latest order issued by Odin. Close Bifrost, no one is allowed to enter or leave Asgard. If even I can't see the enemy, then who can? After the military meeting, Heimdall, the guardian of Bifrost, found Thor in the tavern and said helplessly, "Malekith will come back, you and I know this very well. We need the help of others, a reinforcement from another planet." After drinking the beer in the cup, Thor said meaningfully, "We can't contact him, and even if we can, he can't come to Asgard." Heimdall immediately understood what Thor meant. "No, I can get in touch with him." When night fell, Thor gathered Sif, Fandral, and Volstagg and went to a secret room in the Golden Palace with Heimdall. "What I want you to do is the most serious crime of treason. Even if we succeed, we will be exiled, and if we fail, we will die. Malekith knows that the ether particle is here, he can sense its energy. If we don't take action, he will lead the Dark Elves to attack again, but this time, he will completely destroy Asgard. We have to take Jane away from here, so that Asgard will not become a battlefield again," Thor said with a serious face. This was his way of protecting Asgard, completely different from Odin's. But Bifrost has been closed, and the Tesseract is locked in the palace's treasury. Moreover, we are no match for Malekith. There are only a few of us, we can't defeat him, and we can't protect the ether particle in Jane's body. Sif did not object to Thor's proposal, but the key problem was that they could not leave Asgard now. Even if they left, they could not defeat Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves. This was undoubtedly giving the ether particle to Malekith. There are other ways to leave Asgard, and not many people know about these ways. To be precise, there is only one. In addition, this time, we are not the only ones in this operation. We will have a very powerful reinforcement. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor took out a scroll that did not belong to Asgard. This is? The moment they saw the scroll, Sif and the others immediately thought of something. Although the color was a little different, this scroll was very similar to the commission scroll they had seen before. This is a gift that Rog gave me when I went to New York last time. If one day you need my help, you can open this scroll. These were the original words he said to me. Although that was what he said, Thor did not know what effect this scroll had. But now, this scroll was the only way he could contact Rog. Is this really useful? This place is very far from Earth. Without the help of Bifrost, not many people can cross such a long distance to Asgard. As someone who had witnessed Rog's battle with her own eyes, Sif did not doubt Rog's strength. However, this kind of ultra-long distance transmission across interstellar space was not something that anyone could do. Even Asgard, without Bifrost, could only obediently build ultra-long distance transmission magic arrays. And as far as she knew, Rog did not know magic, so it was impossible for him to build any transmission magic arrays. I don't know, but I'm willing to try. After saying that, Thor directly opened the unknown scroll that Rog gave him. Chapter 199. Bang. As soon as Thor opened the scroll, a cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air in the room. When the smoke dissipated, Rog's figure appeared in front of them. Did he really come to Asgard? Thor and the others looked at Rog in disbelief and couldn't react for a while. I'm not the main body, I'm just a shadow clone of the main body. After seeing the puzzled look on Thor and the others' faces, the shadow clone immediately explained. This scroll isn't a teleportation scroll, it's just a simple shadow clone scroll. Rog left a shadow clone technique in the scroll, and he also left enough chakra technique in the scroll. This kind of scroll can be exchanged in the system, and the price isn't expensive. 1 ninja coin can be exchanged for 1. Can you get in touch with Log? Is he the main body you mentioned? Although Saul didn't know what kind of connection there was between the shadow doppelganger and the original body, since Rog left a shadow doppelganger in the scroll, this shadow doppelganger must have a special use. No! The doppelganger answered straightforwardly. Thor's face suddenly became a little ugly. At this time, the shadow clone continued, although I can't contact the main body can sense my presence, and he will come over in a while. After saying that, the shadow clone ignored the strange expression of Thor and the others and signaled them to make a space. At the same time, Rog, who is far away in New York, sensed the appearance of the shadow clone. The long distance between the Earth and Asgard can't prevent the side effects of the shadow clone, and a part of the chakra in Rog's body disappeared out of thin air. I didn't expect this plan to be useful one day. He did give the scroll to Thor, but he can't be sure whether Thor will really use it or not. After taking a few deep breaths, he went to the training room and summoned a shadow clone. No matter what the result is, you have to summon the Shikatsu forest again in 10 minutes. If I'm still inside, remember to get me out. The shadow clone nodded and directly summoned the Shikatsu forest in the training room. Inherent barrier, Shikatsu forest. In just a moment, the training room was transformed into a Shikatsu forest that contains rich natural energy. The Shikatsu forest summoned by the shadow clone wasn't that big, only about 10 square meters. It didn't even cover the entire training room. However, the current Log did not need a large area of the wet bone forest. The shadow clone's plan, the size of the forest is not the size of the plan. After the shadow doppelganger summoned the wet bone forest, Rog went straight to the wet bone forest that looked like a little garden. He summoned a rectangular iron box. The iron box is about 2 meters long, half a meter, and from the outside it looked like a coffin. Well, it is a coffin of the coffin, but it's a metal coffin. The outer layer is vibranium and the inner layer is URU metal. Remember, no matter what happens, you have to summon the Shikatsu forest again in 10 minutes. If this thing is still inside, save me. If it's not, you have to remove it yourself. Rog sighed helplessly and opened the coffin. He laid down in it and let the shadow clone close the lid of the coffin. What bad luck. Regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, he has to ask for compensation from Thor. Or else, it won't be able to make up for the mental damage. Before this, he had experimented on chimpanzees and other animals over 100 times, and none of them had failed. However, an experiment was just an experiment. No one could guarantee what would happen when they actually operated it. What if Lady Luck is not happy these few days and gives him a debuff? It's not impossible. The theory behind this interstellar teleportation is actually very simple. It uses the only effect of the Shikatsu forest. No matter where the Shikatsu forest is summoned, the same Shikatsu forest will appear. Although only one Shikatsu forest can be summoned at a time, as long as the timing is arranged, the teleportation method can be executed smoothly. First, the Shikatsu forest will be summoned on Earth and the express delivery will be placed in the forest. Then, the Shikatsu forest will be removed from Earth. After the storage on Earth is completed, Asgard's shadow clone will summon the Shikatsu forest again and the express delivery will be retrieved. This way, the entire process of the express delivery will be completed. The reason why Rog gave Thor a shadow clone scroll was so that Thor would have a specialized delivery boy. The principle behind the entire process was flawless. He had also tested it over 100 times on Earth. However, the area he tested was limited to Earth. Therefore, when he started the interstellar express delivery, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Rog realized for the first time that 5 minutes was so long. Just as he was considering whether or not he should open the ceiling that had been sealed for 5 minutes was finally opened. The first thing that appeared in front of him was his own face. Shadow clone scroll. From the angle of lying down, he still looked very handsome. As expected, my handsomeness is 360 degrees. After seeing the shadow clone, a strange thought suddenly popped up in Rog's mind. After coming out of the metal box, he saw Thor and the others who were in a daze. What, have you never seen a handsome guy climb out of a coffin before? This kind of attitude is definitely Rog himself. After confirming that it was Rog who climbed out of the coffin, Thor immediately went forward and gave him a warm hug. Enough, if you're Sif, I don't mind letting you hug me for a little longer. After saying that, Rog pushed away Thor, who was a little too enthusiastic. When he was on Earth, he didn't see this guy being so enthusiastic. When Rog came out, the shadow clone scroll removed the Shikatsu forest and then removed its own existence. Since the original body was here, the shadow clone scroll naturally had to leave. Tell me, why did you call me here this time? After observing the expressions of Sif and the others and the room that was not gorgeous at all, Rog directly asked. If there was nothing, Thor would never have let him come. We have to leave Asgard and deal with Malekith. In the following time, Thor roughly explained the current situation to Rog. The invasion of the Dark Elves, the death of Queen Scarlet, the ether particles on Jane, the imprisoned Loki, and the grieving Odin. Chapter 200. Thor's plan was as simple and crude as ever. The only thing that had improved was that he no longer underestimated any enemy. However, Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, was indeed not an opponent to be underestimated. Not to mention the results of Malekith's attack on Asgard this time. A long time ago, Malekith's enemy was Thor's grandfather, the previous king of Asgard, King Bau. Although he lost the battle and his ether was taken away, Malekith still lived to this day. Generally speaking, the king of the Dark Elves, Malekith, was an opponent who was not lacking in both martial strength and strategy. Rog has arrived, so what we have to do next is to bring Loki out of the dungeon. Only he knows how to secretly leave Asgard without using the Bifrost. As soon as Thor finished speaking, Volstark, who was sitting next to him, shook his head helplessly. I know you don't like Loki, but we can only rely on him now. Thor knew very well what others thought of Loki. If it weren't for his and Queen Freya's insistence, Loki might have been sentenced to death by Odin the day he was brought back to Asgard. Well, let me interrupt you first. In order to come here from Earth, I personally suffered some serious mental damage, so I hope you can make it up to me afterwards, Thor. In addition, although everyone is already very familiar with each other, we still have to follow the procedures. Write this commission scroll first. Rog directly summoned an unconsumed commission scroll and placed it in front of Thor. The reward I want is very simple. After this matter is over, I hope you can take me to Nidavel and ask them to help me make a set of armor. He now only has a set of armor similar to Madara's, but after he changed his title, this set of armor can no longer match his image. No problem. Thor was already used to Rog's commission habit. Even if he didn't say anything, Thor would give him a satisfactory reward after the matter was over. Commission content: defeat Malekis. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 250 ninja coins. Just as Rog had predicted, Thor's request successfully passed the system's judgment. The only thing he didn't expect was that the reward given by the system was as high as 250 ninja coins. What was going on? Malekith was just a boss in Thor's personal dungeon. How could there be such a high reward? In the last battle of New York, the system only gave him 200 ninja coins as a reward. Was Malekith that strong? Rog began to think seriously, and his intuition told him that this matter might not be as simple as he thought. After returning the scroll to Rog, Thor began to assign tasks to Sif and the others. There wouldn't be many people leaving Asgard, including Loki. There would be at most 4 people. Sif and the others wouldn't leave Asgard. Their task was only to contain Asgard's guard army. The Prince of Asgard, the next king of Asgard, was planning to break through the defense line of Asgard's soldiers. It was ironic. After instructing Sif and the others, they left the dark secret room and began to perform their respective tasks. According to Thor's request, Rog transformed into a royal guard and followed him like a guard. They were now going to the dungeon to rescue Loki. Without Loki, their plan to leave Asgard could basically be declared a failure. Thor, it's been so long, you came to see me now? When the two of them arrived at Loki's private cell, Loki took the lead in speaking. After speaking, Loki suddenly turned his head and glanced at the royal guard behind Thor. For some reason, Loki always felt that there was something wrong with this royal guard. However, most of his attention was now on Thor, so he didn't continue to investigate. It was just a strange royal guard, nothing to pay attention to. Looking at Loki in the cell, Thor didn't say a word. He looked at his brother who had lived with him for thousands of years with a complicated expression. Are you here to gloat? Loki spoke again, and his tone began to be sarcastic. Loki, that's enough. Don't use illusions anymore. Thor ignored Loki's sarcasm and said calmly. As soon as Thor finished speaking, Loki disappeared in front of them, and the tidy cell also changed. Loki, with disheveled hair, sat among the broken furniture and leaned against the innermost wall, his face full of loneliness. Now you see, my brother. Thor came to the other side of the cell and began to move his wrist. Is it painful for her to leave? I'm not here to mourn mother with you, I'm here to give you a chance to get something better. Loki looked at Thor in confusion, and for a moment, he didn't understand what Thor was going to do. Just say it. I know you want revenge as much as I do. If you help me escape from Asgard, I'll give you a chance to take revenge, and then put you back here. After listening to Thor's words, Loki suddenly laughed. You must be desperate, so you came to me for help. Why do you think you can trust me? After a few seconds of silence, Thor replied, I don't trust you, but Mother does. You have to know, when we fought in the past, I still had a glimmer of hope that my brother hadn't completely disappeared. That glimmer of hope is gone, and I can no longer protect you. If you dare to betray me, I'll kill you. Listening to the conversation between Thor and Loki, Rog really wanted to say to Thor, no, you won't kill Loki, you're a brother Khan from head to toe. When do we leave? Looking at the serious look on Saul's face, Loki gave his answer. For other Asgard people, it might be difficult to release a prisoner from the prison. But for Thor, it was just a matter of words. However, Thor didn't expect that Loki's first words after he came out would be, what do you plan to do with this royal guard? He'll definitely tell Odin, and then you and I won't be able to go anywhere. Can I turn him into a sheep? Or let him sleep for a month? If it wasn't for Thor's presence, Loki's first choice wouldn't be to turn into a sheep or sleep, but the more direct eternal sleep. Up to you if you can do it. Thor didn't intend to stop Loki. It's just a small royal guard, no one will care. Loki showed his natural evil smile and went straight to the royal guard, and then he heard a somewhat familiar voice. If you dare to do this, I promise you can only use your left hand to cast spells. Chapter 201. This voice? It's Rog, the self-proclaimed ninja Rog. Although Loki has only seen Rog a few times, he has firmly remembered Rog's voice. He would never forget that it was Log who had ruined his plans time and time again, causing him to walk step by step into the tragic situation he was in today. The smile on Loki's face suddenly disappeared, his whole body involuntarily took a few steps back. His hands immediately surged with a strange magical light. Kill this guy, use his blood to wash away his anger. As soon as this idea came to his mind, it was thrown to the back of his mind. Oh, I didn't expect you to come, it seems that my brother is well prepared this time. After looking at Rog vigilantly for a few seconds, Loki removed the magical light surging in his hands and restored his original expression of wanting to see the world in chaos. Because I know you're here, I came specially, isn't it a surprise? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog removed the effect of the transformation technique and changed back to his original appearance. Next time, let's find a time to have a fair fight. That being said, but Rog is very clear that Loki's so-called fair basically means unfair. Do as you like, as long as you can bear the consequences. Rog replied without showing any weakness. Although Loki has a lot of small tricks, his overall strength is limited, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Let's talk about that later, we have to leave Asgard as soon as possible. Thor is very clear about the character of Loki and Rog. He is too lazy to stop the two of them from fighting. Under Thor's lead, the three of them quickly left the dungeon and moved quickly in the Golden Palace. This kind of secret operation is too unlike your style. You even called Rog. You really don't consider using brute force to fight your way out? That would be much easier. Maybe it's because he has been imprisoned for too long, but after leaving the dungeon, Loki suddenly turned into a chatterbox. He has been chattering in front of Thor and Rog. Where's your doppelganger? Why don't you summon hundreds of doppelganger to attract the attention of the guards? This way we can leave more easily. After talking to Saul, Loki turned his head and said to Roger, "Don't worry." Thor, who has been keeping a straight face, began to warn Loki, "If you don't shut up, I'm going to do it." "Well, I'll listen to you, I'm not here." As soon as his voice fell, Loki used an illusion technique to turn himself into the appearance of the palace guards. "How? I'm not worse than you are, I'm one of the best mages in Asgard. If you don't shut up, I'm going to do it." Roger also began to warn Loki. He began to understand why Loki was held in solitary confinement. It's not because of his identity as a former prince, nor is it because he's too dangerous, it's purely because this guy talks too much. Sooner or later, the prisoners in the same cell with him will go insane. But I think we can keep a lower profile. Loki removed the transformation effect on himself, and then threw an illusion effect on Thor. "My brother, you're so beautiful." Loki turned Thor into Sif's appearance. He originally planned to use an illusion on Rog, but in the end he dismissed the idea. "Even if you become like this, I can still make you die miserably." Saul lowered his head to look at his current appearance and said in a calm tone, "Well, maybe you want your new friends more, after all, you seem to like them very much." Loki removed the transformation effect on Thor's body, and then turned himself into the appearance of Rogers of the American team. "This is much better, but the clothes don't fit well, it's too tight." But that confidence, I can feel justice surging in my body. "Do you want to talk to me about the truth or honor? God bless America?" Before Loki could finish, Thor pressed him against the stone pillar next to him and covered his mouth. "What are you doing?" Loki pulled away Thor's right hand that was covering his mouth, and then looked in the direction of Thor's gaze. It was two palace guards who were patrolling. "You should at least give me a weapon, my dagger or something." As soon as Loki finished speaking, he saw two kunai appear in front of him. "Take it, if you talk nonsense again, I don't mind beating you up first and then taking you away." Rog didn't know how Thor endured Loki for thousands of years, but in these few minutes, he had several thoughts of making Loki mute. After seeing Rog take out the kunai, Thor silently took back the handcuffs that had not yet been handed out. After going to the predetermined location and waiting for a few minutes, Sif came to them with Jane. The moment they saw Jane, Thor and Rog's eyes lit up at the same time. Thor's eyes lit up because he saw his beloved woman. Rog was different. He felt the ether particles in Jane's body. With the experience of the mind gem, he did not let his mental power go too deep into Jane's body. Even so, he still felt an indescribably powerful force. Ether particles, or reality gem. He began to understand why Malekith was still obsessed with ether particles even after so many years had passed. This power is really tempting. Jane ignored Thor and Rog, but went straight to Loki and then raised her right hand. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. This slap is for New York. Although he was slapped, Loki was not as angry as they imagined. Instead, he showed a charming smile and turned to Thor and said, "I like her." "Okay, stop fooling around, we don't have much time." Although Odin was tricked by Heimdall to go to the Bifrost, it would not take long. Odin could return to the Golden Palace at any time. Sure enough, just as Thor finished speaking, two groups of palace guards appeared on the other side of the passage. There, catch them." "I'll hold them back, you guys go." Sif decisively took on the task of bringing up the rear. Just as Loki was about to leave with Thor, the magic sword in Sif's hand, gift of Gaia, was placed on Loki's neck. "If you dare to betray him, I'll kill you." "I'm glad to see you too, Sif." Loki did not take Sif's threat to heart at all and replied with a smile. "I'll leave a shadow clone to help you, it can buy more time." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow clone appeared beside Sif. Sif and the shadow clone stayed behind to bring up the rear, while Thor and the other three quickly rushed to the Golden Palace Hall. There was their transportation to leave Asgard, a small spaceship left behind by the Dark Elves. Before boarding the ship, Volstark stopped Loki. "You dare to betray him." Before Volstark could finish, Loki took the initiative to say, "You'll kill me? Then you'll have to line up." Chapter 202. Although Thor did not use Thor's hammer to carve out a bloody path in Asgard, to be honest, the plan to drive the Dark Elves' spaceship away was not much better. Especially when none of the four people on the ship knew how to drive the spaceship. "Are you sure you know how to drive this thing?" Looking at Thor pressing buttons on the spaceship's control panel in confusion, Loki turned on his mocking mode again. "I only said it wouldn't be difficult." Volstagg was fighting with the palace guards outside while Thor was still trying to figure out how to drive the spaceship away. "No matter what you're doing, you have to speed up." Loki came to Thor's side and reminded him in a friendly manner. There were more and more guards outside, and it was impossible for Volstagg to hold on for long by himself. "Shut up, Loki." Thor was still trying, but the spaceship still showed no signs of starting. Looking at the flustered Thor, Rog sighed helplessly. He began to regret accepting this commission. "You must have missed something?" Loki continued to remind him. "I didn't, I pressed all the buttons on it." Thor explained impatiently. "Don't use so much force, press gently." Loki continued to suggest. "I'm already pressing gently, it doesn't work." Thor was getting more and more impatient, but it was unknown if his impatience was because of Loki's nagging or because of the increasing number of guards outside. "No, I can't stand these two brothers anymore. Both of you, get out of the way. I strongly suggest that spaceship driving be added to Asgard's royal education curriculum in the future, and it's a compulsory subject." Roger pushed away Saul, who was beside the bridge, with a serious look on his face. It was better to do it himself than rely on these two brothers. At least he passed the Chinese exam, which was known for its difficulty. Rog could not understand a single word of the Dark Elves' language, But this did not stop him from quickly operating the spaceship on the control panel. This was not the start button. This was not it either. This should be it. Rog did not have any experience in piloting a spaceship, but as a veteran standalone game player, how could he not have played flight simulation games? He was a rookie in action games. But when it came to simulation games, he was a true expert. Sims, flight simulation, racing simulation. He could complete any simulation game with the highest rating in the shortest time. This was his gaming talent. After a fierce operation, he successfully started the Dark Elves spaceship, and a holographic image with Dark Elves language appeared around them. How is this possible? This human actually knows how to fly a spaceship, Dark Elves? A series of questions quickly flashed through Loki's mind. Roger had also used facts to prove what the talent of an experienced driver was. The blade-like flying ship began to soar into the sky, and the stone pillars in the Golden Palace were destroyed one by one. There's one more pillar that hasn't been hit yet. Loki continued to use his poisonous tongue. Shut up. There were few pedestrians on Mount Xiaoming, and there were often racers competing with each other. The road, Estus. The racer god of Mount Akina was now racing a spaceship. Don't blink. The racer god of Mount Akina's performance is about to begin. Although Loki and Thor did not know what the racer god of Mount Akina was, after seeing the crazy look on Rog's face, a dangerous thought emerged in their minds. Before they could react, Rog pushed the spaceship's power button to its limit. The Dark Elf spaceship flew out of the Golden Palace like a real blade and began to speed through Asgard. Rog, why don't you let me drive? My piloting skills are better. After watching the spaceship fly past Asgard's buildings at a crazy speed, Thor came to Rog's side and said with a serious face. Rog did not answer Thor. He just looked at him as if he was joking. Although you're the one who can fly, I have to say that his piloting skills are much better than yours. As long as he could hit Thor, Loki didn't mind praising Rog's piloting skills. However, his real thought at this time was that Thor and Rog's piloting skills were completely inferior to his. I'm the one who's really suitable to pilot a spaceship. Although Asgard was a feudal monarchy, their technology was not feudal at all. In fact, it was very advanced. Just as Thor was about to correct Loki's wrong idea, Asgard's anti-aircraft cannons aimed directly at their spaceship and fired without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. Dense shells flew past the spaceship like a rainstorm, setting off explosions that were enough to destroy the spaceship. That's it? You want to shoot down my spaceship with these attacks? Aren't you looking down on me, an old driver from Earth? Since the speed could no longer be increased, it was naturally time to show off his skills. Rog's Sharingan quickly moved and constantly scanned the various buildings, shells, spaceships, and incoming shells in the holographic image. Although he had just started, he quickly grasped the performance limits of the Dark Elf spaceship and controlled the spaceship to make all kinds of fancy evasive maneuvers. As more and more Asgard spaceships followed behind, Rog's piloting became more and more frantic. The violent turns made Thor and others feel like they were on a magical roller coaster. Just as Rog was about to get rid of the spaceship behind them in one go, Jane, who had been silent, suddenly fell down weakly. Oh my God, is he dead? Loki deliberately pretended to be shocked. I'm fine, I'm just a little carsick. After that, Jane began to retch uncontrollably. My fault. After feeling Thor's dissatisfied eyes behind him, Rog decisively chose to apologize. However, as soon as he apologized, the spaceship shook violently again. Was it hit? Rog thought that his distraction just now caused the spaceship to be hit, but he soon found out that he was thinking too much. Well done, you just cut off Grandpa Thor's head. Loki glanced back and said to Rog while holding back his laughter. The spaceship was not hit, but the blade-like hull of the spaceship slashed through the statue of Odin's father, King Bao, and cut off King Bao's head. I didn't want to distract you, it's just that your plan is really terrible. Stealing the Dark Elf spaceship, then flying it around Asgard, crashing into whatever it sees, and letting everyone discover us. This is simply too awesome. Thor, this really suits your style. Before Loki finished speaking, he was grabbed by Thor and thrown out of the spaceship. Chapter 203. What a straightforward way to throw. Although the spaceship below was piloted by the three warriors of Sengoku, this method of throwing could easily cause irreparable mental damage to Loki. But thinking about it, Loki should have long been used to the feeling of being thrown around. Rog, we should go too. Thor picked up Jane, who had fallen to the ground, and came to the open cabin door. You go first, I'll be right behind you. Looking back at Rog, Thor did not hesitate and jumped out of the cabin door. When Thor and Jane left the spaceship, Rog summoned a shadow clone. Piloting a spaceship was not something that could be done at any time, and he did not want to end his first spaceship piloting journey so hastily. After giving the pilot seat to the shadow clone, he looked around the spaceship with some reluctance, then came to the cabin door and fell down with his back facing down. Ooh! As soon as he left the spaceship, there was a whistling sound in his ears, and the feeling of weightlessness quickly enveloped his whole body. However, this feeling of free fall did not last long before it stopped. The spaceship piloted by Fandral caught him, and he just happened to hit Loki, who had just climbed up. Although this height could not kill a frost giant like Loki, the feeling of being treated as a human sandbag was very unpleasant. Can't be angry, can't be angry, can't be angry, Loki reminded himself as he shook off Rog and stood up again. Now the one piloting the spaceship is the shadow clone. This should buy more time. That being said, the real purpose of leaving the shadow clone was to extend the spaceship piloting experience. Although there was no way to control it personally, after the shadow clone was removed, the corresponding memory would be fed back to the main body, which could be considered an alternative piloting experience. And he also hid one thing, which was that before the spaceship's energy was exhausted, the shadow clone would not stop flying the spaceship. So this is your plan, it's quite impressive. Now, Loki finally figured out all of Thor's plans. The Dark Elf spaceship was used to attract attention from the beginning, so the bigger the commotion, the better. Keep your promise and bring us to your secret passage. After gently putting Jane down, Thor turned to Loki and said. Loki shrugged and held the steering wheel at the end of the cabin. An excited smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's my turn to take the helm. Now, I'll show you what real driving skills are. Under Loki's control, the spaceship began to fly towards the distant mountain peak. The strong wake created a clear water mark on the surface of the water. The Dark Elf spaceship piloted by the Shadow Clone attracted most of the spaceships, but there was still one spaceship that discovered their tracks and chased after them. The guards did not seem to care that there were two princes on the spaceship in front of them. The two cannons at the bow of the spaceship continued to shoot out fire. Although Loki was quite arrogant at times, one thing was true. His spaceship piloting skills were quite good. Compared with Rog's crazy and rough maneuvering, Loki's evasive movements were undoubtedly more graceful. Loki dodged all the incoming cannonballs by using the flight method of constantly combining left and right arcs. Thor apparently also considered the current situation and turned back to call Fandral. Fandral! Without any unnecessary words, Fandral directly picked up the rope that had already been prepared and went straight to the edge of the spaceship. For Asgard! As soon as his voice fell, Fandral jumped out and used the rope to swing to the guard's spaceship. A few seconds later, the guard's spaceship stopped chasing. Without any pursuers, Loki controlled the spaceship to fly to a bare mountain peak without any trees. Near the top of the mountain, there was a cave not much bigger than the spaceship. Loki's goal at this time was to fly the spaceship directly into the cave. Loki? Thor asked Loki nervously. If it's that easy, then everyone can do it. Loki's face also became very serious, but after saying this, he gave Rog a look. What does this have to do with me? Are you crazy? The spaceship was getting faster and faster. Thor asked again, at the same time grabbing Jane, who was lying down. Maybe. Loki held the rudder with both hands and made the final adjustments to the flight direction. Looking at the cave entrance getting closer and closer, Rog also silently prepared to flying thunder god at any time. If Loki failed, he would immediately teleport back to the Shadow Clone's side. In the end, no accidents happened and the spaceship flew smoothly into the cave. Except for slightly brushing the surrounding stone walls when they first entered the cave, no accidents happened. After entering the cave, Loki still had no intention of slowing down, or rather, there was no need to slow down now. Although they didn't know how Loki found this place, after entering here, the spaceship entered a natural teleportation channel, and the brilliant light instantly occupied all their vision. The spaceship only flew in this space channel for 5 or 6 seconds before flying back to the real world. Victory arrived. After having a close contact with the ground and then being bounced back into the air, Loki said with a satisfied expression, "This was a dark world, and the whole world gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. The sky was gray, the earth was gray, and even the stones were as black as coal. In this doomsday-like world, there were also a large number of damaged man-made buildings. These buildings were scattered all over the place, adding to the aura of civilization's destruction. This is Svartalfheim, the former kingdom of the Dark Elves. But that was a long time ago. After my grandfather King Bauer defeated Malekith and took away the ether, this place became a barren land in the 9 realms. After settling the sleeping Jane, Thor came to Rog's side and explained silently. In order to prevent Malekith from continuing to harm the people of Asgard, Thor did not hesitate to disobey Odin's orders and brought Jane here. He wanted to solve the problem of Jane here and avenge his mother Freya. If I had that energy, how much could I do? Looking at the sleeping Jane, Loki suddenly said, "You will be devoured." Thor immediately interrupted Loki's fantasy. Just when Rog thought they would discuss the next plan, the entangled brothers quarreled again. Their topic started from the short lifespan of humans, transitioned to Loki's ambition, and then to the dead Queen Freya. Just when Thor was about to punch Loki in the face, he stopped. "She wouldn't want us brothers to fight. She's already used to it," Loki said with a little helplessness. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.